in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Tim SMG melawan MAB merupakan perlawanan kita yang pertama pada hari ini. Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery bersama dengan telefon pintar rasmi Samsung dan diraikan bersama dengan Nescafe. Saya Abeja dan Adin kat sini.
Oh, kita matching hari ni.
Kita matching.
Oh.
Tapi Ding, bila cakap tentang kita berdua kan, rasa macam tak cukup lah dua.
Tak cukup. Kita kena ada invite lagi 2 orang.
Pas.
Ada dekat sini and ada Abang Lord.
Abang Lot, apa khabar Abang Lot?
Alhamdulillah, sihat.
Yang saya tak suka dekat sini kan, bila ada Abang Lord, kita punyalah try-hard handsome. Abang Lord just duduk situ auto handsome.
Tak payah buat apa-apa.
Tak payah
Relax.
buat apa-apa.
Nama pun Abang Lot, come on.
Tapi Abang Lot, apa yang saya belajar bila kenal dengan Lafel, Adin, orang akan puji dulu. Kemudian,
Yes, betul. Kita dah ada buat orang rasa happy, baru kita jatuhkan dia. Tak.
Jadi Abang Lot, kita nak tanya Abang Lot, ini merupakan kali pertama di pentas MPL. Apa pendapat Abang Lot? Abang Lot punya MAB punya team sekarang boleh dikatakan ada top dekat grup A.
Ya,
Apa
betul.
perasaan Abang Lot?
Happy?
Kena lebih
Lebih sikit?
sikit.
Takkan happy je.
Sangat happy.
Sangat happy.
Memang bagus. Abang Lord dekat sini sangat-sangat ekspresif. Tapi Abang Lord dah datang dekat kita punya stage. Dah tengok kat dalam, dah tengok kita punya host stage, host area. Apa perasaan Abang Lord yang dah cuba berapa season dan sekarang akhirnya ada kat MPL?
No, we know we're going to be here in season 9.
lebih lagi.
Lebih lagi, ya?
Lebih lagi.
That's why I have been grand final season 8. I dah pergi ambil mood awal, pentas. So we are here.
Dia ambil aura sebelum dan
Ya,
bawa sekarang ni.
Bawa sekarang ni.
Baik. Bagus dia start sekarang sebab sekarang stage jauh lebih gempak Bija.
Baik.
Jauh lebih gempak.
Betul, jauh lebih gempak sebab saya tengok pertama kali tadi pun Abang Lot, bukan tadilah, minggu lepas saya tengok kita pun excited dan stage pun gempak. Bila ada Abang Lot kat sini, dia jadi lagi gempak. So, ada banyak benda yang kita nak bincang ini, Adin.
Sangat banyak perkara yang kita harus bincangkan untuk kita lihat match-match. Tapi nanti kita kena persembahkan kepada diorang semua sebab diorang tak tahu match apa hari ni.
Nampak tak? Saya macam
Sabar.
Tapi Adin nak tahu satu benda yang saya terkejut Tadi bila kita makan,
Okey.
Saya Abel Jah,
Jangan semua sama makan. Saya
Abang
macam
Lot ada kan.
Yeah.
Baru saya tahu saya dengan Jah sama umur
Lah, baru tahu ke?
Jadi sekarang masih kena panggil Abel ke tak payah? Tak, saya panggil dia Jah je.
Dia sebenarnya Abel tu macam nickname je, bukan pangkat.
okey.
Macam Abang Lot, nickname je kan?
Sama, kita umur sama.
Umur sama.
Supaya.
Tak, sebab tu saya pun macam nak panggil dia abang ke.
Panggil lot je.
Panggil Lot je.
Panggil Lot.
Mantap lah abang.
Baik, jadi kita ada macam kita tengok. Jadi apa kata kita sama-sama tengok kita punya jadual perlawanan pada hari ini, Adin. Match yang pertama SMG menentang MAB. Orange menentang HomeBois, Red menentang RSG.
Ya, kita akan mulakan kita punya hari ini dengan MAB. Sebab tu kita ada Abang Lot, kita akan dengar sedikit pendapat beliau tentang pasukan MAB bertemu dengan bekas juara musim lalu. Orange versus HomeBois, saya rasa macam one way traffic dekat situ. Tapi tak apa. Dengan Red lawan RSG, battle of dua jungler yang termuda ataupun yang paling muda dekat musim kali ini.
Jadi Abang Lot, kita anggaplah macam kita ni macam apa? Bukan siapa-siapa, macam audience lah, macam penonton.
Abang Lot tak bias, jangan risau.
Okey.
Dia tak bias. Dia takkan cakap MAB punya.
Okey. Match mana yang paling Abang Lot nak tengok lah?
MAB SMG.
Ya, sebab memang game to best. Memang game to best.
Sebab
Saya
itu memang-
setuju.
betul.
Saya setuju. Tak bias.
Tak bias Baik, jadi yang ini Adin, kita tengok MAB sekarang boleh dikatakan kalau kita recap balik bang, MAB buat kejutan hari tu.
Performance kau. Ya bang, tengok yang game yang enemy punya team langsung tak ada kill.
That is for history, I believe.
Buat pertama kali
Sejarah.
dalam sejarah.
Abang 100% Melayu kita sebelum Melayu cakap sejarah.
Sejarah.
Terima kasih banyak.
Sejarah.
Saya dekat sini saya marah kalau orang cakap English.
Ya, tapi persoalannya boleh ke tak diorang teruskan dia punya prestasi. Tapi sekarang ini apa kata kita lihat team head to head di antara pasukan SMG dan juga MAB ESPORTS. Lafal, apa pendapat awak tentang dua pasukan ni sekarang ni?
Perbezaan antara kedua-dua pasukan dekat sini di mana pasukan MLBB dah menunjukkan yang dari segi damage mereka boleh keluarkan damage yang jauh lebih besar lagi disebabkan mereka akan scale game tu kepada late game dan dekat situ Zack QT terutamanya yang akan shine. Sebab tu kalau kita tengok most pick hero adalah Sicilian dan juga Esmeralda di mana Esmeralda boleh stallkan the game cukup lama. Ren pun performance dengan sangat bagus menggunakan Esmeralda. Manakala untuk pasukan SMG most pick adalah Hayabusa. Tetapi kita ada dengar-dengar Hayabusa akan di-pick ataupun tidak sebab roster mungkin ada berubah sikit. Tapi macam mana sekalipun kalau kita tengok daripada first tower rate walaupun MLB diorang akan main later stage of the game tapi mereka akan cuba sedaya upaya untuk mendapatkan tower yang pertama. Wish, saya rasa energi macam nak kahwin tadi.
Sama.
Saya cakap kat Adin tadi sebab Adin dengan saya dia lebih kurang sama. Kita punya energi pun macam sama. Tapi itulah kita nak tengok.
Diorang nak kahwin ke?
Bukan.
Tak nak
Belum
kahwin
lagi.
ke?
Kita cakap pasal kahwin saya terus.
Jangan.
Saya stres.
Tapi tak apa.
Bincang pasal game kali ni.
Kita bincang. So rasa-rasanya lah kan, adakah MAB boleh dapat kekalkan momentum tu rasa-rasanya?
Boleh tu boleh. Yang saya soalkan bukan MLB sebenarnya. MLB kita dah tengok cukup perlawanan. Saya rasa dah ada pemahaman yang bagus dengan MLB. SMG yang saya nak tengok disebabkan performance mereka kuat. Tetapi untuk lawan dengan MLB, nanti bila kita tengok roster, kita akan soal sama ada ini ada pilihan yang bagus ataupun tidak untuk lawan dengan MLB. Sekarang kita akan tengok
Key to success. Kunci kejayaan untuk pasukan tim SMG kalau tengok kena Adin.
Kita kena utamakan penguasaan map bahasa Melayu Kita nak kekalkan bahasa Melayu di
Terima
sini.
kasih banyak.
Kita kena hormat dan juga dia kena orang kata utamakan Alif punya hero. So Alif ni memang merupakan jungler yang sangat-sangat berbisa, lebih-lebih lagi kalau dia dapat hero-hero yang lebih kepada assassin. Dan yang ketiga mereka kena jaga Sasa punya awal game punya stages dan yang paling penting sekali peringkat. Tadi Lafaz ada sebut kemungkinan ada perubahan sedikit daripada sudut roster mereka dan itulah dia. Subway mungkin diturun padang pada hari ini, Lafaz.
itu yang saya akan mempersoalkan. MLB mereka dah solid. dah pejal,
Dah kuat.
dah kuat. Tapi
pejal.
masukkan Subway sekarang, dia akan ganti siapa? Adakah Lexia yang akan tak bermain? Adakah Sasa yang tak akan main dekat dalam game ni? Jadi kita kena tengok roster mereka selepas ni. Kita dah tahu dah jawapan dia, tapi kita buat-buat lah, tak tahu.
Tak tahu.
Saya paling risau pasal 4. Always on the go with Subway. Ini saya baca.
Okey, tak faham.
Kalau kita nak melayukan
Sentiasa dalam perjalanan
yang on the go tu, itu game lain.
Itu lain. Itu lain.
Habis ada cakap apa?
Betul lah tu saya cakap tadi. Apa
Ah.
yang game lain tadi? Betul lah.
Betul. Terima kasih banyak. Untuk key to success, yang paling penting adalah nombor 1 pada pendapat saya.
Betul.
Dengan nombor 1 tu yang kita kena tengok sebenarnya adalah Zaim Sempoi. Lagi kalau dia dapat hero macam Selina ataupun Chow, dia boleh jaga map. Kalau dia tak dapat hero tersebut, susah untuk dia control map. Bila dah tak control map, pasukan dia pun dah start hilang arah sedikit.
Ya, Alif pun kita perlu berikan fokus juga. Kita tahu dia merupakan pemain yang cukup-cukup baik. Kita kena lihat prestasi beliau. Dan sebut pasal Alif, kita sebut pasal pasukan MAB Esports, di mana kunci kejayaan mereka adalah untuk dapatkan silsilah. Sama ada dapat ataupun keluarkan terus. Kerana silsilah ni merupakan hero yang sangat-sangat popular, gemar dipakai lebih lagi oleh ZQT. Kita dah tengok macam mana prestasi beliau begitu cermelang sekali. Nombor 2, kena jaga mid lane tersebut, dapatkan farming dengan begitu baik, buka map supaya Alif boleh melakukan rotasi dengan lebih mantap. X/ kena orang kata tingkatkan lagi prestasi dia ataupun tampilkan lagi kekuatan dia dekat bahagian gold lane. Dan yang keempat, 4 memang dia suka letak sublane nombor 4 Untuk SMG dan juga MLBB sama juga, maknanya kena orang kata gegarkan sikit Subway sebab ini mungkin merupakan buat pertama kalinya di pentas utama, so ada nervous sedikit maybe.
Dekat sini yang saya nak tekankan kepada key to success nombor 3, di mana X/, pada pendapat saya bukannya X/ punya performance tak hebat, tapi kita tengok bila perlawanan SMG, mereka akan fokus kepada bahagian gold lane sebab kebiasaannya akan ada Sasa dekat situ. Hero yang Sasa suka gunakan, Beatrix, dia suka menggunakan Clean. Kalau dia tak dapat marksman pun dia suka pakai Farsa kuat lawan dekat bahagian lane. Jadi X/ pastikan yang dia jangan kalah 1v1 tu nombor 1. Dan kalau Zaim Sempoi roam ke arah X/, mereka pun kena pastikan yang X/ tak mati. MAB Esports kita nampak bila mereka berlawan, mereka akan berlawan dekat kawasan ZQT. ZQT pakai apa-apa hero pun, in terms of nak keluarkan damage, ZQT boleh keluarkan damage dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Tetapi MAB Esports, kalau X/, dia biar seorang je. Lepas tu dia kalah dia punya lane. Nanti lama kelamaan SMG akan control map. SMG control map, SMG menang game.
Benar sekali.
Jadi Balot, untuk kita punya next match kejap lagi, Balot boleh predict apa-apa tak? SMG dengan MLB.
MAB menang.
Tapi berapa? 2-1? Realistically bang, come on.
2-1.
2-1.
Tapi I mean, sebelum masuk ke match yang boleh dikatakan sangat penting ni sebab bekas juara SMG, apa preparation MAB selain daripada obviously training, scrim, sebab Abang pun selama dengan mereka dekat gaming house, nampak ada mental training ataupun segala waktu dengannya?
Mental training tu tak lah. Kita teruskan training seperti biasa. It's just that when kita bila berada kat MPL, cara kita nak menilai sesuatu team tu dah berbeza sebab kita akan train for that particular week dengan siapa kita nak lawan. Sebelum ni kita langgar je semua kan. So dekat MPL ni dia dah ada sistem yang berbeza sikit. So kita tahu who is our opponent for the current week, on the next week. So kita akan just fokus, kita akan analyse tentang kelebihan dan juga kekurangan setiap pasukan dan kita akan train on that.
Jadi bila menilai pasukan SMG, pada pendapat abang, player mana yang kita sebenarnya kena berikan perhatian?
Zaim Sempoi.
Zaim Sempoi. Ya, saya setuju. So walaupun semua orang cerita pasal Lexia, semua cerita pasal Sasa, tapi kita tengok lagi Zaim Sempoi, tak kisah apa hero yang dia pakai, KDA memang tak bermakna. Kalau dia mati 2 kali pun, dia tetap akan jadi ganas, dia tetap akan pegang map.
Sangat betul. I mean, Zaim Sempoi kita boleh tahu player yang fundamentally memang sangat-sangat bagus dan patut digeruni lah oleh orang ramai sebenarnya.
Tak boleh underestimate katanya orang putih. Nampak tak? Baik. Jadi sekarang ni ada benda yang lagi best apabila kita tengok match, dia lagi best, lagi crispy apabila kita berbelanja RM50 di McDelivery dan dapatkan 6 ketul McNugget secara percuma. Bukan itu saja, anda semua boleh berpeluang untuk memenangi skin-skin yang eksklusif daripada MLBB. Tapi jangan lupa untuk letakkan
close up.
MPL Reward semasa check out.
Percaya cakap saya Abeja Di mana antara kita semua dekat sini, saya memang confirm Adin antara orang yang kalau boleh memang nak 6 ketul nugget tu sekarang. Betul Adin?
Sangat nak. Kalau boleh nak 12.
Kalau boleh nak 12.
Nak 12. So saya nak order lebih lagi. Sebab boleh share ramai-ramai. Share.
Tak ada maknanya share, memang makan seorang.
Janganlah expose macam tu. Memang makan seorang pun dah sebenarnya.
Tapi yang paling penting itulah, jangan lupa untuk letakkan kod MPL Reward. Sebab kalau tak ada kod macam rugilah, tak dapat.
Betul.
Macam tu.
Ya.
Baik, jadi sekarang ni untuk mengekalkan kita punya integriti, Adin.
Yes, betul.
Sekarang kita akan melakukan coin toss terlebih dahulu. Adin,
Okey, sekarang ni kita akan pergi ke pentas utama. Kita akan alurkan kita punya Head of League Ops Melina Live untuk melakukan coin toss. Kita ada Sasa dan juga kita ada Nenas yang merupakan coach untuk pasukan MAB ESPORts, di mana SMG akan pilih heads ataupun kepala, manakala MAB pilih ekor untuk kita tentukan siapakah first pick ataupun second pick. Tails merupakan jawapannya dan kita lihat MAB akan mengambil first pick dan dengan itu match sebentar saja lagi akan dimulakan. First pick MAB, pendapat sikit lah kau.
Saya punya pendapat masa sekarang ni, kalau kita tengok coin toss, sebenarnya kebanyakan pasukan suka mengambil first pick. Saya rasa pasukan Todak saja yang memilih second pick bila mereka berjaya untuk menangkan coin toss. Tapi memang kebiasaannya kalau yang first pick, mereka nak kawal hero ban, paksa enemy untuk ban Valentina, ban Fanny, jadi mereka ada lagi banyak option. Tapi first pick tu, apa hero first pick yang diorang nak securekan sebenarnya?
Mungkin kita boleh tanya Abang Lot, dalam banyak-banyak hero apakah yang boleh dikatakan inilah signature hero MAB sebenarnya? Franco.
Itu kalau saya main.
Itu kalau. Tapi kalau overall lah, kegemaran hero nampak gani untuk MAB signature hero dah, Abang Lot rasa apa dia?
Could be Sicilian,
Ya.
Lancelot.
Ya, pada pendapat saya, Cecilia Lancelot dengan Cho lah antara tiga yang kena jaga-jaga. Yang Cho tu tak semestinya untuk MAB, tapi jangan bagi siapa pakai. Sangat bahaya.
Kenapa jangan bagi?
baik, sekarang kita tengok kita punya caster telah pun bersiap sedia. Jadi apa tunggu lagi? BM caster, English caster, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Ja, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MPL MY Season 9. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Getting Q as you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. What a pretty interesting segment there from pre-show, and I'm looking forward to see what MAB has in store for us, because Abanglot did kind of share a little bit of hints here and there. Franco may be one of the considering factor, but before that, MPL Malaysia is brought to you, and of course, with our official gaming chair, we have Secret Lab, pretty comfortable chair we have here, and also our partner in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charge, EGG Network, and our co-organizer ESI. Without these people, we will not have all this amazing setup that currently you guys are watching. Getting Q, what are your thoughts on that small little appearance coming from Abang Lord?
Look, it feels a little weird because Abang Lord seems a little more vocal on stream than he is on top of the stage, which is kind of interesting. Maybe, you know, him and his players have that kind of, you know, similarities when it comes down to that potential stage fright.
Being humble, maybe.
Being humble at the exact same time. Hard to tell a little bit of which is the mask. It's the mask that's
Yeah.
But before we get into that, guys, let's talk about the share milestones. You helped us hit it every single time. You know it, you love it. It's the share milestones. With each and every one of your shares, you can be earning some sweet, sweet rewards and codes down below, just like this. 500, 800, and 1,000. With more of these milestones that we hit, at the end of the day, the lucky draw winners will be selected to earn even more exclusive rewards.
Exactly, the codes will be reviewed throughout the show, so be sure to tune into that. But guess what? A little bit of fun fact for you guys, it's not that hard to achieve, because Friday we kind of hit it within just only the first show?
Yep,
the first game?
Like the first game, and even Saturday as well, we were able to hit that 1,000, all thanks to you guys. So if you want to farm, this is the perfect time. You know, you've been hearing all about that cryptocurrency. You can be farming the MPL. All you gotta do is hit that share button.
Hey man, let's not talk about that. You know, things kind of, you know.
We can't let everybody know about this, but
dude, yeah,
share,
come on.
Share. Hear as much as you can. With that being said, our first matchup today, Team SMG versus MAB, is about to commence. Both teams are ready, and hopefully Abang Lord's team is ready too. Let's bring him out.
Team SMG.
Team SMG, after taking the loss yesterday against HomeBois, it was a close match, and maybe they can recuperate after that 24 hours to take on MAB.
Yeah, seems like they are kind of struggling a little bit here as well. They kind of sucked up Lexia out of the pool, and X-Slash going to be playing in the roster. So hopefully the Sabah top player jungler is going to be able to... sorry, not Sabah, Subway apparently is going to be standing in for inside SMG instead of Lexia, which is kind of interesting considering that Lexia has that record recognition already. So can he kind of fit his role? What do you think about that?
Honestly, I think the Zyme Stormy is the better one. But let's bring up the next team.
MAB Esports!
With MAB Esports, even though they are, with losing the match against SMG yesterday against HomeBois, MAB needs to take advantage of this situation. They're sitting on top of Group A, and they want to maintain their lead to make Abanglor proud.
Yep, leaving his old IGN behind as well. Alif has switched up his true form. We kind of saw him during the first day of this weekend as well. He kind of stepped it up during his mid-game, taking the victory against Suhas Esports. Can he do it again? What are your thoughts?
I mean, MAB, they've been taking wins against some of the bigger names here, and if they keep on doing that, if they can overcome their stage fright, they have the potential to be one of the top teams here at MPL.
Yeah, we had the luxury to also speak with the analyst coming from MAB Esports, Karakuri. He did mention as well, stage fright has been a very, very huge obstacle that MAB needs to be overcoming as well. Likewise, from the interview early on, we could sense it from also Abanglor. He did mention it as well. But before that, let's take a look at the stats here coming from Team SMG with Smooth, Zyme Senpoi, Subway, Stormy as well as Sasa, with Subways having his first appearance here in the MPL stage.
This is some pretty exciting stuff, seeing some new faces joining Team SMG once again. We've already seen Stormy working well together with Zyme Senpoi, as you can see with their average KPs being very, very similar. They work well in tandem, but Subway, what's the chemistry like? How's he going to perform? And he's taking on such a big role in the jungle.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty rough one for him as well, considering that it is his first appearance, right? We did heard rumors as well that Lixia did kind of feel a little bit bad by messing up his retribution yesterday. He did kind of post it up on social media, but hopefully he is probably going to be taking a backseat of it. Hopefully Subway is going to be able to redeem himself for the side of SMG. However, all things considered, Team SMG, they are the defending champions, right? We do see, we kind of saw their capabilities during the first week as well, with a very strong stance when it came to playing their regular seasons.
Yeah, I mean, they've got talented players on top of it all. So even after yesterday's defeat, it shouldn't be too much, too much of a shock to them. It's still early in the season. They're looking for that level of polish like they had in Season 8 during the playoffs. Hopefully they can achieve that once again, but we need to see the small steps that eventually lead to this big avalanche.
Yeah, not to mention as well, this is not their permanent roster, right? They do have reserves in their entire lineup as well to actually kind of sub their way. So this might be a good opportunity for Subway to kind of show himself whether or not can he fill in the shoes as the potential new rising star for SMG. However, the MAB boys, this is going to be their stats here. We have X/Nova, Alif, Zach QT, as well as Ren going to be playing. A little bit fun fact as well, the average damage taken per game for Ren on the side lanes is kind of ridiculous here, with an 88,824. The amount of 8s on this guy is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, he is looking to be able to take a lot of that damage. It's one particular style that, Smooth is extremely familiar with when it comes down to brick walling the enemy EXP laners, but I want to see Ren's playmaking capabilities. Is he going to be like Irfan from the HomeBois when he gets Paquito? Is he able to kind of create that space and isolate that targets? That's what I want to keep an eye on for Ren, because we know Smooth is capable. Maybe he might not be the most effective, but he has a lot more.
Now, I want to talk a little bit here about Zach QT. His signature hero is the Sicilian. Abanglor during the segment as well, he did kind of hit the Sicilian, the Lancelot, as well as potential Franco, which I'm not exactly sure about that, but thought about this. Zach QT versus Zyme Senpoi later on for the contest. But before we get into that details, let's take a look at our focus player coming from Team SMG, the captain of SMG, Sasa.
Sasa, an international player coming in from the MPL Indonesia and coming back to the MPL MY. Still one of the most reliable gold laners out there, not just in Malaysia, but in the Southeast Asian region. And extremely disciplined, knows his limits, and he knows when to switch it on.
Yeah, his timing has been really on point as well. His consistency is kind of maxed out, and it's no surprises. 3 seasons now, this is 3rd season here with us, he's kind of shown himself that he has the capabilities to lead as well as play multiple roles. So I wouldn't be surprised his versatility should be higher, but so far his consistency with playing on the goal lane has been really, really phenomenal.
Yes, it really, really has. And, you know, in terms of aggression, he's not exactly maxed out. And I really would like to see Sasa having an extremely dominant lane without the help of the rest of his team. But let's talk about Zach QT. You were mentioning just now that even though this is his first season, he's showing a lot of maturity in his gameplay, right? Good micro, fine positioning, but that hero pool is something I'm a little concerned about.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But at the same time here, he's kind of showed us like he's able to play multiple majors. But consistency is something that I really want to talk about Zach QT. Like many rookies, his consistency can be a problem. And we have seen it time and time again. For throughout seasons, rookies kind of, you know, whittle down when the pressure is really, really on. So far, Zach QT, we haven't seen him cracked again, like, or maybe crack under the pressure. But so far, he's trying to find his way here in the stands of the MPL.
I think it's just that stage fright, you know? He's trying to make sure that his execution is going to be perfect every single time. He's picking heroes which he's extremely comfortable and know that he can make that impact at the end of the day. It's about the results, right? Even though the process and the journey is important to grow as a player, you still need the results, especially when you're here at the MPL, to get those valuable points.
Yeah, we kind of see a little bit of repeat history here to a regular season for MAB as well. First games usually kind of go a little bit slow for them. And I hope now they've kind of overcome that obstacle. But now, before that, let's take a look at the predictions so far by the talents. It seems to me it is kind of balanced between all of us.
Yep, it looks like a large majority of us are taking the side of Team SMG, but the entire BM table is going to be taking MAB for the win, with also Josh Zuzuran as well. I'm interested to see. I think it's going to be relatively close, but the experience from Team SMG is what I think sets them apart from MAB.
You know, I like how Ja is like citing Abalor, maybe because they are on the same desk or something like that.
Potentially, but then that would mean that Adine as well as LaFell would have joined the exact same thing. But let's check out the audience predictions. You at home, who do you believe is going to win this game? Team SMG or MAB? And an overwhelming amount of support for Team SMG.
Well, seems like the audience still going to be siding on towards Team SMG. Results do speak the truth. However, if you guys were tuning in every single day for the entire regular season, it makes a lot of sense why Team MLBB has kind of swayed the hearts of us here at the Talents as well, especially with yesterday's performance and also day one in this second week. MLBB pulled wins that no one expected them to do, and I'm looking forward to see how they're going to continue to do so.
Well, in the meantime, guys, if you're looking for an awesome gaming experience, have you considered Samsung and their new phone, the Galaxy A52s 5G? Want to play Mobile Legends Bang Bang on the with the sleekest design, with 5G internet, with Malaysia's MPL Season 9's official smartphone Samsung? You can get that exact awesome gaming experience with the brand new phone.
Yep. Be sure to check it out. It has the 5G experience to make sure you can game anywhere you want. But of course, all things considered, let's talk shop here. Draft picks, win conditions for both teams. Feels like both teams, they would want to pick their land slots, but what are your thoughts on Subway's hero pool? Will he be able to match up against Alif in this condition?
I do think that in terms of junglers, it's extremely narrow where the jungle roles should actually be played in. And in this particular situation, it's going to come down to assassins, whether it be Lancelot, whether it's actually going to be something along the lines of the Hayabusa, definitely is up for argument. The question is, the Fanny. It could be a make it or break it for some teams. Some teams are capable of playing it. GeekFam has shown that they're unable to play it, unfortunately, this time around. So let's keep in mind that that can be used as like almost like a nuclear warhead to be like, aha, do you want to take it? Do you not want to take it? Either way, it's an advantage in draft.
Yeah, I kind of see where you're getting as well. But one thing I was a little bit surprised was how Toda decided to flex on the Fanny by having Yus play it on the sides. A roaming Fanny with full tank build. That was kind of something of an eye-opener for me. I'm not exactly sure how many teams are going to adapt to that playstyle, or it could be a troll pick, it could be an experimenting, or something that just kind of catch people off guard. So obviously, teams, you know, first banning Fanny every single game is kind of in a situation where they just don't want to deal with the potential wildcard factor.
Yeah, but I do think it's a little bit of a mistake doing it on blue side. Red side, you're forcing your opponents every single time.
Agreed.
So I would assume that at this point, MAB, Alif may not necessarily have the hero pool to actually pull off Fanny, and that's why they're getting rid of it early, knowing that if Team SMG has some form of information, whether it be scrims or other tournaments, that could be something that could be punished from the draft. Now, Selena, blue also going to be taken out of the draft this time. And SMG, Phoveus ban, I'm expecting to see Lancelot.
I feel like the Lancelot pick is going to be something that they might consider, but knowing Team MAB, they kind of want to prioritize their Edith for Nova Escobar as a tank or potentially even the side lanes here. SMG, do they want to give it away? Or do they want to potentially get a Beatrix for themselves? So do they want to deny them on new things? But looks like it is going to be Paquito instead. So Edith, Beatrix is going to be a hot contest here coming from MAB. Maybe even a Lancelot for Alif as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much they can go for. I think if MAB want to play super safe, they can just go for the Lancelot straight away, or maybe even Matilda. No, instead, they're going to focus on Yves and make sure that they can actually protect Zac QT and his hero pool.
Looks like they are going to be focused on Zyme Senpoi. Abang Law did mention as well, coming from SMG, the heavy focus has been coming from Zyme Senpoi a lot. So denying the Eve potentially as a utilitarian can be something of a factor. However, SMG, their response is going to be the Cho as well as the Lancelot. That means two of MAB's comfort heroes has been taken out.
I mean, that's just two. Lancelot for sure is something that Aleph would have been more than happy to actually pick up, sooner rather than later. But hey, Team SMG, good foresight for now. Uranus and as well as Beatrix are going to be able to pick up for the side of MAB. Now, I personally don't like the Uranus for sure, but there still is Esmeralda for the side of Team SMG. Both are going to kind of fulfill that same role.
No, if we were to talk about XP laners who are really tanky, such as Glue right now, who's been really popular. Uranus fits the bill. Esmeralda kind of fits that bill right now as well. So I was a little bit surprised that enemy decided to go for the Uranus instead of Esmeralda, which we know for a fact that Smooth is an absolute monster of that. But looks like their pick is not going to be it. It's going to be the Yuzhong instead.
Yeah, I like Yuzhong here because for a fact they want to be able to jump on towards Beatrix. Beatrix has no real escape mechanic at the end of the day other than the tactical roll, but with a Petrify, that's going to be more than enough to lock her in place and chunk her out and put her at a lethal HP. Now, we now move on to the second ban phase, and I think this is where it's going to get a little more interesting. Jungle already picked for the side of SMG. MAB is still looking for theirs.
Oh, they're banning off the Aulus here coming from Alif. So knowing that Alif has kind of shown the cards here with the Aulus as well as the Lancelot, two comfort picks, but that's the thing right now. I think multiple teams, when they play against MAB Esports, they kind of think about banning off Nova's hero pools early on. We did kind of see it during the first days as well with Suha's Esports. This time SMG, they're pushing on Alif because if you think about it, Alif has played Lancelot, he's played his Aulus, but Aulus wasn't exactly over-exceeding. I feel like SMG is going to put him to the test where besides these two heroes, what else can you play?
Well, I think they've taken out the
Hayabusa's
impact.
gone.
Yeah, they've taken out the big impact heroes here. They've stolen it away, in a matter of fact. The Cho and as well as the Lancelot. Now, looking at the draft, you can see that the second half, they're specifically targeting junglers at this point in time. They're less worried about the support positions because they know for a fact that Nova has a wide hero pool. And there are a couple of bad matchups here and there. Number one would be Ruby if MAB is able to get it. But I have a high suspicion that SMG might just, I don't know, first pick it and then start to play something crazy along the gold lane. If not, they could just, kind of take their time, wait to play it out, and most importantly, lock in their gold lane.
Small little fun fact, before, I think during Season 7, Season 8, MAB Esports was one of the teams during streams who kind of brought the jungle barats. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the jungle barats coming from MAB as well as the potential Matilda coming from Nova. But I'm a little bit worried considering that they do have this tankiness front line, but where's the damage coming from? Can this barrage actually snowball if they want to go for it? Of course, it is, after all, mere speculations and predictions coming from my end.
MAB now getting rid of the Lilia and as well as the Kadita here. They really want to jump down and clamp down on Stormy's overall hero pool. Sicilion is very evident, and I think it might even be... Oh no, they decide to go for Farsa instead. Something that kind of pairs well with the amount of lock that they have with the Yuzhong as well as the Cho.
Karina, okay. I like this a little bit more, but oftentimes we did see... I think we did see a couple of Karina games with full tank build. Early on, I think it was on Friday as well, on day number 1.
Yep.
But now my question here is this potentially a Sasa Farsa? Or is it just, Stormy Forza straight up?
No, I think, Beatrix isn't too bad of a matchup for Sasa anyways. He can still play Clint, he can arguably play Brody. Popo and Koopa will be the most oppressive ones so far, and I think Popo and Koopa might just be the pick, arguably. But no, instead they're going to go with Kimmy, something that at least, if Karina wants to get on top of her, she has abilities that can, cut her down despite the Shadow Dance.
I like the idea coming from SMG. They kind of want to balance out their...
Oh, wait, hold up. They switched it up.
Output, but oh, wait, what? Stormy's going to be playing the Kimmy.
Okay, so they had the idea of saying, hey, you know what, Kimmy in the mid lane, that way we can kind of push that out. Sasa can play on that far, so it doesn't get too punished if Aleph decides to target his lane.
All right, this is going to be an interesting switch up coming from Team SMG. Hopefully, all things considered, it is going to be A-OK with Stormy. With Stormy coming in against Subway right now. I am a little bit curious to see how well this matchup is going to go, because right now we are going to be heading in towards the Land of Dawn for between Team SMG as well as MAB Esports. The drafts has been set. The Beatrix coming in from MAB Esports. Is it going to be enough to deal the damage? Because this is going to be Ali playing Karina going up against a Kimmy coming from Team SMG. This is going to be a sight to behold. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading straight into the Land of Dawn for today's first game of MPL MY Season 9.
All right, it's week 2, day number 3 here, the last day of the week, and these teams want to make sure that they make clear statements and assume as many points as possible, and turning that assumption into reality here as they fight for the mid lane almost openly. Straight away, Lethal Wanderer going to be the next contestant.
Oh, Stormy is just being an absolute nuisance right now. Nova's taking so much damage, and you can hear the sound effects coming from the excitement of Gideon. He knows he loves a good Kimmy. However, Zaim Senpai is a little bit too far-fetched ahead, but Alif is going to be able to secure the Little Wanderer away from SMG.
Yep, absolutely destroying it at this point in time. Lancelot immediately going to his orange buff side. He has a little bit of a slower clear in comparison to Karina, but that's totally okay. I mean, you're not really losing too much, and I think it was to be expected. It's considering that Aleph was able to get the Demon Slayer emblem, so he just naturally is going to clear faster.
Yeah, that was something that definitely caught Subway off guard, but at the same time, Aleph, that's the beauty of the jungle emblem right now. It gives you the advantage of just winning off from the first rotation 2 minutes in the game. However, can you transition well after that? That's going to be MAB Esports' go-to plan right now.
Yeah. Looking at the top side here, Smooth generally has to maintain his HP against Ren, because Ren can overall just harass him continuously and, more importantly, control that lane. Unfortunately for Smooth, he doesn't have that option, and he already has used his Petrify early on, but here we go. First engagement here, down on the bottom side, as Aleph is already getting attacked straight away. Perfect execution on top of the Thorn Rose. Subway gets a really clean kill here, and not to mention that even though that Cho was trying to kind of slow them down, Zaim Senpai made sure that that third hit of G Kundo connects.
Oh, that was a big catch coming from SMG. Knowing that Aleph have the tendency to be a little bit aggressive in terms of taking objectives, that is going to be a very hurtful one for MAB Esports. Toto is going to be immediate no-brainer coming from Team SMG to contest it. There's no way MAB can steal it unless they will try. It seems like Stormy's going to take a little bit too much damage as well. MAB, they make the dive for it with the real-world manipulation, however, will not get anything out of it. Team SMG still comes up on top with the turtle.
Oh, so close. So very close, but they get a lot of battle spells out of that. 2 flickers from Zaim Senpai, and as well as Stormy at the same time, trying to get on out of the real world manipulation. And you got to keep in mind here that these battle spells are extremely important for the playmaking capabilities of Zaim Senpai, as well as escape mechanics for Stormy. Are they going to initiate this dive on bot side? No, it's just Zaim Senpai just hovering.
Now this is kind of early coming back. Slash go for the sniper right from the get-go, but Smooth is going to get dived on. But however, is he going to be able to escape? Yes, he will. Great outmaneuver. Aleph is going to try and make an attempt for it, and he will get the kill. His HP is a little bit low. However, SMG is making a mirror dive down bottom as well. They will get a consolation prize of getting the tank from MAB Esports.
Yep, Nova ends up dying here, but we're seeing Sasa now being oppressive. Zaim Senpai does start showing up, and X-Slash, he's already...
He's baiting.
No way, Zaim Senpai wants to go back in there. He knows for a fact that if he's sitting in that brush, he probably has Wesker up, and he doesn't want to die for free. So, good decision-making coming in from Zaim Senpai.
No, that was really, really smart as well. Like, if Zaim Senpai managed to force X-Slash to stay longer than that, that would actually mess up his initial farm and also rotation by going back and coming back to the lane. So that was very smart from Zaim Senpai to try and bait it out. It was a cool bait. Unfortunately, it did not happen.
Now, MAB Esports, on the other hand, again, very passive line of play, very responsive team. And Team SMG, no matter what, usually they don't make too flashy plays, right? They just cold, calm, calculated, move towards the right sides of the map and get their clean rotations off like we're seeing right now here as Team SMG moving towards the top side of the map, knowing that Turtle's coming up in 6 seconds.
Yeah, knowing that SMG has the tendency to be very calculated in the situation, I was expecting them to get a little bit more aggressive with the Kimi, but seems like objective is going to be the key. Subway is 1-on-1. They are going to try to force the turtle fight. However, the rest of Team SMG are in no position to contest this. They are going to be calling in Sasa from bottom side to actually group in. The turtle is going to get baited out, but Alif will get the retribution steal smooth, taking a little bit too much damage, forced to back out. That's going to be the full reset, and then MLBB Esports comes up on top with this trade-off.
Yep, this trade-off is looking real good here, and more importantly, they need to make sure that they breathe. They need to take the time not to go out of control and, you know, let these turtles go by. They don't need to force the situation. They don't mind giving them just a little bit of EXP, because in the later stages of the game, that's when they're going to have relevance. Ren gets kicked, but he generally doesn't care. Purify is still wide open. 3 members from the side of SMG is going to attack him, and they know he doesn't have concentration as well. They blow him out of the water with a feathered airstrike.
Just the right amount of damage. However, Alif is going to be stranded from the rest of his team. Where is Nova when he need him? He's a little bit tanky. He's going to try and force the issue. Can Nova see who's keeping him alive? Yes, it will. SMG going to be taking it too much. The Holy Baptist completely whiffs, and SMG full disengage. However, it's not over yet for MAB Esports. They're trying to make an attempt down mid, but seems like they were very aware about this situation. They will back off instead.
Yep, very greedy plays, and especially with Ren, completely disrespecting the fact that it's like, hey, yeah, I'm extremely confident. I'm going to stick around a lot longer than I should. Finally getting baited out by Team SMG to use his Purify when he didn't have that consecration. Perfect timing to initiate a dive.
Looks like itemization-wise, let's take a look at Alif's items here. It's going to be a Thunderbelt first item and potentially going for an Athena Shield, maybe even an Oracle for the next item, perhaps?
I think it's going to be the full tank after the Thunderbelt at this point of time. Yeah, it definitely looks like he's going to go for the full tank. He needs to be unkillable. He needs to be able to withstand the burst. X-Slash getting some good shots. Doesn't get the second or third shot against Zion Senpai. The movement is just a little too good. But you can see that if Renner does connect, it is a lot of free damage. And X-Slash, he needs to survive a lot of these engagements if he is going to help scale the team up for the later stages of the game.
Oh, this is a great time to get the kill. Alif gets the shot in. Stormy is going to try and slow him out. But MAB Esports got to be happy of bullying Zion Senpai, who's been extremely aggressive with that play. MAB Esports immediate transitions for the tier 1 down bottom. SMG is going to concede that while waiting for Subway to secure his buff.
Yep. Speaking of structures, 2-0 right now in favor of MAB with 2 towers in their hands. As the rest of SMG hasn't really been making too aggressive plays. They've been setting up these potential dives, but really losing out on neutral objectives and objectives in general.
Meanwhile, Stormy going for the casual pokes once again. Zion Senpai going to try and make the plays. SMG are all grouped up, but they don't exactly have enough physical damage to contest this, as MAB Esports is still in the lead. 100 seconds left before the next slot, but looks like MAB Esports, they're going to try and make an attempt down bottom with their Renner to try and snipe the tower.
Yeah, Renner, again, it's so effective here at this point of time. And more importantly, having a Malefic Roar getting picked up for Subway this early on is going to make sure that people like Ren, and more importantly, Alif as well, who will eventually be stacking up on just regular tank items, is going to be an absolute pain. Ren, on the other hand, from the top side, Subway, you can see how effective his damage is. He really doesn't care what Ren has to say, but he's able to regenerate it. He's waiting until he gets his Thorn Rose. Here comes the... Oh, no Feathered Airstrike. They're just giving the kills over to Subway. Good flame shot, and even mid lane, Alif, you can see how tanky he is. He doesn't mind. He gets kicked. All right, still fine. Feathered Airstrike now effectively coming out. He manages to walk away, all thanks to the Athena shield.
Oh, that is huge coming in from Nova as well to provide him that mobility. And now Real Motivation comes in, is going to zone out Zion Senpai. They will secure the middle turret instead. Subway, on the other hand, on the top side, is going to stay hidden instead. Tries to get a couple kills. However, MAB, they immediately proceed to steal the purple buff away from SMG. This is huge from MAB Esports.
Really smart decision making here. They went straight away for the purple buff, making sure that hey, you know, Subway, he's shown top side. He's either recalling or he's running down the river. Either way, we could potentially catch him out, and if we do, that's great for us. So let's try and 50-50. Because we don't have any information. The purple buff, he doesn't show up. Perfect. I get a free purple.
Yeah, definitely. And Stormy right now is 0-1 on this Kimi. Slowly but surely, they don't exactly have a lot of consistent physical damage coming from SMG. If you think about it, right? Yu Zhong's physical damage is a little bit AoE, but what about Subway? If Subway isn't there in the fight, they are going to be using only pure magic. And currently, the fight is about to break out. Here comes the big Nibiru out coming in. Smooth is going to be forced to back out. Likewise, coming from Subway and SMG, they have to go full retreat. MLBB, however, will lose Aleph in the process.
Ooh, that's a 1-for-0 trade. All the members of Team SMG are so very, very low here. Literally 10% of their HP left. 10 to 20% in a matter of fact. But now, Lord is up. Both teams are pretty much dead even, despite like a slight lead for MAB.
I guess if you put it that way. However, that's the thing, right? I was talking about physical damage. SMG, they had to throw their entire bodies from Smooth as well as Subway to just get one kill, and that's extremely risky. And slowly but surely, MAB, they've got to be extremely tanky in that situation. Zion Sandboy forces the kick, but he's going to be backing it out. Sasa forced to use the Feather X-Ray to get him out of that situation.
Yeah, Feather Airstrike is just a huge deterrent for MAB. They don't have any real way of stopping it other than Zach QT, so they just have to disengage for the time being whenever you see the Feathered Airstrike. And even for Sasa, he has to be extremely patient when he uses it. The moment it's down, that's when MAB is going to strike.
Agreed. Meanwhile, the Lord is going to be in MAB's favor. Zion Sandboy waiting for the right moment to strike. The Storm doesn't come in, but it does connect onto Aleph. Here comes the kick down. Real Motivation zones him out, but Smooth is going to go in for the backlines to focus on X-Slash. Can he get the kill? X-Slash is going to be dropped down pretty low, and he will actually get taken down. So that is going to be the MM down, and MAB, they're getting scrambled. Stormy will be left to pick up the pieces, and Smooth is still alive in the midst of it all. MAB Esports, they get completely torn apart from the backlines and the front as well, as Team SMG comes up on top with a 5-for-1 trade-off.
That was a clean team fight coming in from Team SMG, isolating Aleph, making sure he separates Aleph from the backline and the supports, while the rest of the team start engaging hard and taking on their individual fights, which is a lot better for them compared to MAB Esports sticking together as one.
Yo, that was a huge play coming from Smooth to immediately focus on taking down X-Slash out of the fight from the get-go. And despite that, forcing a very early Renner just on Yu Zhong, I must say that was the best play possible coming from SMG.
Yep, really was. And now Team SMG get the Lord on their hands and will start to reattain the goal lead by the 10-minute mark, and especially with a lineup like this where they have a couple of scalers, especially when Sasa is something that can scale, then they just kind of play slow, wait until mid-game, and then really start to accelerate.
Now, I want to talk a little bit on itemization as well. Smooth has the Radiant Armor. Zion Sandboy has the Radiant Armor as well. If you think about it, MAB Esports' only physical damage comes from X-Slash. However, oh my goodness, Ren, what happened? Just gets immediately taken out of that fight.
Yep, that's pretty quick, and now that's not going to be too good for MAB. This might be the last fight they get if Team SMG is able to get another one. They crack open this inhibitor, but more importantly so, they just walk away. They're just zoning them out, giving respect over to MAB and not really pushing their boundaries.
Yeah, so soft poking is going to be the way to go. They know for a fact that they cannot overcommit all too much. All they got to do is just look for mistakes, and they have managed to find so. However, the big question right now is that as long as X-Slash is alive, MAB Esports is a threat. So currently SMG, they're waiting for the right moment. Here comes Orange Buff. Nova does scout this out. He's going to get harassed. Here comes a Feather Airstrike as well. Nova immediately forced to bail out of the situation. But SMG, they really are not letting go of this Orange Buff. Can he get it? Nope. The Rockets does not connect or take it.
Yeah, Bennett's Rage will not be able to take it away. Stormy gets double buffs at this point of time, and that's going to be important because he's going to be the main damage dealer for the team other than Subway as well as Sasa, but they're very dependent on their abilities. Stormy is going to be their constant DPS.
Agreed. But meanwhile, Subway is 3-0-5. He hasn't died a single time. So far, they are extremely disciplined. A little bit rough around the edges, but SMG pretty much looks like they're very confident. Way much more than 5 minutes ago.
Yep. Oh boy, Team SMG now playing brush tactics, hiding inside the enemy jungle and making sure that they destroy the jungle economy for MAB Esports as they continue to press their lead. 5K in their favor 13 minutes into this game.
Agreed. Meanwhile, Ren trying his best to force out a face check. However, he doesn't have his passives available. He hasn't been able to stack up on 20 yet, so he's not actually going to be taking a huge risk as long as he doesn't have the stack. However, he's going to meet into Smooth, immediately gets bursted down. Look at the amount of damage just because he does not have those stacks.
Yep, but he just gets healed back up to full at this point of time. Ren is more than happy to absorb as much damage and, you know, wasting as many ults from the side of Team SMG as long as he doesn't give over that free kill. With Lord spawning now, Team SMG have a very clear path to victory.
Yeah, and on top of it all, as long as this Uranus doesn't have stacks, he's pretty squishy. And currently, SMG, they are going to try to force the issue and the fight. Smooth is going to be there to provide assistance. Ren, slowly but surely, building up his stack. He's going to be able to draw attention away. But SMG says, hey, you know what? It's not worth it. But it looks like they will try and commit to this fight instead with Sasa leading the charge. Here comes the kick as well. Nova is going to be forced to retreat. The only baptism comes in. The Black Dragon is going to try and slow things down. Real Malaysia finally drops in the pool. And SMG, they're taking too much damage from it. But they don't seem to have the finisher. Stormy is going to be A-OK. The bird is not going to be enough to beat take him down, as MAB will lose Ren and Ale for nothing.
Yep, a little too low, a little too close for comfort, but Team SMG still make the results happen.
This is risky.
No, I still think they can do it here. They're just waiting for their cooldowns to come back up to finish this off. Sasa and Smooth can easily turn the tides if they have to, but most importantly, they can't let MAB Esports steal it away. With the Lord slain, 45k in the bank, Team SMG have set themselves up for a victory push.
Oh, what a good zoning tactic coming from SMG. Sending your two highest HP in the front lines to scout and try and be a body blocker. And I did not expect it, but at the same time, MPL Esports, they're just too afraid considering that they've just lost the numbers game.
Well, I mean, numbers game in terms of the kill count, sure, but MAB Esports had a lot of neutral objectives under their control. Like, they had 3 turrets, 2 turtles at that point of time, and now Team SMG, they're just more aware of their power spikes and how their composition generally works.
Agreed. Meanwhile, no buffs once again for Olive means that MAB Esports is going to be starved out of it again. SMG going to be trying to make an attempt as well, as the Lord is going to be pushing up top as well. Black Dragon comes in to try and slow things down, as the rest of SMG is going to be focused on the inhibitor. Likewise, coming from Subway on the bottom side. MAB doing absolutely nothing about this yet. They're waiting for the right moment to strike, but is it worth it? They've just lost everything. X-Slash taking too much damage. The Lord still relatively healthy. Stormy keeping up with the pressure, but SMG not making any sort of risky moves yet. But as soon as I say that, here it comes. Here comes the flag. The Real Manipulation tries to stop them Prague, but SMG just completely shuts them all out. There's nothing MAB Esports can do about this.
Sasa playing that perfectly, baiting them out with a feathered airstrike, but now Smooth still alive. Manages to get on out, and X-Slash is doing his best with Zach QT going up against Zyme Senpai. Sasa ends up dying at the end of the day. Well played, but Zach QT, he ends up dying. X-Slash holds strong. It's going to be 2 for 1. X-Slash is able to save this game for MAB Esports and buy them an extra 3 minutes.
Oh, but look at this. The minutes are just a little bit too much. X-Slash is trying his best, but like you said as well, they will somehow survive. So this is a big clutch coming from X-Slash, and on top of it all, he's got his immortality. So he's going to be one of the most crucial hero and person for the side of MAB Esports if they want to make this comeback.
Oh, the high ground defense coming out of X-Slash here, taking out Sasa with the help of Zach QT, who sacrificed his life for him, and it was all worth the investment. Now, MAB Esports, they should be back in this game. That defense is going to allow them to allow their cores to get their situational items, and especially for the supports to get all of their core items. Team SMG now have a game on their hands.
Yep, it's all up to X-Slash as well, considering that he is going to be level 15. I don't know, man. Like, his emblem, is it going to be enough for him? His full item slotted as well. He's got a little bit more magical defense. But is it going to be enough to break through the defense from SMG, if you think about it? Because he's the only physical damage coming from MAB Esports.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out a way what else they could do to really start shredding them through, but I guess magic damage still is rather reliable. When it comes down to magic penetration compared to like armor penetration, there's just so much you can, so much more that you can do with magic penetration, mainly because there's not a lot of magic defense items that actually give you a lot of relevant stats.
True. But I'm not gonna lie, Twilight Armor is kind of annoying, but looks like they are gonna try and force the issue. Lord is down to half HP. Black Dragon has been expanded for SMG, try to slow things down. Can he get the Petrify? He's looking for the back lines, but X-Slash is not there. But here comes from side Subway, taking a little bit too much damage. He might actually pay the price. He almost got X-Slash, but this is gonna be the big mistake from SMG. Winter trunking from Sasa is not gonna keep him alive. SMG, they've overcommitted. They're gonna have to make a run for it. The damage coming in is just too much. And here comes the render coming in, and Smooth is going to be the next to fall. Double kill for X/, and this is MAB Esports coming on top on the fight. However, they have to fall back as the minions are pushing in.
Yep, they just need one person to kind of hold back the minions while the rest will sit on top of this Lord. That's going to be a Luminous Lord being obtained by MAB Esports. No contestants there from Team SMG.
Oh, this is huge coming from MLBB Esports. The snipes comes in but does not succeed as MLBB Esports is going to try to make the miracle run. They finally taken back the lead of the economy, but the minions are just too far pushed into the base to actually capitalize on the situation. However, with the help of the Lord, it is going to get a little bit better. SMG, how are they going to set things up? We do see Zyme Senpai kind of lurking in towards enemy territory to try to get a potential snipe. However, looks like he doesn't really want to risk it.
I think I don't know. I feel like Team SMG has mainly underestimated, thinking that they had already won the game once they had cracked open the inhibitors and walked in towards that crystal side. It wasn't expecting X/ to clutch it out. But now, with this Luminous Lord, Team SMG has to play and rethink the strategy. They need to go back to the basics here. X/ needs to go. They need to get rid and stop Zach QT as soon as he drops down the real-world manipulation.
Agreed. This is going to be a tough battle for SMG. We've got at least 4 immortalities coming from MLB Esports, whereas SMG, they've only got Sasa and Stormy. So that is going to be a huge factor when it comes to this team fight. So how long can they stall? I'm not exactly sure, but MLB Esports, they're going to be knocking towards the base of SMG. Here comes the feathered airstrike to try to slow things down on the Lord, but the Lord will take down an inhibitor. So that's going to be payback coming from MLB Esports.
Oh, SMG, they sacrificed 2 inhibitor tyrants here, and I don't think mid inhibitor will fall, but the next set of minions are going to be crashing in, and maybe this could be it. Ren, he's going to be absorbing the damage as much as he can. They bring it down to 50% HP and also crack open mid inhibitor, so no more structures left except for the crystals on either side, but MAB Esports refuse to pull the trigger. They don't see the conditions just yet, but Zyme Senpai potentially finds a pick onto Ren's side, forces him to use his Purify, gets saved by Sasa with the feathered airstrike, and now Smooth gets hit by... Oh no, the Holy Baptist is turning things around with a real-world manipulation to follow up. Smooth tries to go into the middle of that fight. The Petrify doesn't connect on anybody, and no Black Dragon form coming up in time. 4v5 in favor of MAB Esports as they're looking to get inside the crystal, and we see Aleph, he gets on top of Subway, but not enough damage for now.
Oh, the sustains are just too strong. MAB, they want to turn the tides. They are getting slowly healed up by Nova as well. SMG, they've got to make a move, but they're getting desperate. However, they're playing a little bit slow. Here comes a big fat airstrike, but MAB, they are going to back out once again. So a close call coming from SMG, but it's not over yet. The pressure is still on. Smooth is going to be down with 20 seconds left before he comes back online. SMG, they're trying to stall for him as of yet, but here comes a big clutch coming in. Subway tries to make a 10, but MAB tries to slow things down. Red taking a little bit too much damage, but they still have the immortality. They need to stall for 10 more seconds. SMG, Smooth is going to be back in 8 seconds, and MAB is on full retreat. They know the game plan, and they're respecting this. They're backing out for the Lord.
Yep, same thing. MAB Esports, they don't lose any of their members on that push, but they've evened out the structural score. With that, Team SMG now really kicking themselves in the shin, thinking, man, this game could have been over. Unfortunately, it's dragged out to this point. It's going to come down to this 50-50 on the Lord. Let's see what the Team SMG is going to walk up to contest them.
The only way SMG makes a comeback is they take down X/ not once, but twice with their immortality. However, MAB, this time, they are going to be the ones to start the bait the Lord as well. Zyme Senpai does have the cake. The Purify has been expended from Red. He might actually get bursted down. The damage is coming in, but he's slowly going to try and slow things down for SMG. Subway taking a bit too much damage. He's going to be on full retreat as Alif gives chase. So SMG, full retreat, has to go for the reset. But the Lord is still going to be the priority from MAB Esports, so they are respecting this for now.
Oh, now they're sitting on top of Lord as SMG crowd around it up on towards the north side of the map. Maybe they can get in, but it's a little tough. Smooth is going to try and initiate to stop them and slow them down. Zyme Senpai actually finds a kick on towards Aleph, the perfect target. Real one manipulation comes out, but Smooth stops it. Holy Baptism is going to slow them down, but the feathered airstrike is already out. Aleph is gone. Winter Truncheon won't protect you now as Sasa gets out of the fight from Ren. And Zyme Senpai, he's in a lot of trouble here, but the rest of his team has got his back. a good defense on the Lord for the side of Team SMG.
Oh my goodness. It took almost impossible to take down Aleph, but SMG took almost everything to defense with that. And fortunately for them, they were able to get the Lord reset on top of it all. But still, once again, as long as Aslash is alive, it is going to be extremely difficult to win this fight. SMG, they got a big target. They were able to chunk down Aleph as well as the Immortality. That gives them an upper hand. However, they need to get more out of this. And this time, SMG, they are going to try to force them out of position to catch X/Alfguard.
All right, here we go. SMG is going to initiate first on towards Lord's side. They don't have any pushing waves.
ZaQT.
ZaQT is already coming in. Sasa tries to capitalize on him, but his rage is already out. They've already found ZaQT, and Aleph is not even spawned up just yet. Ren, he gets on out of there. Oh, it's going to go to Team SMG with the Lord as they push through Immortality, and MAB has lost it. Lord, and as well as 2 members as Aleph comes out of spawn.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for MAB Esports. They tried to make the play, but X/Lash wasn't even anywhere near that fight. He was just so afraid of losing at his life, and that's what cost him the fight because he did absolutely nothing, and they sacrificed ZaQT just because of the catch coming from Zion Senpoi. That is so unfortunate for MAB Esports.
It really is, but with 20 more seconds and with Lord-empowered minions coming through, Team SMG, this is their final push to put the final nail in the coffin of game number 1.
Hopefully it's going to be ever, but here comes the kick coming from Aleph. They are going to slowly chunk him down again. Another Winter Trunking coming in place by Aleph. He might actually pay to his price. Yes, it is going to be hit down for the count. Likewise for the S-Slash, and that is going to be game as SMG takes game 1 in a very, very long convincing victory of 24 minutes.
GG, well played for Team SMG. Not as clean as they want it to be, but hey, the idea was there. They executed well on fights, and Smooth literally saving the game by taking control over the Lord.
Oh, you can see the sigh of relief coming from Zion Senpoi. It was like, oh, thank God, we won. However, on Sasa's face, he doesn't seem very impressed. Maybe the game's not over yet. He's keeping his cool, calm composure. But all in all, SMG took the cake. And that is going to be in some ways pretty decent debut here as his jungler role coming from SMG.
Yep. Oh my goodness. I think Sasa can understand that his team didn't exactly play as clean as it could be. They were sticking to the plan. They had some solid ideas, but they didn't have that early game control that they were looking for. And more importantly, even though they were playing a passive game in the early game, which is, arguably it could be a strategic move. Arguably, it could be just failed early game plays. But at the end of the day, they made the one big play, and they couldn't close out the game. That's got to be a little frustrating.
Yeah, that was very, very unfortunate as well. But one thing I really liked is that I'm surprised MAB Esports does not look as afraid as they were during the first day of this coming weekend. They look a little bit better. Still a little bit slow. Maybe it could be an early morning, etc. But they look ready to go, and hopefully I'm looking forward to see a pretty decent game 2 coming from them.
Yeah, I'm also hoping to see a pretty decent game 2 coming in from MAB Esports as well. Maybe the draft could be changed up a little bit here and there. However, Aleph on this Karina didn't look so bad in the earlier stages of the game. They translated some kills to, at the very least, get these neutral objectives. But you could see in terms of gold, every single time a play was being made for the side of MAB, Team SMG was able to kind of even the score out, either by getting equalizing kills or just punishing the jungle economy.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And interesting, before we get a little bit more details of the drops here, let's take a look at the itemizations real quick before we talk about what things were going out as well. First things first, the items here, nothing out of the ordinary, but for X/Slash condition, the Rose Gold Meteor as a purchase and selling off shoes for that Immortality just to deal with the magical burst coming from both the Kimi as well as the Sasa. Thought on this?
I am personally not the biggest fan in the world of the Rose Gold Meter, but the fact is X/Slash is one of the few members who can actually scale decently well against Team SMG's lineup, and he needs the extra bit of damage, but he cannot afford to be like, oh, I can go for a Brute Force Breastplate or something like that. He still needs damage on each one of his items to highly utilize it, so I can understand why he goes for the Rose Gold Meteor to protect himself from the initial burst from Sasa. Is it enough though? Definitely not. But when it comes down to clutching situations and dishing out damage, that's when you really feel it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how much damage was actually dealt as well. Because if you think about it, MAB Esports, the only highest kill volume here was coming in from X Slash. Karina 473, but he's also a tank. So technically, they don't exactly have a lot of damage besides coming from magical output. But X Slash, I really like his decision making, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to deal with SMG. Because if you think about it, we do tend to see this sniper a lot more as a poking mechanics. However, you will lose out a lot of AoE damage. And for him to actually focus on the rockets as well as the SMG, just to make sure that he deals enough physical damage for his comrades to actually do damage, is smart. But like I said, just not consistent enough in fighting against SMG, who has way much more consistency overall in general if you think about the drafts.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Team SMG kind of like plays their cards right in terms of team fights and how they kind of maneuver around Egg Slash, eventually he's going to run out of resources, and that's when you can really start punishing. But let's look at the MVP of this game. The most valuable player coming from Team SMG is going to be Subway on his first debut game, 7-2 and 10. He's got the mechanics for sure, and playing alongside his team, it feels like he's got very comfortable with Team SMG.
You know, his first debut coming in from SMG. On top of all, he is the MVP. So, I don't know. Is this a good sign for him? Could he be the rookie of the season? Is that showing? Is that going to be in your mind right now, or is not? You're not convinced yet?
I'm not entirely convinced yet. He did get access to Lancelot. A lot of Malaysian junglers love to play Lancelot in general. Same goes for Fanny. So I'm not too surprised that he's capable of playing it. It's about the decision making and more so the overall mechanics. I want to see somebody who goes above and beyond if you want to earn that Rookie of the Season.
Okay, I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be happening here. But so far, he has kind of fit the mojo for SMG. It's a little bit rough around the edges, but with time and also training, he is going to get eventually better. Hopefully, Game 2 is going to be his second proving ground. If they get a clean 2-0, SMG, they're got to be very happy about this.
Absolutely. And I think, Team SMG has set their standard much higher. They're starting, hey, this is not enough. We have been to M3. We didn't have exactly the best performance in the world, so we must trust the process of working on every single detail, early, mid, and late. And that's why Sasa, you don't see a smile on his face. He knows the team can be better.
I definitely agree. He's the coolest, calmest person I've ever known. He is the definition of an idol. I'm not gonna lie. The cool guy is like, hey, I'm just the cool dude, man.
There's always got to be a cool dude, right?
Yeah.
I mean, let's look at these highlights here brought to you by Samsung Galaxy's A series. And if we're talking about cool overall, the fact is that Team SMG, whenever they're setting up for these dives, you can definitely see the right idea coming on through. Whether or not it actually works out the way they think it does is a completely separate story. Like Zain Senpai, he's already tanking up the damage here, but the rest of his teammates are kind of unsure whether or not to commit to it. I'm not sure whether it's due to communication, but that's where you can see the chinks in the armor for Team SMG.
I feel like Smooth has been doing really, really well in terms of his Black Dragon utilization as well. His timing has been really, really smart one. And multiple times, as long as he's targeting the right target, in this case, that person is going to be X Slash, they kind of win the fight. But as soon as Smooth cannot find X Slash, that is where MAB Esports kind of, I would say, shine a light, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I do feel like the team kind of plays 4-1. Smooth kind of does his own thing until he can finally join these bigger team fights. But overall, the improvement from the previous seasons where he was lacking, he's become way more consistent. He gets the job done every single time. Like in a lot of these fights, the fact whenever ZachQT is able to get the real world manipulation off, it's so difficult. But when Smooth is there, he does get on top of Avid. Look right here, boom! He jumps right onto ZachQT to cancel out the real world manipulation to turn the tides of the fight.
This was a big setup for him as well, because initially I thought it was like, hey, he's gonna dive on the Alif. He got the dive, but as soon as he saw X Slash as well as ZachQT, he understands that, hey, I need to stop these guys from doing damage, and he did exactly that to make sure Alif was taken down for his team. So that was a big micro play coming from him, but I definitely agree. Over time, he has improved significantly, and I'm not gonna lie, I used to not really like Smooth playing because he's like a one-trick pony. Like, hey, I can only play this, I can only play this and this. Like,
but I thought Uranus. I mean, I thought Uranus was like your favorite character. Of all time.
But see, that's the thing. Even though it's my favorite thing, but I don't like it for a fact that he can only play Alice and Uranus at that time. But now he's shown that he can play Parades, he can play Yujong. I feel like overall his hero pool has kind of expanded way much more. So not gonna lie, I'm pretty happy about it.
Yeah, I'm happy that he's growing as a player. Now he's working on the things that he lacks in, where he's like, yeah, I can play tanks, I know how to control a lane, but he wants to press that advantage during team fights. He wants to be able to not only set up a play, but also be the playmaker for the team, which I think is a good direction for him to grow in.
Correctional facility, huh?
Yeah, it's like...
Dude, he was there, okay? He was the lord of MPL for X amount of time, okay?
For X
he
amount
got
of
out of it.
He has dropped down that mantle. But with that being said, congratulations to you guys at home, and thank you to everybody watching the English broadcast, working together with the BM broadcast to hit that 500 share milestones. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Claim the code down below, screenshot it, and send it to your friends if you absolutely have to. But most importantly, keep hitting those shares. We still have 2 more to go, 800 and as well as 1,000.
Yes, definitely as well. Be sure to redeem this code right now before it's gone. And of course, with your help, we will be able to give even more. But thank you so much for tuning in to the English broadcast as well as potentially the BM broadcast for MPL MY Season 9. Obviously, you guys are watching English, right? English over BM, no?
I don't know. I see a lot of comments sometimes which
right.
make me, which I don't know if it's troll, but it definitely makes me laugh. They're like, hey, how come these guys are not speaking Malay on the English broadcast? And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe you haven't tried some Nescafe here. If you celebrate with them and check out the QR code down below, you can earn yourself some sweet discounts to get some of your favorite flavors, especially since that you guys are hitting these share milestones again and again and again. The lucky draw only happens right at the end, so if you need to stay caffeinated, Nescafe has got you covered.
Exactly. You can also get 30% minimum off when you use the promo code NESMPL30 on the Shopee app. So be sure to get yourself some sweet deals with Nescafe. But nevertheless, I want to talk about what we are going to be expecting from MAB Esports. Could this be a potential reverse 2-0 sweep so far? And if you think about it, all their games this past few days has been 2-1s.
That is true. I don't know. I don't think MAB is in the level of polish to the point where they can actually get to that level of getting 2 O's cleanly. But if you look at the recap here, this is what I'm talking about. X/, he is getting some insane numbers and the same as ZagQT. They're consistent when it comes down to damage. But playmaking capabilities, right? We need Nova on something that is able to kind of help the rest of the team. He is a big playmaker for the team. Same goes for Ren. They kind of do this job where they sandbag the enemy and hope that something good comes out of it. And I don't think that's enough for MAB. And I feel like, the stage fright is definitely there. They're scared and hesitant to make these plays. They only want to play very traditional textbook style of dives and as well as initiations on fights.
I want to talk a little bit about the damage output coming from SMG. Arguably, SMG does do a little bit more coming from MAB, but it also shows you that game 1 wasn't exactly too one-sided to a certain degree as well, if you think about it, because SMG had so much problems just to deal with the tankiness coming from MAB and the sustains coming in from Nova, if you think about it. So, would you say that the Enchanter style support is still relevant despite the nerfs onto a Favor?
Yeah, I think it's always relevant. The fact that Favor has been nerfed a little bit, I think it's good that it's been nerfed. You're not getting ridiculous, like, oh, you're 50% HP, how about you be 100 HP? How about 100%? That on a Matilda, Matilda can do that as well. But now the fact that they've kind of reduced it, it takes a little bit more to get back up to full, which I think is fine. I think it's a good change.
I'm really surprised that Estes is just not picked or banned, considering that in the pub games it's like first ban material regardless, even though it has been nerfed for Favor.
Because it's boring! And you know how MPL Malaysia likes to play? We like to keep it entertaining. We want to have a little bit of danger.
So what's an entertaining danger hero for you?
An entertaining danger hero for me in terms of supports?
Anything.
In terms of supports, I kind of like watching Lolita because it's like a hit or miss when it comes down to the Numenon Blast. Most of the time, most of the time it can be like, it's kind of tough to pull off, but I personally like it. Selena as well, also a lot of fun to watch. Now let's jump into the draft and see how they're going to play this out.
As long as you hit your shots, right?
Well, I mean, that can be said for a lot of things, right? I mean, as long as you hit your shots, right? Same goes for every skill shot in the game.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be second game. Apologize for the wait, but yeah, as of that, we are going to be jumping straight into the drafts. Hopefully, MAB is going to bounce back. But SMG this time on the first pick, they are going to be banning off Phoveus as their first pick. Likewise, coming from MAB, Valentina is going to be out of the picture. However, Is it going to be Fanny again? Pretty sure it's going to be a no-brainer for Fanny, right?
I suppose. But I really think that MAB, they're probably going to be banning it out, all of it on their side. And the fact is, MAB won the coin toss, but they still decided to be on the blue side. They had a pretty decent draft for it as well. I just think that the Fanny is just such a huge hindrance. They could have taken so much more advantage on the blue side if that Fanny wasn't such a factor.
Ooh, I like this idea coming from SMG. Like, they just don't want to take the risk that maybe Nova might be playing the Matilda or even going for like a Lancelot again, which is something that really synergizes really well if Alif goes for the Lancelot. But at the same time, you know, does SMG want him to play on the Rafaela again? Knowing that if Nova decides to go for Edith or maybe something more aggressive, which is something that SMG kind of likes punishing over aggressors.
Okay, I think first of all, it depends on what mage we are going to see ZachQT play, right?
Oh, yeah.
And if it's going to be a scaling mage and X-Slash gets something that can scale and not just be oppressive in lane, that's when I think the Enchanter style supports are going to come out. Now, SMG, they ban out the Matilda as well as the Selena, get rid of the Phoveus on top of everything else. MAB, I'm pretty sure they're going to be banning out Lancelot this time.
They should, you know, Subway did pretty well. I think they kind of banned the Hayabusa and they denied the pick away from MAB coming from SMG. First pick is in up for grabs, but MAB, do they still want to take the P-Tricks or do they want to risk it again? Because knowing SMG, they did kind of prioritize first picking the Lancelot, if I'm not mistaken. Was it? But Glue is up for grabs. But looks like, okay, never mind. It's gone.
Yep, they're going to ban out Glue instead here. And I think, you know, I guess SMG, they didn't, I mean, for Team MAB, they didn't first pick the Lancelot. They highly prioritized picking up the Yve for ZachQT, which I don't think is a bad idea. It's just kind of interesting, the fact that they're prioritizing so much for ZachQT, which begs the question about his hero pool. SMG, they're going to be instantly locking in the Lilia straight away, and I think MAB at this point of time most likely going to go for the Yve again, arguably even Sicilian for ZachQT, and maybe a flex support. Oh, use instead.
Yeah, I like it. Considering how annoying Smooth was in the previous game, that was a good pickup coming from MAB. But Yve, of course, comfort picks coming from ZachQT again. But this time SMG, they are a little bit smart now. Lilia was kind of banned off its second phase in the first game, denying Zyme Senpoi or even Stormy to be playing that. But I don't know, I kind of miss Zyme Senpoi playing mage, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I do too, but I think, you know, Stormy at this point in time is not doing too bad of a job, right? He may not be as flashy, but, you know, he's following in the footsteps of the man who wasn't exactly the flashiest player in the world until, you know, recently in his career, where you're seeing the biggest turnarounds with the Kaguras in Season 8. So, you know what? Give respect where respect is due. SMG, oh man. Raffin as well as Lancelot. We're saying oh no, not because it's a bad pick, but it's generally boring, and it's an Enchanter style support.
I gotta disagree with you, Derek. I'm knowing because MAB is not gonna be able to pick his Rafaela for Nova.
Well, I don't think he really cares at this point, because like at this point, the fact that they are respecting Smooth on this Yuzong and taking away the counter pick, it does mean that X-Slash is going to play something a little bit more interesting, which is going to be the Claude. Is that a good pick or not? I think it's okay for the third pick in the first phase, because now they can focus on gold laners to shut down Sasa, get rid of his really oppressing style of heroes. Yep, get rid of the Beatrix. I wouldn't mind seeing them getting rid of
Popo, Koopa, Brody.
I don't think they want to get rid of Popo and Koopa. I'm leaning more towards the Clint, because Sasa has shown Clint a lot more.
Agreed. I think Clint should be taken out in that regards. But that's the thing, right? Sasa did play Yishin Sin before as well in the jungle role.
Well, yeah, but Yishin Sin can't oppress Claude in lane, so...
Okay, fair enough.
It's kind of whatever to me. I think as long as X-Slash can farm and can kind of like sit under tower and not have to worry about getting dove constantly, that's totally fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think I can see where you're coming from. But SMG, they're going to be betting on Aulus once again. Again, Alif being targeted for a second time. Game 1 wasn't enough, but Game 2, they are going to put him at a very tough spot once again. So 2 of the comfort picks coming from MBB is taken out from Alif. So is he going to pick the Karina again? Or, I don't know, is SMG going to say, hey, Alif, I've seen your Karina. You know what? I'm just going to take out another of your hero. Can you play something else?
Well,
Wait, Hayabusa is in the pool as well. Oh no.
yeah, Hayabusa's in the pool, so I think for Olive it's not too bad. But then again, SMG is prepared for this. The fact that they chose the Lilia is the usual matchup against these types of assassin quote unquote supports, and the fact that they've already showed Eve, it's like, oh, you're not picking Kadita, I'm not gonna get one shot, so that's fine. Now Brody gets banned out, which I think is kind of like, okay, fine. Team SMG is like, all right, I guess you don't want Hayabusa, let's get rid of it, because what else is there to ban at this point in time? And if MAB decide to get Karina, that's also fine as well. So take Karina, we're like whatever about it. We have plenty of heroes that can actually bail them out of these situations if it comes down to it.
Yep, and as of now, so considering Karina again coming from MAB Esports, and this is, I don't know, if any team is watching our English stream here, I feel kind of bad that I'm kind of predicting what Alif's hero pool is right now. And so far he's shown his Olaf, he's shown his Lancelot, now it's just Karina. And if other teams kind of put him into a medal, I'm a little bit worried for Alif in this situation.
No, I don't think. I think it's totally fine here because again, jungle is in a place where it's either you have the mechanics to play certain types of heroes to be feared, or you generally know how to play all of them. So I think Olive is in a position where he's comfortable playing all of them. He's not particularly like outstanding with any single one of them at this point of time. But there we go. Popo and Kupal gonna get locked in for the side of Team SMG as well as Uranus. And this is what I was concerned about, right? It's all about X Slash at this point of time. They're their main win condition on top of the fact that they have got strong wombo combos here. So they got rid of the Brody, they got rid of the Beatrix as well. Personally, I would have preferred just getting rid of the more oppressive style of heroes, the Clint, and also the Clint as well as the Popo and Koopa. Maybe pick up the Beatrix for themselves, but I think MAB X-Clash especially needs to feel comfortable.
Yeah, I see where you're going, but as of now, what is Nova going to be playing from MAB? Is it going to be the Edith? Yep, it is going to be the Edith tank coming from Nova X Go Bar. SMG, they pretty much have a very sustainable draft, but in terms of burst potential, I feel like they can catch one or two heroes, but in a full-on team fight, it's going to be up to Sasa to be dishing out most of the damage as compared to MAB. They've got a pretty scary AoE crowd control team fight.
Yeah, I mean, the crowd control at MAB is kind of nuts here to protect X Slash and ZaQT at the end of the day. Well, let's just see whether Sasa is able to dominate his lane so hard that he forces this Edith to rotate down bot side. And I think it's genius the fact that they took away the Raph as well to make sure that MAB can't just babysit him.
Yep, definitely agree. But ladies and gentlemen, we are heading in towards the land of dawn. Focus is going to be the key component coming from SFG as coming in from the markers on their hands. Will they be able to do so with this current roster? Subway, for the second time ever in MPL, currently with his Lancelot, can he keep up with momentum? However, MAB, known for their aggressive, annoying wombo combo strategies, is it going to be enough for SMG to take the clean 2-0? Or will MAB reverse sweep this game? Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching game number 2 in the third game, and however, we are going to be jumping into a slight technical pause.
Yep, we got to take a technical pause here. Unfortunately, it happens every single time, but we have to maintain integrity, making sure that all these players are playing at the top of their game and not having any issues. And I think that's the most important part. Now, unfortunately, it does mean that they have to be patient as well as you guys at home, but this gives us a little bit more time to kind of really think about their drafts overall, right? Because I believe in the ideology that the meta is about the early to mid stages of the game. If you have control and priority over lane, you can set up the plays first, you can rotate first, you can do everything first.
I like how the emotions coming from Smooth, like, hey, trust me, I got your back, but he's playing one of the most, I don't know, your least favorite hero, but at the same time, if you think about it, they've got a draft where they've got a lot of wombo combo where they need to avoid coming from MAB. Can they, kind of steamroll their way through? And I feel like this is going to be a tough situation considering that if you think about it, Suhas Esports were put in a very similar position against MAB Esports on day number 1 in the second week.
Okay.
And they kind of overestimated their capabilities, and MAB kind of just steamrolled against them. So, do you think SMG currently is going to be in that situation, or they have a very clear objective of what they need to do?
I think for Team SMG, they have a very clear objective of what they want to do. I think they're playing a composition that's heavily dependent on the gold lane and how hard you can win the gold lane. And if he needs help, he should be winning the lane already. And if they throw any other ingredients into the mix, it's just going to make it better for them to crack open the first turret very early on down on the gold side. So That's what I'm expecting to see here from the side of Team SMG. Gold lane's going to be on top side, EXP on the bottom side. I don't expect anything to really happen on bottom side, and I'm hoping that Ren can hold out on his own because Smooth is very familiar with this matchup.
I guess, if you put it that way. However, ladies and gentlemen, here you guys are watching game number 2. We're going to be jumping into game once again. Sasa this time, he's going to be a little bit aggressive. He's going to be forced to use the flicker rather early. And that's not a good sign considering that he may or may not be dived anytime when Alif having a jungle emblem on top of it all.
No, I think it's fine because it takes only 105 seconds. Flickering at level 1 means that by the time you hit level 3 or level 4, you're going to be fine. But that's the thing, right? Nova knows for a fact that Popo and Koopa basically wins this lane against X-Slash playing this Claude. And there's nothing that X-Slash can do about it without some outside influence. And that's when Nova comes in and says, hey, I got to make as much impact as possible. Now, Sasa doesn't have the flicker, so he doesn't have a lot of kill pressure if X-Slash is in trouble. But he can control Zyme Senpai in lane. This could be potentially first blood. Oh! He manages to survive with a holy healing and a quick flicker.
Oh, that amount of damage, the combo was chained perfectly. However, Alif a little bit slow for the approach. If he was there a little bit earlier, things would have been a little bit different. However, here comes the play coming from Team SMG. They are cutting the lanes, but Smooth says, you know what? They are going to take the jungles away from MAB Esports. Okay, I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. They want to go immediate vertical jungling at this point in time as they're prioritizing to get this turtle early on for the team and let the first items come by for the gold laners before anything really happens. Now, it's going to be a 4v4. Nova X Kobar doesn't exactly hit the Earth Shadow on Zyme Senpai, but here comes the real world manipulation as Ren is going to jump deep into the enemy line. Zach QT gets the damage down, and it should be Zyme Senpai who falls down first. Earth Shadow connects onto Stormy in a very clean engagement from the side of MAB. Team SMG takes the full brunt of damage.
Oh, such an unfortunate play coming from Team SMG, knowing that they just don't have the AoEs. MAB Esports just completely steamrolled them out of that situation. Sasa was nowhere near to be there, but it does give him a little bit space of farm, but MAB just not giving him too much of that space as well.
Personally, this just shows the impact of Edith pre-level 4 compared to someone like Zyme Senpai on this Raphaelia. He doesn't have the Holy Baptism to really stop these engagements just yet, but after level 4, Team SMG should be okay.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be A-okay. MAB continues with the pressure. They are clearing waves very quickly. Nova almost getting catched off, but he's going to be able to flicker out of that situation. SMG, they do have the stuns coming from Sasa, but that's about it. There's no other follow-ups. There's no other chain stuns. And if you think about it, the only 2 stuns coming from SMG is pretty much the Popo and Koopa and the Raphaelia Holy Baptism. Which is kind of unfortunate.
I think it's fine at this point of time. Like, you're really just trying to stop the assassins from moving forward with the help of Popo and Koopa. Alif is not exactly going to get on top. He's not going to die once he gets to his full items, but at the very least, he's slowed down from getting one-shotting important targets like Stormy or arguably even Zyme Senpai if they need the Holy Baptism to come through. Now, again, gold lane getting contested once more.
Oh, Alif tries to go to return. Stormy just can't finish him off. He gets caught out by Nova, and he's going to be burned out to death, and that is going to be MLBB getting another kill. However, while that's going to be happening as well, Subway is going to be joining the fight. He tries to go for a dab onto the Zap QP, and they do have the damage. The dog and also Subway will kill him off. That's going to be SMG finally getting some sort of space. However, while in the midst of all this confusion, you know what Smooth was doing?
What?
Being the annoying Uranus he is, he's just constantly applying pressure on the bottom lane.
Yep, he controls the lane really, really well, and Ren unfortunately can't do much because of the matchup, but well played. I gotta commend him. Subway played that perfectly, using the puncture to get close and also the Thorn Rose to dodge the Earth Shatter, which I don't think would have hit him anyways. He could have just gone for the second puncture to go through, but just in case, just to be safe, he uses the Thorn Rose, gets the kill. Delicious mechanics.
Oh, looks like there is going to be a lane swap coming from MAB, and as soon as that happens, Ren gets immediately dive, and that's exactly what SMG wants. They immediately chunk him down. Smooth is still surviving it all as well. He's going to be able to escape this. Alif is there. He's going to be burned down, but unfortunately, not going to be able to survive a little too much. But MAB, they will get a cancellation, the side lane for a side lane. So it's not that bad. But overall, in general, I feel like SMG is just getting a little bit more out of it just because Sasa is still not dead.
More like, why did they bother to go with the lane swap in the first place?
Agreed.
And just like, I'm sick of this lane. I'd rather be oppressed by Popo and Koopa rather than Uranus. Like, if I had to choose one, give me the kid and the dog.
You can beat up a kid and a dog.
I'll beat the kid and the dog. I just don't want to beat Uranus. Like, come on, man. Give me one of them. I don't care.
Well, bad mistake apparently. That is a huge mistake. This time he's going to be back in action. This time he's going back down to the bottom lane instead. However, Sasa is also in the bottom. What? The top side, ZQT, he's going to get dived on. Real Malaysia comes in, but Subway immediately takes him down. Here comes the Black Dragon, trying to stop things down. Can he survive? No, he cannot. He will eventually fall down, but Nova is getting slowly chunked away. Ren is going to be joining the party as well. Stormy makes a run for it. Sasa is still alive. He's chunking down a serious amount of damage. His move is going to try his best to slow things down, but MAB, they're not letting him off the hook yet. They're both extremely tanky. Two wet noodles fighting against each other, and Smooth just says, it's okay, I've got all the regeneration in the world.
Oh my goodness, this is a pretty...
Oh no, Sasa.
Sasa's okay. He's not going to get stunned. He doesn't, and you know, Ren doesn't have the Petrify, most importantly. If he had the Petrify, it's a different story, because then at least you can proc the shot residue. But with that being said, he just walks away from the situation. A 2-for-3 trade in favor of Team SMG. Honestly, nicely played from Subway. He really just got a free trade, and most importantly, he got the kill onto ZQT. So far, Smooth should be okay. X-Kobar, Nova, he's just going to dish out damage, but Smooth generally just does not care. He's playing Uranus, so he just used the Consecration and just walks away.
This is really, really smart coming from SMG. Instead of forcing a 5v5 fight, which is unwinnable for them, they just go for the split pressure, and because of this, NMB, they're torn apart between who do they focus, Uranus or Sasa in this regards, and guess what? They're focusing too much on Uranus, and because of this, they're just losing too much objectives.
Exactly. They're very confident they can keep killing this Uranus time and time again because of someone like Nova, who has multiple ways to actually lock him down and force out the Purify as well as the Consecration. But I think at this point of time, it's a bit of a waste. Smooth, he's going to get chunked out because of the Demon Hunter Sword from X-Slash, but at the end of the day, it's like, what are you going to do? You're just going to keep auto-attacking me? Do you have Avarice? Oh, yes, you do. You probably maxed out on it by now. It's 7 minutes into the game.
You can even see Smooth, he's very happy about this. As soon as he sees 3 members from MLBB Esports, he's like, yes, come to me, I'm happy. Smooth, Sasa is not getting targeted, I'm doing my job really, really nice. And this is actually hurting MAB way much more. But as soon as I say this, SMG, they're setting up for an ambush, potentially if MAB decides to go for another attempt. I don't think they scout out this rotation, so this is going to be pretty toxic here. Ren, he's going to get dived on. Here comes the damage output. Black Dragon being forced out to disengage, and SMG, their full retreat. But guess what? The exit from behind, they're getting wrapped around as well. As X-Slash goes for the blazing duet move, getting chunked up pretty hard, but he still survives it all. He gets the kill, and he's going to back out. Meanwhile, Sasa gets dived on from Alif from the back lines as MAB Esports manages to take down the marksman. ZQT, however, gonna be in some trouble. It's knocks him out. Alif gonna be caught stranded out in the open, and that's gonna be SMG biting back with Subway's first appearance.
Wow, Subway outplayed that entirely after a very poor execution of a dive on the top side of the map. Subway saves the day in the upcoming return, a re-engagement from MAB Esports from the flank as well. That should have been a complete wipeout for Team SMG, but we have Subway baiting out the biggest spells in the world and absolutely outplaying them. Well done.
Agreed. Meanwhile, the orange bomb, oh my goodness, Smooth actually took it away from MAB Esports, and on top of it all, they get absolutely nothing. The Lord is up for grabs, and SMG is in prime condition to fight again. Nova, a little bit low in the HP, but MAB, how will they respond to this?
Well, they're probably going to contest it at this point in time. As you mentioned before, they know that they're pretty strong during these bigger team fights, but the more and more that you watch this, you realize that Team SMG actually has some pretty good win conditions in the team fight itself. Like Smooth may not necessarily feel like he does much, but the fact that his Ionic Edge really starts stacking up, once he's at max stacks, he can really start threatening the backline. For an example, ZQT, he can sit on top of him for a while. He can slow down X-Slash and force him to use his Battle Mirror image early on. Same goes for Alif. Even though the Shadow Dance does give him a little bit of quote-unquote movement speed, he gets slowed down by the Ionic Edge regardless of whether or not he can receive auto attacks.
Yeah, they don't exactly have quick damage coming from SMG to contest the Lord as well. They are trying to force reactions, but MAB, they're just playing slow. Smooth, gonna be applying the pressure, but little did they know, Subway is all the way in the top side, gonna be pushing up the lanes to try and force MAB to go up top. It seems like they are gonna respond. Immediately that happens, SMG, they're in position once again for the Lord takedown.
Yeah, you put it perfectly. Team SMG is baiting a reaction from MAB Esports because right now, MAB Esports are waiting for Team SMG to do literally anything, right? If they sit on top of these neutral objectives, that's where the real war manipulation will lie. Senpai, he flickers out of the way just in time, and Smooth looks to open up the map, but X-Slash, he's got a lot of damage. He pops the Consecration, but oh my goodness! X-Slash, he tries to turn it around, but Subway is able to take the Lord just in time. Real war manipulation is out uncontested as Stormy is able to get on out of there with the black shoes. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade, and oh my goodness, the information from Smooth really saved the day for Team SMG, who outplayed the situation with their battle spells still intact.
Oh, that was so unfortunate coming from MAB Esports. A big play coming from Stormy on top of it all as well. He was able to slow down the members coming from MAB Esports before they actually completely committed the Lord, and because of that, they had the initial slow buff going to the fight, and that pretty much cost them a lot of their fights. However, it's not over yet. Smooth continues to just dive their base, and he doesn't really care. He's super tanky. It's a Uranus, man.
Oh boy, he's just so tanky. He's so friggin' tanky. Well played Design Senpai there. Literally that holy baptism doing so much work, catching out the correct members, and more importantly, Nova X Kobar gets stopped in his own engagement. ZQT came up with his ult a little too late as he got chased around by Smooth, and now here we are, Team SMG knocking on the inhibitors of MAB Esports.
Agreed. Meanwhile, MAB, they need X-Slash's biggest blazing duet once again, but it's not happening. The inhibitors are getting taken down. Nova taking a little bit too much damage. Smooth wants to go in for the fight, but he is pretty tanky. Still, objective is going to be the key winning factor coming from SMG, and they are doing their best, and they're not overestimating themselves again. They're not going for this aggressive plays. They're just playing safe again. This is good coming from SMG.
Yep, good plays. And more importantly, they know for a fact that they didn't have Luminous Lord, so it's not going to be, it doesn't have the stats, it's not going to be super tanky or anything like that, so they can wait for the next Lord. Smooth playing for the information. Holy Baptism lands onto one on Olive. Olive trying to get on out of here. Immortality is going to get popped by Nova. Gets the initial knock one onto Subway. Subway could not get out as X-Slash and the help of his Black Dragon form Ren comes in to save the day, but they still end up dying as they jump too deep in the back line.
Oh no, ZQT is going to make a run for it. Pretty sure he's a downer as well. They don't even need Sasa for the kill. They're just going to try and delay his inevitable. Oh my goodness.
This is painful.
This is painful to watch. Oh, the
taunt. No.
Oh no.
Not like this.
They know. Oh no. SMG, they know ZQT. And the best part is they're stalling his death timer as well. This is happening, and ZQT just completely gives up. They know what SMG is doing. Oh, this is painful to watch.
Yeah, this is a PSA. Stop bullying. Because suicide is a real thing at this point. This is the perfect
we do
example.
not talk about that, man.
This is a perfect example. He got peer pressured into running under the turret to kill himself. That's how depressing the situation is. Remember, just PSA. Watch out. If there are bullies out there, tell them off. Get them off your back. Get some help.
Please. If your friends are having this issue, please contact them and talk to them.
Yeah, man. Get as many friends. Four other friends. Get some help. That is depressing. Goodness. But now Zyme Senpai now looking for the Holy Baptism to land onto Olive. Olive has to be extremely careful because he's been getting caught off too often by Team SMG. And more importantly, so Ren and X-Slash cannot jump into the back line, especially if Stormy still has the black shoes available. Stormy has been doing so much work for Team SMG.
Oh, here comes the pull. They catch Zyme Senpai, but they can't seem to chain down the follow stun. Ren goes in for the Black Dragon. They connect onto a Sasa, but looks like they will back off. They just don't have enough damage. No one will get caught.
Here we go!
But here comes the blazing duet. That is huge. They chunk them all down. They take Zyme Senpai, but it's not enough. Sasa still survives, but eventually gets dived on. But they've lost too much because why? They can't take down Stormy. They can't take down Subway. And Subway is looking for more. Alif will get completely outplayed. Double kill for Stormy and ZQT. Last man standing. And this is brutal to watch once again. This is not the first. This is the second time now. He's going to be dealt all by himself, but he goes for a flicker. But the crystal will be exposed, and SMG will clean out 2-0 against MAB.
What a great game coming out. The two new rookies coming in for Team SMG have shown us what they've got. Oh my goodness. If Stormy doesn't get MVP of this game, I don't know what to say. I'll be very upset.
I don't know. I'm super convinced it's either Stormy or Subway, but I feel like Subway played this really well. A fist bump with Zion Senpoi means he has earned his respect.
Yep, the hazing is done. He has earned his place from the team. Oh my goodness. What a play. GG, well played to Team SMG for a phenomenal 2-0 against MAB, showing us what they've got with their newer members of the roster. If you haven't seen them yet, Stormy and Subway is the name to remember. It's time to go listen to their comms. It's mic check with Team SMG.
Hati-hati. Diorang low. Aku pun low tau.
5 orang
Baik, jangan mati.
5 orang. Karina.
Tengok aku.
Ada ni. Dari ni. Ada.
Nice.
Nice. Okay, getting low Aku low tau.
Ada low tau. Fokus
getting,
Danny lu,
boleh. Region.
Nice.
Nice.
Tolong.
Tengok lip. Ambil depan lip. Kita menang lip. Don't tak ada damage lip. Santai. Nice.
Sini, Lip.
Nice Tommy. Dah. Ada lot. Nice. Ada lot. Nice. Janganlah bagi rata. Rata. Dah. Backup.
Tadi. Aduh, okey akan nak tu.
Aku kick.
Mati gua. Tak adalah akan ada fizikal.
Okey. Dalam tu weh.
Okey, tak sempat.
Getting nice.
Berapa?
Back.
Bupar.
Tak, sasaman. Alip.
Tengok. Sama mati.
Boleh asal.
Boleh rata ni.
Boleh Anish. Kasih tahu lah Anish, rata ni.
Fokus lah.
Jap.
Lot ada.
Tengok.
Kelak.
Aku stand. Double stun tu. Nice. Aku mati tak apa. Ratakan orang.
Jap. Mati.
Nice. Menang.
Nice.
Menang, getting.
Gila.
Lilia pula. Karina. Sorry.
Tengok tu, Cloud.
Aman.
Nice.
Aman.
Halo.
Kemenangan bersih 2-0 pasukan SMG berjaya menewaskan pasukan MAB Esports. Anda bersama saya Adin untuk sesi temu bual kita pada hari ini. Kita ada Sasa daripada pasukan SMG. First of all, Sasa, how do you feel about yourself and as well SMG punya overall performance for week number 2?
Overall, it's like okay lah. Now just win. Happy lah.
Happy. Obviously, it's gonna be happy,
because
right?
yesterday lose, right?
Yeah.
Gonna come back like that.
So
and
I think
today, like, happy.
very happy. But okay, going back to game number 1, it was a bit of 50-50 match. There was a mistake being made by SMG, but how do you guys overcome the mistake and manage to get a particular win?
That time actually supposedly just like kill first because the minion come out, right?
Yep.
But we communicate, have something problem like that. That's why after that we make the good decision a lot. Fight back.
Yeah, I think that was a very crucial mistake, but you guys managed to come back for the particular game. Okay, for the Subway, new player right now, how do you feel about his particular performance, being the rookie coming in? How do you feel about him, playing with him also right now?
He very good. He hero pull everything same like Lexia lah. Besides, they two also the best lah.
Okay, a bit of controversy. Lexia or Subway would you prefer right now?
Lexia or Subway?
Yeah.
Both lah. Cannot choose lah.
Okay, safe answer. I like it. Okay, so right now, is there anything you want to say to your particular fans, Sasa fans, as well as SMG fans, if you want to give to shout out to all of them right now?
Thank you for supporting us SMG, and keep support lah. Thank you.
Alright, Sasa, good luck for your next match and thank you very much, Sasa. Dan itulah dia perlawanan yang telah diakhirkan. Tahniah diucapkan kepada pasukan SMG. Untuk kita lihat post-match kita, apa kata kita pergi kepada Ja dan juga Lafel bersama Abang Lot. Itulah dia perlawanan yang cukup menarik. 2-0 bersama dengan saya Abeja dan kita sekarang berada di analis segmen. Kita ada Lafel. Sebelum kita mengulas lebih lanjut, kita tengok tadi first match tadi nampak macam seperti yang Adi cakap 50-50.
Ya betul.
Match kedua tadi nampak clean. Apa yang jadi sebenarnya? Saya tengok tadi
Dia kalau nak mudah, dia dua benda. Nombor satu, kita dah bawa pasal draft. Dia macam kereta je. Ada kereta manual, ada kereta auto. Dua-dua kereta boleh drive. Tapi auto lagi senang. Dekat sini macam draft MLBB macam pakai kereta manual, dia susah sikit nak execute dengan cantik. Dan nombor kedua adalah draft maker kurang damage.
nak berbanding dengan draft yang pertama tadi lah. Sebab kita tengok tadi kan dia macam tukar situ, tukar strategi.
Ya, betul.
Tapi mungkin sebab saya pun tak tengok tadi yang macam terkejut juga. Sebab kalau kita nak dibandingkan dengan last week punya performance, MAB betul-betul bagi kejutan untuk kita. Selain daripada draft, apa lagi yang mungkin Lafay boleh katakan tentang perlawanan tadi?
Sememangnya dia lebih kepada draft. Tapi kalau kita nak berbual selain daripada draft adalah mereka punya position untuk setiap player. Jadi dekat situ kita akan tengok kepada bahagian itemization dan sebenarnya Beja, kalau kita tengok item pun kita boleh tahu di mana mereka kekurangan damage. Untuk pasukan MAB Esports, kalau kita tengok Ren yang menggunakan Yuzong satu item damage saja, Nova Escobar langsung tak ada item damage, X-Slash selaku gold leader memang ada banyak item damage. Alif, mereka punya jungler yang di mana damage yang kedua pun buat item defend. Jadi seorang saja yang buat item damage. Kemudian Eve dekat situ walaupun dia adalah keluaran damage tapi disebabkan dia lebih fokus untuk slow, untuk cooldown. Macam mana sekalipun kalau kita tengok pasukan MLBB Sport, mereka tak ada damage dan kalau tak ada damage susahlah untuk mereka nak dapat apa-apa kill.
Baik, jadi seperti itulah sebab kalau tengok tadi. Tapi macam saya nak tanyakan macam Lancelot tadi kan. Sebab mereka dah tengok macam mana gameplay Lancelot untuk first game. Tapi game kedua masih lagi dilepas. Patut ke?
Saya rasa ini mungkin satu benda yang mereka dah berlatih lama sebab hero mereka pun bertukar sedikit. Jadi ini mungkin apa yang mereka dah berlatih selama seminggu. Macam mana Abang Lot tadi pun ada cerita, bila mereka berlatih untuk lawan dengan opponent yang mereka akan jumpa pada minggu ini. Jadi ini adalah strategi yang mereka dah bina untuk lawan SMG tapi nampak gayanya tidak berjaya.
Baik, jadi kita tengok tadi dari segi optimization, macam kita nak tanya juga macam Abang Lot, right? Macam mana Abang Lot? Secara pendapat peribadi Abang Lot, macam mana? Adakah Abang Lot berpuas hati dengan prestasi untuk pasukan MAB?
Ya, alhamdulillah masih lagi kita kata berpuas hati sebab selepas orang kata first round pusingan yang pertama untuk grup A ni kita mendapat 2 kemenangan dan juga 2 kekalahan dan 2 kekalahan kepada tim-tim yang lebih berpengalaman. So it's something that we have to learn more and train more, work hard, train hard lah selepas ni.
Ya, dan apa yang saya suka adalah walaupun technically kalah dekat sini tapi ada banyak benda yang boleh dibelajar. Sekarang kita akan tengok post game stats untuk tengok damage number daripada kedua-dua pasukan dekat sini. Dan kalau kita tengok, walaupun saya sendiri cakap damage tidak cukup, tetapi dari segi damage dealt, kedua-dua pasukan lebih daripada 20,000. Perbezaan 2,000 sahaja tim SMG 22,000 berbanding dengan MLB Sport 20,000. X-Slash keluarkan damage yang sangat besar, 64,000 damage. Tapi bila kita bandingkan pada pasukan SMG, Stormy 74,000 damage yang sangat besar dan Lilia adalah antara hero yang kita sering nampak di ban. Tapi buat masa ini, untuk game ini, SMG lawan MLB banyak kali lepaskan damage kepada tower untuk pasukan SMG jauh lebih tinggi. Dan macam mana sekalipun dekat dalam game ni, MLB Sport walaupun mereka kalah, ada banyak benda yang mereka boleh belajar dan mereka boleh praktikkan untuk minggu-minggu yang akan datang.
Sebab ini mungkin baru minggu kedua, rasanya boleh banyak benda dia boleh belajar untuk improvekan lagi diorang punya gameplay. Even kalau kita tengok Subway daripada tim SMG tadi pun, dia macam tak kekok sangat pun.
Sampai Sasa pun cakap antara Lazy dengan Subway dua-dua same lah, can lah.
Pandai Adin tadi pancing untuk soalan tu. Tapi kita tengok. Jadi untuk seterusnya kita lihat orang cakap apa, mungkin ini benda permulaan untuk MLBB. Dan sekarang kita lihat untuk MVP match tadi. Itu dah Stormy dengan KDA 829 kill participation, 94%, gol per minute 698 level.
Ya, yang paling menarik kat sini adalah 94% kill participation, menunjukkan apa-apa kill yang ada, apa-apa team fight yang ada, Stormy ada dekat situ. Di mana ramai orang tanya, Stormy boleh ke tidak dia menggantikan Zaim Sempoi? Sebab Zaim Sempoi sebelum ni adalah mid laner pasukan SMG yang memang sangat kuat. Semua orang hormat dia. Tapi Stormy menunjukkan dia menggunakan Lilia dengan sangat-sangat baik. Damage yang paling besar dalam game tadi, itemization, dia sempat untuk setkan punya Ice King 1 dan selepas Ice King 1 semuanya adalah damage item, keluarkan damage yang sangat besar dan team fight yang sangat-sangat menjengkelkan bila Stormy ada.
Boleh kita katakan penggunaan Lilia yang sangat baik lah daripada Stormy. Sebab saya pun sebenarnya Lilia user.
Oh ya ke?
Saya excited tadi tu. Tengok.
Bila tengok dia punya main memang gempak gila. Ini pun nanti bila kita tengok pada kawasan highlight, apa yang saya nak tunjuk adalah perbezaan tim SMG dan juga pasukan MAB dari segi mereka punya team fight. Kalau kita tengok perlawanan dekat kawasan turtle dekat sini, MAB Esports ada banyak benda yang mereka kena lakukan terlebih dahulu sebelum mereka mengambil team fight. Mereka kena ada crowd control yang betul dan X-Slash kena keluarkan damage. Manakala kalau kita tengok untuk pasukan SMG, Lancelot dengan senang boleh pergi ke belakang, keluarkan damage dengan sangat-sangat besar. Stormy juga tunggu untuk pasukan MLBB Esports berada dalam kawasan yang dekat untuk dikeluarkan semua dia punya skill, menyebabkan dia punya damage paling besar dalam game ni.
Baik, seperti yang kita lihat kat sini, itulah sebab saya sebenarnya bila tengok highlight ni saya boleh je jadi analyst, tapi tapi Abang Jam boleh tengok kat sini, itu dia apabila Nova datang ke depan, kita tengok macam mana siapa namanya tu, Subway cuba mencari rentak untuk mendapatkan ahli pasukan MLB, dan itu dia rentakan yang cukup padu oleh kedua-dua pasukan. Walaupun ada percubaan untuk melarikan diri namun tak berjaya. Dan macam nampak itu adalah kena sambung.
Pada pendapat saya, apa yang Abel cakap adalah betul, di mana Subway dekat dalam game ni, game pertama dan game kedua langsung tak nampak kekok, sebab bila kita main jungle ada banyak benda yang kita kena fikir serentak, dan nampak seperti dia langsung tak terganggu, di mana pasukan MAB mereka ada crowd control yang bagus. Nova Escobar satu tank play yang sangat-sangat bagus, dan lagi dia menggunakan Edith. Tapi Lancelot ni memang susah untuk kena tangkap, damage besar, susah nak tangkap, antara sebab kenapa dia selalu kena ban. MLBB Esports berani untuk lepaskan, dan kita tengok dekat sini masih belum ada jawapan yang mudah untuk lawangan Lancelot.
Baik, itulah dia. Boleh dikatakan memang sangat susah untuk tangkap Lancelot, jadi sebab kita pun tengok. Dan sekarang Lafel, kita tengok standing kita punya standing. Nampak? Itu dia. Untuk kedudukan kumpulan Grup A, Team SMG, MAB, Suhas, Orange Esports dan juga HomeBois.
Ya, dekat sini memang Grup A sangat-sangat menarik, di mana SMG dan juga MAB Esports kali ini mereka bertukar position, di mana pasukan SMG sekarang ni berada teratas dalam Grup A dengan 7 poin, manakala MAB Esports nombor 2 dengan 5 poin nak bandingkan dengan Suhas 2 poin, Orange Esports 0 dan HomeBois walaupun mereka masih belum kalah 100% match win rate, tetapi negatif 1 poin sekarang ni Abeja.
Bila cerita pasal HomeBois, kita punya orang cakap apa, next match.
Yes.
Walaupun HomeBois masih lagi belum kalah dan poin sekarang negatif 1. Untuk perlawanan sebentar lagi kita lihat mereka perlu lakukan sesuatu untuk orang kata apa, reset point.
Saya rasa untuk semua orang yang tengok, semua fans pasukan HomeBois langsung tak risau disebabkan prestasi mereka sangat-sangat bagus sekarang ni. Saya sendiri rasa mereka boleh masuk kepada playoff dengan sangat-sangat senang. Tapi macam mana pun kalau kita tengok untuk Grup A, SMG, MAB dan juga HomeBois, saya rasa tak ada siapa risau. Yang perlu dirisaukan sekarang adalah pasukan Suhas dan Orange Esports, di mana mereka masih belum menang, tapi kita akan bincangkan tu lebih lanjut untuk game nanti.
Jadi Abang Lot, tadi kita tengok tadi performance daripada MAB. Abang Lot rasa kat mana lagi MAB boleh improve?
Nampak banyak mistake on kiting, team fight. So rasanya tu tak menjadi tanggungjawab beratlah kepada coach dan juga player untuk pop up with the MPL style of gameplay, kan. So dia orang kena cepat. Walaupun atas table tadi kita nampak macam peluang untuk nak ke playoff tu ada, tetapi kita tak boleh ambil pandang rendah ataupun pandang mudah terhadap perkara tu. Orang kata apa, setiap minggu kena improve. Itu memang kita letak sebagai syarat utama.
Dekat sini minta maaf Baja, tapi saya juga nak tanya, bila terima kemenangan ataupun kekalahan, lebih pada kekalahan, saya nak tahu dalam pasukan MAB siapa yang paling vokal, siapa yang paling banyak bercakap untuk cerita apa yang perlu dilakukan selepas kekalahan?
Saya.
Cerita sikit Abang, kita nak gambarkan.
Sebab saya adalah antara orang yang bila berlaku kelemahan ni, kekurangan ni kan, ataupun kekalahan, saya nak tengok how the team talks kan, untuk mendapatkan jawapan kenapa kita kalah. So bila masing-masing tak bercakap dan sebagainya, saya akan menjadi orang kata apa, the voice depan tu kan. So saya akan bercakap, okay, now let's do it again. Kita tengok daripada first kan, from the start to the end. Then ask untuk coach untuk catat setiap satu mistake at what minute, and then discuss with the player why this thing happen, kenapa kita tak buat macam tu kan. So this is how we analyse and kita bagi tahu kat player where is the mistake.
Macam tu mana kata.
Jadi walaupun apa benda, Abang Lot percayakan player dan juga coach untuk lakukan kerja, abang pastikan semua buat kerja.
Yep.
Supaya apa yang kita plan tu berjalan dengan lancar. Okey, faham. Jadi banyak juga knowledge kita belajar sebenarnya tentang macam mana nak mengurus pasukan dan sebagainya. Jadi kita nak recap balik kunci kejayaan game sebentar tadi untuk pasukan SMG lah Fel.
Ya, dekat sini saya rasa yang paling besar adalah nombor 1 dan nombor 4 di mana mereka berjaya untuk pegang map dengan sangat-sangat selesa. Mereka pastikan yang pasukan MAB tak boleh masuk dalam jungle mereka dan selalu bergerak dengan subway dekat dalam game ni. Performance sangat-sangat bagus dan kita boleh tengok macam mana Zaim Sempoi sentiasa memberi dia ruang yang besar untuk dia masuk dan keluar dalam team fight, keluarkan damage tanpa rasa yang dia dalam keadaan yang bahaya.
Jadi kita tengok rasanya untuk kunci kejayaan tim SMG, diorang macam capai semua benda kat sini.
Memang capai semua.
Sebab kalau kita tengok daripada match 1, match kedua semuanya berjalan dengan lancar, walaupun match pertama tadi kita tengok macam agak susah sikit nak menang dan pasukan MLBB hampir dapat kemenangan.
Ya.
Tapi kalau kita tengok balik, mereka dapatkan rentak balik, dapatkan momentum balik dan kita boleh lihat macam mana hasil pasukan TSMG match yang kedua tadi.
Ya. Macam mana sekalipun kita boleh tengok interview sekali dengan Sasa di mana Sasa cakap diorang masih happy tapi ada terasa sedikit dengan kekalahan semalam. Jadi bila masukkan Subway juga dengan apa yang Sasa sendiri cakap, Subway dan juga Lexia, dua-dua hero pool lebih kurang sama, dua-dua punya star pun lebih kurang sama. Jadi mereka masukkan Subway dekat dalam game ni, ini adalah benda strategi yang diorang betul-betul dah set untuk lawan dengan MAB. Saya pun nak tengok untuk pasukan SMG, adakah mereka akan banyak tukar mereka punya jungler dekat situ.
Dia dengan kemasukan Subway sebentar tadi kita lihat, dia terlalu awal ataupun benda tu biasa level?
Pada pendapat saya ini adalah masa yang bagus. Seminggu bagi Lexia, seminggu bagi Subway, kita boleh nampak yang mereka punya chemistry masih kuat.
Baik, jadi Abang Lot, mungkin saya nak bercakap tentang match kita yang akan berlaku sebentar di antara HomeBois dan juga Orange Esports.
Ya, dekat sini saya rasa untuk senang HomeBois ramai orang akan anggap mereka menang. Tapi pendapat Abang Lot, Orange Esports, kalau Abang Lot sendiri ada dekat situ, rasanya apa yang perlu Orange Esports perbetulkan?
Kalau tanya saya, Orange Esports, they have the experienced players, Man, Min dan sebagainya. Kan? Kemasukan baru adalah Lola, Zeno.
Yes, betul.
Kan, 2 orang. Dan seperti MAB juga, mereka juga perlukan masa untuk mendapatkan lebih pengalaman. Okay. Saya rasa it's a good for young faces, new faces, kan, untuk berada dekat scene seperti inilah. Kan? And then dia tak boleh ambil masa yang lama. Because every point is very important nowadays.
Betul.
Betul. Jadi kalau kita tengok, HomeBois masih lagi orang cakap apa, menang berturut-turut. Ya, Orange kena buat sesuatu untuk orang cakap apa, tak boleh duduk dalam keadaan selesa, nak tak nak diorang kena bekerja keras. Tapi adakah mampu HomeBois untuk kekalkan diorang punya momentum? Sebab kalau Orange Esports buktikan sesuatu dan berikan kejutan untuk kita, ini akan menjadi satu masalah untuk pasukan HomeBois.
Saya rasa Orange Esports mereka tak ada pilihan. Mereka kena lakukan benda yang berbeza kerana kalau mereka lakukan benda yang sama, tak dapat result, saya rasa mereka takkan boleh kalahkan HomeBois.
Baik, jadi kita akan sama-sama nantikan apakah kejutan yang akan diberikan, orang cakap apa, kejutan untuk kita semua. Jadi sekarang ni kita ada MPL Learning katanya. Okey, apa je nak tanya? Okey. Kan selalu kita kan tunggu dekat waiting lobby, I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. Kan? Jadi apa nak tanya, siapakah penyanyi lagu tema Kita Rockstar?
Sama ada Yasmin Aziz, Sheila Hamzah ataupun Dollar. Pastikan anda letak jawapan anda bila scan QR code dan pada pendapat saya jawapan dia
dah terang ada kat situ kan.
Baby call baby boy.
Nak kata Dollar ramai.
Dia seorang je, dia A tu je yang jawapan tu. A je jawapan dia.
Jadi kalau anda tahu ikut apa kata Lavel sebentar tadi. Jadi sekarang ni Abang nak bagi tahu, kalau anda rasa anda ni merupakan seorang yang kreatif, apa kata buat video, sebab Abang Lavel tengah on the way nak begini-gini. Okey, buat satu video TikTok paling kreatif, upload dekat korang punya TikTok, kemudian letakkan hashtag ini gaya kita. Sebab apalah Fel? Kalau kreatif, diorang berkemungkinan akan menang Samsung Galaxy A series dan juga Secret Lab. Iya.
Kita pun tak perlu Secret Lab sekarang. Diorang kat dalam.
Diorang kat dalam. Just tengok macam mana kreatif punya video anda boleh buat, boleh upload dekat TikTok dan pastikan yang paling penting sekali hashtag ini gaya kita. Sebab apa? Kejap lagi Lavel dan juga Abang Lot dengan Abang Ja akan berboli cudia sekejap lagi.
Pastikan pakai lagu MPL Rockstar dan juga tag MPL Malaysia sekali.
Baik, sekarang jangan ke mana-mana. Kita akan berehat seketika, right? Tapi untuk next match kejap lagi, pastikan anda berikan pendapat anda dekat ruangan komen. Kita nak tahu juga adakah HomeBois, adakah RSG MY. Sama-sama kita nantikan, tapi kita kembali selepas ini. Kita berehat.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.
I'm a rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl. Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Okey, rambut pun dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni Alamak.
Tenang Jamil, kita boleh.
Hello, kita jumpa lagi. Good afternoon. Wah, sejuk ya office you.
Hi, I'm Sasa.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Saiful, kapten kami dia sakit perut. So saya ganti untuk hari ini.
Ada M, Link Eza, Kaiser juga.
I ingat you nak butiran SAI kan? Inilah SAI.
Roster kami baru tetapi kuat. Sangat kuat.
Cantik tak that painting tu? I yang lukis kan? Wait dong, bukan isteri aku lah. Isteri tim kita, Aiman. Sorry nanti kita hantar lagi.
Apa? Kekuatan roster kami?
Of course, it's me lah.
Saya kot.
Saya kot. Saya.
IJN pun dah DS. Kan orang tak tahu lagi.
Lexia also good. Strong. We can call combo. Rockstars ya. Nice one.
Dah habis lah. Ada lagi tak?
Walaupun ada player-player berpengalaman.
Walaupun season ni kami tiada zone. Walaupun Ciku tengah rehat. Walaupun roster kami tetap sama.
Walaupun champion season lepas, we have to work harder.
Target kami setiap musim pun sama. Pastilah.
Juaralah.
Apa bracket?
Respect to that champion.
Tak kisah. Todak tetap langgar. Tak sabar lagi lah. Ini musim kita. Okey, terima kasih. Okey, thank you.
Okey, jumpa di regular season.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mas. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta. You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang. Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Mission completed. Valkyrie power reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down. Forge a lock on! Nice job, girl. Legendary.
A sweet adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, Bats. Do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. Finding more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana?
Selamat kembali ke pre-show bersama dengan saya Abeja dan juga Adin. Match pertama telah pun selesai dan sekarang kita masih lagi bersama dengan Abang Lot dan juga Lefel.
Ya, terima kasih banyak and match yang memang sangat-sangat hebat. I suka bila tengok MLB dan juga SMG dan semua tim kat sini main.
Saya setuju, saya sangat-sangat setuju bila tengok dua pasukan yang cukup-cukup hebat ni bertanding antara satu sama lain. Battle of Mechanics, Battle of Strategy dapat kita saksikan sebentar tadi, di mana MLB dah cuba sedaya upaya untuk berikan yang terbaik, namun mungkin tertewas sedikit ke tangan pasukan SMG.
Ni bang, saya secara pendapat peribadi saya bang saya ni sebab ada banyak pengalaman dalam analis dan gameplay, right? Walaupun MAB kali pertama di pentas MPL, kalau kita tengok saingan yang diberikan oleh pasukan MAB bukan biasa-biasa lah, Fel.
Ya, sangat-sangat kuat.
Bukannya nak menang tu bukan menang dengan kemenangan yang mudah. Betul? Macam tu ke perumpamaan ni?
Kita faham apa yang Abel dah cuba sampaikan. MLB performance yang hebat and rasanya Abang Lot sendiri boleh bagi tahu kita yang minggu depan diorang akan improve lagi banyak, betul?
InsyaAllah.
I mean, banyak yang akan dibicarakan. Pasti Abang Lot confirm akan basuh punya diorang nanti, balik nanti. Mungkin tak sampai rumah lagi pun dia dah bagi dah.
Takut dah kena ni.
Kena tadi.
Kita tak tahu.
Kita tengah-tengah pre-show, Abang Lot dah message dah. Korang ni.
Baik, jadi kita dah recap balik macam mana match pertama kita di antara SMG dan juga pasukan MAB. Sekarang ni untuk match kita sebentar lagi di antara Orange dan juga pasukan HomeBois. Pasukan HomeBois, jom kita tengok dulu untuk head to head. Nak tak nak diorang kena buat sesuatu. Untuk pasukan Orange Esports, Adin.
Kita lihat sekarang ini di mana 50% Roger pick daripada pasukan Orange Esports. Tapi kalau kita nak lihat daripada kedua-dua pasukan ni, Lafal, daripada sudut HomeBois, prestasi yang sangat-sangat baik, objektif gameplay dan saya rasanya mereka boleh mendapatkan kemenangan sebenarnya.
Dekat dalam game ni, kalau kita tengok daripada bahagian stat sebenarnya, walaupun HomeBois punya stat nampak lebih impresif, tapi Adin saya rasa kalau saya blind ada banyak orange dekat sini.
Betul.
Warna orange tu banyak. Tapi untuk benda yang kita kena kupaskan betul-betul adalah perbezaan total game di antara Orange dan juga HomeBois. Di mana HomeBois dah main double amount game yang Orange Esports dah mainkan. Jadi kalau dari segi pengalaman, bukan sahaja pengalaman background pasukan tu, tetapi on stage punya pengalaman pun sebenarnya HomeBois lebih banyak daripada Orange. Jadi start yang kat depan ni membawa banyak kemenangan kepada HomeBois, tapi start yang tak ada dekat sini pun kemenangan kepada HomeBois sebenarnya.
Itu yang agak merisaukan sebenarnya untuk pasukan Orange Esports, di mana sekarang ini mereka banyak yang harus mereka buktikan, bukan saja dekat atas diri mereka tetapi dekat peminat-peminat Orange Esports. Belum lagi mendapatkan sebarang kemenangan, tetapi untuk kali ini nak dapatkan kemenangan ke atas pasukan HomeBois yang tak kalah lagi, agak sukar sedikit.
Agak sukar, tapi kalau macam kita letakkan sedikit orang cakap apa, seperti Lafel cakap sebentar tadi, mereka tak ada pilihan. Nak tak nak mereka kena buktikan sesuatu, kena letakkan satu performa yang cukup baik dan perbezaan ataupun kejutan untuk kita semua. Dan ini yang akan membuktikan sama ada Orange Esports mampu untuk buktikan sesuatu ataupun tidak.
Ya, ini antara situasi di mana kalau kita pergi McD, kita order Big Mac, dia kena nak tak nak bagi quarter pounder. Bagi HomeBois terkejut. Sebab kalau HomeBois tak terkejut, rasanya HomeBois akan kekal main macam mana mereka bermain. Sebab kita ingat Suhas tak ada kat dalam game ni, tapi bila Suhas membawa masuk Dairoff, tim terkejut tak boleh nak lawan balik. Jadi untuk Orange Esports, mereka dah dalam keadaan yang terpaksa. Sama ada tukar mereka punya line up, tukar mereka punya hero ataupun tukar mereka punya rotation. Apa-apa pun dah tak ada pilihan, memang kena tukar sesuatu.
Ya, saya setuju. Dalam banyak-banyak perkara di mana setiap pasukan orang dah buat persiapan mereka. Apa yang mereka tak suka adalah surprise pick ataupun pick-pick yang mengejut di mana akan mengganggu mereka punya komposisi line up. Seperti mana kita, contohnya SPM. Kita dah study soalan ni dah. Exam dapat soalan lain. Pisang kan?
Memang banana cerita dia.
Ya, memang banana Abel.
Baik. Jadi sekarang jom kita tengok key to success, kunci kejayaan untuk pasukan Orange. Nampak macam HomeBois tadi.
Baju nampak macam sama tapi tak. Ini adalah Orange Esports. Kunci kejayaan mereka kita lihat, Sonic kena step up lagi dia punya prestasi. Mereka kena prioritakan hero yang mampu untuk kawal tempo perlawanan ataupun wave di dalam tempo perlawanan. Mereka kena dictate ataupun ganggu sedikit sebanyak HomeBois punya tempo. Bagi saya ini Rafael, ni agak sukar sikit untuk mereka lakukan. Dan again, Minman punya 5G connection. Minggu pertama macam rendah. Minggu kali ni itu yang akan kita lihat sebentar nanti.
Ya, saya setuju apa yang Adin cakap. Yang paling penting sebenarnya nombor 1 dengan nombor 3. Macam mana Adin cakap? Nombor 3, dictate ataupun kacau Homeboy punya tempo, itu adalah benda yang paling susah. Tapi benda paling susah tu yang kita betul-betul kena hadapi. Sebab kalau Homeboys tempo mereka dah terkacau, sebab mereka dah selalu main game style yang sama, kalau terganggu, itu je yang saya nampak boleh menyebabkan Orange Esports menang lawan Homeboys.
Betul. Jadi seperti macam saya kan, saya more tu kepada nak tengok apa yang Min dan Man tu boleh lakukan, apa yang mereka boleh buktikan untuk match ketika melawan Homeboys sebentar lagi. Saya pun tengah planning juga fikir ni kan, apa yang diorang nak buat sebenarnya.
Tapi lagi satu yang kita tak boleh elak adalah Isonic. Isonic macam mana sekalipun sebagai seorang jungler, dia punya skill tu betul-betul kena tunjuk untuk game kali ni. Tapi macam mana pun sekarang kita akan tengok untuk pasukan Homeboys, pastikan mereka menang lane, jaga Anip, jangan overcommit, jangan melebih-lebih sangat ke depan. Dan Irfan, bagi je lah dia buat apa-apa. Irfan, go.
Ada lagi satu kunci kejayaan yang diorang tak letak kat sini. Saya tak suka.
Apa dia?
Irfan kena dapatkan Pakito
ataupun Esme.
Dua
hero tu dia menang.
Confirm kalau dapat dua hero ni, percentage untuk pasukan Homeboys menang memang sangat-sangat tinggi lah. Macam Abeza ni, kalau Abeza ada comfort hero, mungkin Johnson ke Abeza suka pakai. Kalau dapat Abeza suka.
Kenapa ketawa macam tu?
Tak. Daripada tadi nak terkejut dengan dia Abeza termasuk sekali. Itu display. Itu betul. Kat mana tadi?
Tak, Abeza mesti ada comfort pick sendiri. So kena dapatkan comfort pick baru boleh dapatkan kemenangan.
Betul, saya setuju dengan kunci kejayaan telah pun ditambah oleh Adin tadi, Pakito dan juga Esmeralda. Dan itu yang kita nak lihat sebentar lagi. Macam Amalot sendiri untuk Orange dan juga Homeboys, Amalot boleh predict apa-apa tak?
Homeboys on fire. Homeboys on fire. Itu je saya boleh cakap.
Pak Ambon.
Hard game untuk Orange lah.
Saya pun kena setuju 2-0 lah pada pendapat saya.
Saya daripada awal memang 2-0 Orange. Tak ada. I mean, it's gonna be a very, very interesting fight. Tetapi macam mana Abang Lak sendiri cakap, pengalaman yang ada kepada pasukan Homeboys berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Akan tetapi, saya nak tanya sedikitlah kepada Abang Lak yang dah tengok daripada minggu pertama, minggu kedua, masih lagi awal. Tapi pada pendapat Abang Lak sendiri, ada tak calon-calon rookie MVP kita ke? Ataupun calon MVP terus yang Abang Lak dah boleh nampak ada potensi? MAB player sendiri pun boleh, tak ada masalah.
Ini untuk game ni keseluruhan.
Semua pasukan.
Keseluruhan saya nampak Kuza second year still consider rookie, right?
Boleh, masih lagi baru.
Kuza from RSG. X-Slash from MAB.
Yang saya nak dengar.
Zak QT as well from MAB, kan? Siapa lagi?
Ada Zaid,
Zaid. Red Esports.
Itu adalah rookie. Kalau kita nak pilih overall regular season MVP, by the way, kepada semua fans saya tengah tengok, you guys masuk sekali dalam conversation ni. Tulis kat bahagian bawah rasanya pada pendapat fans semua, siapakah rookie MVP dan juga regular season MVP.
Cuba tanya.
Okay, Adin, siapa?
Kalau Abang Lok masuk, saya pilih Abang Lok rookie of the season. Confirm Franco 100% win rate.
Abeja?
Saya kalau Adin masuk, saya akan cakap Adin lah as a MVP. Dia macam tak sampai. Macam Lafel pula.
Kalau Abeja masuk, saya rasa Abeja jadi caster.
Jangan sokong.
Dia season ni host, season depan caster.
Ya, sokong perkara tersebut.
Bila Lafel cakap pasal caster, sejujurnya memang tak ramai orang setuju. Sebab saya sebenarnya Abang Lok, saya balik, saya tengok dan saya cuba belajar daripada diorang. Saya belajar macam nak analyse. Bila part caster, saya cuba ajak kawan-kawan, korang cuba dengar tak aku caster? Saya seorang je faham.
Wah, itu
sebab bila permulaan 3 perkataan permulaan itu bahasa KL, kemudian seterusnya masuk ke Kelantan, Thailand, lepas tu Vietnam sikit. So saya rasa better saya jangan jadi caster lah, saya rasa.
Orang kata unik. Kalau dalam game kita ada unik hero pick, kalau Abeja ada unik dialect kat sini.
Tapi kalau kita tengok balik pada game ni, kalau kita nak pilih regular season MVP, kalau Irfan kekal dia punya performance, saya pun akan letak nama Irfan dekat situ. Sebab kebiasaannya kita tak selalu tengok EXP laner, tapi kita tengok macam mana dia impact dalam game. Irfan antara player yang kita kena highlight mungkin boleh jadi regular season MVP.
Benar sekali. Untuk Abang Lok, kalau daripada sebagai penonton, peminat MPL, daripada perspektif luar, pasukan berpengalaman Homeboys sekarang ini, mereka ada banyak sangat pengalaman dan menghadapi pasukan yang lebih kurang baru iaitu Orange Esports. Bukan mudah sebenarnya untuk Orange Esports nak kalahkan ni. Tapi kalau anda kata Abang Lok boleh bagi kata-kata kepada Orange, apakah yang Abang Lok boleh nak katakan untuk berikan semangat kepada diorang?
Susah nak bagi kata-kata semangat ni. Kan?
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Ya. I mean confident. Itu yang penting.
Just bring it on whatever you have. Just go all out. Itu je.
Betul. Sebab apa yang kita boleh rungkaikan dengan bring it on. Bring it on.
Yes.
On.
Bring it on. Kalau kita tengok kat situ, dia boleh jadi tingkatkan lagi kita punya chemistry. Boleh tingkatkan lagi punya effort, rotasi, draft dan sebagainya. Itulah bring it on.
Bring it on ni memang berbawa banyak maksud. Awak translator yang bagus juga, Jah.
Nampak? Saya puji ke? Betul tu?
Saya puji.
Puji ya.
Kamera on kan? Saya puji.
Sebab Lafaz selalunya bila dia puji, kita kena duduk sekejap, kita kena fikir. Dia puji ataupun ni? So puji tadi tu. Baik.
Saya ada sedikit info tentang pasukan Orange. Macam mana saya tahu pun saya pun tak tahulah sekarang ni kan. Dengar cerita ada akan perubahan role sedikit. Tadi awak sebut pasal Isonic yang perlu step up dekat bahagian jungle.
Ya, betul.
Saya setuju apa yang dikatakan oleh Mak. Tapi ada kabar angin mengatakan kemungkinan Isonic takkan bermain sebagai jungle.
Terkejut saya.
Role nanti.
Kalau dia tak bermain sebagai jungler, siapa yang akan menggantikan beliau?
Itu yang akan menjadi persoalan nanti.
Oh, bukan
Kalau HomeBois tak ban Kufra, saya main. Kalau HomeBois ban Kufra, keluarkan jelas saya. Tak payahlah main. Itu dia.
Okey. Sebelum kita tengok game, ban perlu ke tak ban Pakito?
Wajib.
Esmeralda perlu ban atau tidak?
Wajib. Kalau boleh ban Irfan, tapi tak boleh nak ban Irfan. Dia pemain yang sangat-sangat power. Tak boleh. So ban hero dia pun kita kena tengoklah macam mana nanti.
Sebab kita nampak kalau Pakito dia lepaskan, kita nampak apa yang jadi.
Tak ada retry pun boleh dapat lock dengan turtle.
2 kali.
Dan itu dah sepatutnya kita dah boleh belajar daripada situ. Nak tak nak, saya rasa Pakito akan di-ban lah. Abang Lok rasa ban tak dia?
Ban.
Kalau Abang Lok cakap kena ban, orang lain semua patut ikut.
Baik. Jadi kita rasa pun semua dah tak sabar nak tengok kita punya match. Caster kita pun dah ready. Tapi sebelum tu, jangan lupa untuk berbelanja RM50 di McDelivery dan dapatkan 6 ketum McNugget secara percuma. Bukan itu sahaja, ada banyak lagi benda best seperti dapatkan skin eksklusif daripada MLBB. Paling penting sekali Abang Lot, kalau masa nak check out tu Abang Lot kena letakkan kod MPL Rewards. Kalau tidak, macam Irfan masuk ke Land of Dawn, tak ada Pakito.
Dia macam ni lah. Kalau MAB menang, Abang Lot letak MPL Reward, dapat extra 6 nugget. Tapi sebab MLBB tak menang tadi, MPL Reward tak letak. Dapat make biasa je. Dia punya skin tak dapat.
Macam tu.
Sangat-sangat rugi.
Sangat rugi. Jadi sekarang ni untuk kita punya ni Adin, rasanya diorang dah bersiap sedia. Apa kata kita dah boleh stand by untuk kita punya kontes demi untuk menjaga kita punya integriti. Adin, persilakan.
Sekali. Dan sekarang ni kita akan mempersilakan kita punya Head Marshal iaitu Melina Lai bersama dengan 2 coach ataupun representatif daripada 2 ahli pasukan ini. Kita ada Pops dan juga Saiful, coach untuk Orange Esports dan pemain untuk pasukan HomeBois ataupun captain untuk pasukan HomeBois untuk melaksanakan coin toss, hits untuk Orange, tails untuk HomeBois. Dan sekarang ni kita lihat apakah result ataupun apakah keputusan daripada coin toss yang telah dilaksanakan. Itulah dia tails. Jadi HomeBois akan pilih first pick. First pick? Okay, first pick.
Semua suka first pick Adin.
Itulah. Tak ada siapa suka jadi second sebenarnya.
Abeja, selaku Abeja punya pengalaman sepanjang MPL ini dah menjadi analis antara yang terbaik dalam Malaysia. Abeja rasa kenapa orang suka sangat first pick ni?
Sebab apabila berdasarkan pengalaman saya, apabila kita adanya kelebihan sebagai first pick, of course kita 70% akan dapat securekan hero-hero yang kita perlu simpan secure atau perlu di-ban. Dan itu membuatkan sesebuah pasukan itu, dia punya peluang untuk kemenangan tu akan meningkat terlebih dahulu.
Dia bagi sebab, dia bagi nombor, dia bagi peratus. Abeja is the real analyst already.
Okey tak?
Mantap lah Abeja. Saya rasa insecure sekarang.
Baik, sekarang ni kita punya caster telah pun bersiap sedia nak cast untuk game kita yang kedua. BM caster, English caster, please take it away.
Thanks, boys. At the pre-show, we're back here at the MPL MY Season 9 English broadcast here with me, Getting Cute, as well as Icy Baby 1-2. Before we get into the games of a very exciting match for our second best of 3 of today, we got to thank a bunch of our sponsors for making this awesome event look as good as it is. We got to thank our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok Esports Charts, EGG Networks, and our co-organizer, ESI, for helping us put this together and making such a sick event. But it is time to talk about the real deals here. It's Orange Esports up against the HomeBois.
Exactly, and on top of it all, I like a very interesting fact from our analysts, you know. for Mr. Ja. Yeah, our analyst Ja. He did mention as well. First pick seems to be a priority here. Some of the teams here do prioritize on picking up their heroes, but some may consider responding. So in this case, it seems like HomeBois might be the ones that want to secure their so-and-so Paquito for Irfan. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't want to be that kind of guy, but I feel like right now the meta seems to be
away from Paquito, right?
No, I wouldn't say that it's away from Paquito. I do definitely think that it's something that's quite unique to Irfan right now, but it's extremely open. And more importantly so, just red side doesn't feel that good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's take a look at who we're going to be watching here. It is going to be none other than HomeBois as well as Orange as they enter the stage.
Orange Esports.
Yes, speaking of Orange Esports, this lineup, they usually really need balance right now. They haven't had a very great start for the number of time, but so far they are not going to be starting with balance this time. Do you think they are going to be A-OK as of yet? I don't exactly know, but as of now, what I do know is that iSonic, he definitely needs to play a little bit more confidently coming in for this matchup.
I mean, I'm curious to see. We've been hearing these rumors from Adin that iSonic might be playing a different role here, and especially with Min and Man can reconnect that 5G buff. Ooh, I'm ready for it.
Yep, and they're
HomeBois.
However, their opponents here now, HomeBois, is going to be walking in their brand new jersey. I really like it here. It's the drive that motivates them, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, they showed it off yesterday, and they're still looking fresh here today. Honestly, we got to give credit for the movements and in-game executions to Seifel, the best shot caller so far, that really just knows the team through and through.
Yep, and on top of it all, their execution coming from Irfan has been really top-notch. Saifu as well, one of the best shot callers coming from HomeBois. So far has not disappointed HomeBois currently, and based on their track record so far, they have pretty much won almost every single team in their current groups.
I mean, they're at an 8-point deficit, and I think a lot of it has to do with like, oh, you think you can punish us in draft while being on the red side, or arguably on the blue side? Don't worry, they still have tricks up their sleeves. Diggy as well as Mia, both very nasty.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes, but before that, give you guys a little bit more insights onto what the players that are going to be playing today. Let's take a look at the stats coming from Orange Esports. We have Min and Man with their veterans there, who's pretty much showed themselves they are very capable in towards the MPL stage. However, an interesting roster switch here is going to be Zeno's first appearance coming in towards this stage.
Interesting. I'm liking what I've seen so far. The Orange Esports is trying to do something new here. They're bringing up a new member to see whether he can make this team work out and get them these points. But they're up against HomeBois, who are looking like really good. But if you look at the stats so far, as we mentioned before, Min and Man honestly don't have that bad of the stats. 81.3% on either side, literally twinning here on the average KP percentage.
Yeah, literally twinning, of course. And not to mention as well, they have been on a good synergy against between both of them. However, I'm a little bit worried for iSonic. I'm not gonna lie. His average kills on a jungler is 1.0. That's kinda worrisome for a jungler. Maybe it's because of the fear. Maybe it's a brand new team. They haven't exactly synergized. I hope this is gonna be a better performance coming from them ever since they actually swapped in Zeno. But like I said as well, the question remains, where is Balance?
Yeah, and honestly, Balance, as we mentioned in week 1, he's just the brains of the team so far. If he needs to play, Orange must be desperate because they are grooming these players to be that MPL level and standard. And right now, we're not seeing it just yet, despite the veterans in the team. But their competition is stiff. Their competition is tough. It's the HomeBois.
Exactly. Like we said as well, they have started the season with a deficit, but no strangers to the MPL stage. We have star players on for you guys, and it's going to be Anip, Chibi, Saifu, Vince, Irfan. We've talked a little bit on Saifu. We've talked a little bit about Irfan, but a pretty underrated player here is going to be both Anip as well as Vince. Vince pretty much flexed his way as a mage in the previous season, but Anip, what are your thoughts on this? Because we have a lot of talks about Anip being capable of playing the Sun. Do you think he's going to bring it up?
Honestly, I think Sun is definitely in his hero pool for sure, but I think Anip has really been expanding his overall marksmen in the gold lane. And I think it's rather interesting because I feel like he has this overall playstyle where he's willing to take some huge risks. So that kind of changes the dynamic of where the team needs to be and who they needs to focus on, right? Speaking of focus, let's bring them up. Starting off with Orange Esports first. Man, the versatility on this man. He can go as your mid laner. He can go into your EXP. He has played as a support as well. You never really know where he truly is going to lie in terms of roles.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like Mon does have the flexibility to the maximum right now in terms of versatility. He can play almost every role. However, when it comes to consistency, I feel like his most consistent role has been on the mage role as well as the tank role, support role. So I like the idea that he can play multiple heroes, but when it comes to a team play here, what does the team need him to do as of yet? Can he carry for the team?
I think it's a little hard to say. It really is difficult. And especially with mages nowadays and what we're seeing here up on the board, the types of mages that he gets to play, and even supports, enchanter types. We're also seeing utility artillery mages. Something that's hard to carry on, especially since it's highly dependent on team execution, rather than like something like Farsa where I pop my ult, I take out like one guy. If I get two guys, that's awesome. It's still something that we haven't seen from Mon. But let's talk about HomeBois. Vin's stellar underrated player.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, based on the stats as well, it's kind of much well balanced throughout every single attributes that he has. But I definitely agree, he is an underrated player. He did kind of show himself and showed himself he has an immense growth during Season 7, and now based on the victory laps that they have been going through for HomeBois, I feel like he has been consistent. He's been doing really well under the guidance of former teammate from Moon. He has shown that he is a top contender coming towards MPL. However, is this the game where they say HomeBois has pretty much, can they take the final 2-0 and say, or maybe even the win to say, we are the best in our group. Even with the deficit, I am going to be knocking people out of MPL.
Well, let's hopefully find out here in this matchup here. Because I think the HomeBois are the most polished team so far. And I hate the fact that the favorite heroes there, what we're seeing up in that lineup, I don't feel like that's true.
I agree.
I know for a fact he loves playing that Lilia, and he plays a solid Lilia every single time that a lot of teams just ban it out from him, knowing that he's going to be an absolute nuisance on it.
I think when we talk about Lilia as well, before Lilia was kind of popular, Season 7, he was the guy that actually brought it to the table as well. So I definitely agree. But let's take a look at what the talents think. It seems to me everyone is on the same page. We kind of agree that HomeBois is going to be the team to be winning this game. Predictions, of course. Prediction. Anything can change, except for our dear old Adine, who's going to be supporting on orange.
I hate that. I hate the fact that he chose
here we go,
caster. And especially if it's Adine, switches over his vote. There's got to be a reason for it, and I feel like he is in on the little play that Orange Esports might be in on. But let's see the audience prediction here. Maybe they know something about it as well. And it looks like it's going to be overwhelming support for the HomeBois, considering their past performances in these last 2 weeks have been stellar and polished. I can definitely get behind that.
Yep, it makes so much sense that everybody's going to be getting behind HomeBois as well. Based on the track record, it makes it's pretty much a no-brainer not to vote for them. But of course, if you are true to your teams, don't be a lalang, as they call it as well. Keep on supporting your favorite team. However, what I'm really surprised is that why is Adine Karakuri now? Like, Karakuri used to be in that role, where he actually votes everything against Lafel.
Look, here's the thing. He could be right. That's the worst part. That's what's stressing me out here. But to get away from all that stress, to get away from all that pain, I think about awesome gaming experiences, and the only thing that comes to mind is Samsung.
Yep, and of course, if you want to play some Mobile Legends Bang Bang, you can use the brand new smartphone with slick design with MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone, Samsung. You can get an awesome gaming experience with the brand new Samsung Galaxy A52s with 5G incorporated. That is going to be smooth sailing internet connection for you guys, and also an amazing experience while gaming on it.
Yep, might as well get the best of the best with Samsung's new flagship phone for the A series. I think it's something that, you know, people these days really just got to keep into consideration. Why go for something less when you could be going for an awesome phone like this?
Do you think I can get a discount of it, because my wife kind of needs a phone as well? You know what I mean?
Now, I don't know, but you know what?
Maybe I should talk to them.
Maybe you should talk to them. I think that's a good idea.
All right.
Let's talk about this game, though. Orange Esports has not exactly been having the best performances in the world, but we can speculate about what these potential changes are going to be. Considering what we've seen so far, and as well as the new lineup, and on top of the fact that they're bringing in an extra player, do you think Zeno is going to be the guy who's like, you know what? I'm going to go into the EXP lane, and maybe Lola is going to go into the jungle.
I don't know, man. Like, when it comes to Orange Esports, it's kind of sad to see Valorant not being played yet. But considering that he's got a big shoe he's got to fill, like Valence has pretty much shown himself ever since they came into MPL that, hey, this guy can play multiple roles, he's the shot caller, he's the brains behind Orange Esports, and now without him, which unfortunately feels like a very, very huge demise to Orange Esports. Like, I feel like I'm throwing shade, but even the back ends, they kind of agree with me as well.
Well, I mean, I think it's about trusting the process here, right? It's trusting that you are here to develop your players,
all right,
set them up. The most important thing is no matter how many games you lose here in the regular season, if you make it into playoffs and don't get relegated, that's like a boom, insta-win for the team.
As long as you can keep competing in regular seasons, right?
Exactly. That's the point. That's the point. You never want to be at the bottom of the bracket, but it's so early on into the season.
Do you know who's the team that when it comes to going out of the brackets and not getting invited every season? Caracal, man. Like, they've done it all.
Yeah,
it's like, it's okay, I'm good enough. It's okay if I don't make it. Yeah, I'm going to go through the qualifiers again, and I'm going to be a top contender again.
I mean, honestly, with the players that they have, like AIM especially, he's gone through the qualifiers how many times at this point in time? Same goes for Neo. Like, they've done it so many times.
In my mind, like 3 or 4 now.
Yeah, and Kuja especially. I think he's got the most veterancy amongst all of their players, and he's just like plowed through the qualifiers like it's nothing. He's got the secret recipe. He's got the secret sauce.
You know, when his dad goes, who needs an invite, right? But of course, you know, every single player who's made it MPL has reached to that level. And in this case, Orange Esports, it's about time to shine. You know, Xeno, you've got a lot on your shoulder, and hopefully the pressure from having a stage experience does not get to you, as we do kind of talk a lot about this coming to MAB Esports. I know the veterans has no issue about this. The new guys, do you think this game, are we going to see a potential rookie candidate for this week? Coming in from maybe Xeno or
I don't know. It's some tough competition, and it's tough to say. It really is, because there's so many good players coming in who have made some stellar, outstanding performances that it's kind of hard to kind of top that at this point. Like, take for an example, Kuza, when he was playing for Iblis, he looked flashy, he looked good, but now with a team like RSG, he's looking stellar and honestly looking to actually claim the MVP of the season if he keeps this up throughout.
All right.
That's the scary part.
Big call here from the beginning.
That's the thing. It's really, really scary. But when we're talking about these newer players as well, Zayed is also coming in, and he's looking good. So it's a tough order, and it's a very tall order, as some may say.
We're going to have a long discussion by the end of today, aren't we?
We are. But let's get into this draft with HomeBois on the blue side and Orange Esports on the red side. Fanny getting banned for the side of the HomeBois. I still don't like the Fanny ban on the blue side.
True, they could have picked him himself, but at the same time, I don't think they want to play for themselves. Perhaps we know Chibi is a pretty good player, but we've seen him play a lot of Link, so that's going to be something that he may or may not pick it up again. However, let's talk about the drops again. Nothing out of the ordinary, seems to be standard all the way through. Phoveus ban, what are your thoughts on this?
Phoveus ban, it just looks like they want to set up for a potential Lancelot, but Orange Esports is one step ahead, going to be banning that out. I think that's fine. I think next is going to be either Selena or Matilda coming in for the side of HomeBois. I mean, it's usually it rotates around these 6 bans most of the time. Some other teams, like we saw previously, you know, MAB, they didn't want to deal with the glue, and that, it depends on the flavor of the month, and also depends on what team they're playing against, because not everybody wants to touch glue when you can have something like Esmeralda or Uranus. Here we go. There we go. Selena gets banned out for the side of the HomeBois.
Yes.
Orange Esports with priority.
Speaking of which as well, when we talk about mobility as well, this might be an indicator that the Hayabusa might be hinting onto a Chibi. We know Chibi has a huge variety of hero pool for that. Phoveus isn't a great counter for a Link, but it kind of sets it up for that. This might be the statement where HomeBois says, hey, I don't want to deal with a Hayabusa, and yep, seems like Orange Esports, they got the read as well. They might be prioritizing on Chibi's hero in this sense, so forcing Chibi to be playing the Link here, I don't know, is it a premature move to first pick it, or are they going to prioritize something else, like maybe the glue, maybe Edith, or maybe even the Paquito? In this case, Irfan would want.
I think Paquito is a pretty good shout here. HomeBois have 2 options. Either they decide to instantly lock in Link, or they can just go...
Oh no, okay. We talked about Sicilian. Abalot kind of hinted it early on, but sorry, wrong game. It's this game.
Okay, so Sicilian... The last draft we've seen Sicilian coming out from HomeBois is when they paired it up with Diggy and as well as Mia down in the gold lane. So let's keep in mind that Cecilia needs time to actually gain gain his stacks and overall just scale into this game. So HomeBois need a way to kind of delay that or give him an edge in team fights. Diggy is one way for sure, but let's see if they have other components. Orange Esports going to be picking up the Matilda as well as... Oh, they haven't picked up their second pick there.
I'm not gonna lie, the Sicilian Sanguine Claw is super underrated, especially if you pair it with the Diggy who kind of, pulls them back into his position. You're pretty much gonna get chain stun regardless of how long the duration, unless you purify yourself out of the situation. So I think it's pretty smart if they decide to go for it again. But that's the thing, right? I'm not exactly a big fan of a Diggy tank in the current meta just because of the stacks losing if they get picked off. But looks like they are going to pick the Paquito and the Link for HomeBois, whereas Orange Esports, Matilda, Yuzhong.
Oh, looks like Irfan's going to say, even though Esmeralda is a pretty good choice here, as it's a decent matchup against the Yuzhong, but most importantly can start stealing away the shields from anybody who decides to take the guiding wins. He's going to go for the big playmaker. And this is going to be an interesting matchup because Paquito overall, yes, he's generally supposed to win 65% of the matchups against something like a Yuzhong, but one single mistake really turns the tides of EXP lanes. It all comes down to trades.
Yep. And overall in general, HomeBois, they pretty much secured their mage, their jungler, as well as their XP laner. Wait, okay, definitely XP laner. Definitely, sorry about the link, but yeah. Pretty much only thing left out is pretty much the marksman as well as the tanks coming from HomeBois. So Orange Esports, what do they ban? They picked the Roger for themselves, so nothing crazy yet. That's gonna be Isonic in the jungles. But marksman wise, Popo Koopa's gotta go, Beatrix gotta go. Agree or no?
Depends on what Orange Esports actually bans out here in the second phase. I feel like HomeBois now can play reactive because they basically got their core lineup and they want to kind of think about, okay, gold lane depends on matchup as well. Supports are really, really important this time. Now, Orange Esports, they ban out some, which means, okay, marksmen are probably coming up on the field. HomeBois, get rid of the Kadita. I think that is a very, very good option. If they want to get rid of anything else at this point, they might as well get rid of Lilia.
I think the Kadita ban to kind of make sure that Vince doesn't get one-shotted is really good. But I'm a little bit worried here if they do not get rid of Link. We know that Chibi kind of likes going out of control in situations with his Tempest Blade. But to get kills onto his Lilia, maybe I definitely agree with you as well. Banning of the Lilia as well is going to make sure that he has lesser opportunities to deal with it and forcing maybe Orange Esports to go for the Lunox up on Min or maybe Man.
Yeah, in Lunox generally is just slow. It's so very, very slow. Remember that Yve is still a potential option here, and HomeBois, it really depends on what they want to deal with. I personally think that getting rid of Lilia would help Chibi a lot more, but to help the team, getting rid of Yve is going to be a much better option since she is able to kind of push a lot faster and more stably when it comes down to like mana reserves compared to someone like Cecilion, who is dependent on mana and needs to push fast and recall early on level 2, level 3 to get his mana back up to full.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. But HomeBois, what do they ban? Do they ban the Yve? Do they ban the... What do they ban here for the mage? They ban Selena, they ban Kadita. Do they really ban the Lilia? No, they ban the Yve instead. Okay, Lilia is a good out for grabs. Is the Lilia suitable for Orange Esports this time?
Yeah, I think Lilia is pretty suitable for sure, because again, if we're looking at how HomeBois wants to engage, I mean, yeah, I get where the worry is coming from, because HomeBois overall want to engage hard, right? And if you have something like Lilia, you peel backwards and then you're forced to use the Black Shoes super early on. Cecilia just completely outranges you at that point.
Yeah, but not to mention as well, who's going to catch on towards this link? They don't exactly have hard lockdowns or catch potential. Like the Kadita, at least you can petrify and just one-shot the link potentially if you get lucky. But Lilia can't exactly do that. And I don't know, a Veil seems kind of premature for Orange Esports considering that they have got a Matilda. But okay, Kimi sounds pretty okay. Consistent damage, gives you a little bit of safety from the Matilda. So going to be relying solely on the Gliding Wind to dodge potentially a random Link Chibi coming in.
Okay.
Still risky, I like it. Still an answer though, still an answer.
It's a flex pick right now. It's a mid gold lane flex pick, and I think they want to make sure that it's like, okay, even though if mid lane is in trouble, we can switch that over into inside the gold lane, but we need to know for a fact, because we are playing for our gold lane, what is on it playing exactly. And that's why Beatrix is going to be coming out here. Popo and Koopa can easily come up for the side of Orange Esports, and now they have some catch potential.
Oh,
Lolita, that's smart.
big. That is so smart. I like the Lolita. It just it pretty much guarantees you a full stack shield to actually return the favor if whoever gets that. But yeah, Kimi's gonna have an extremely rough time with this.
Okay.
I like it.
So Orange Esports, what do they have? They don't have Clint. They can either pick Brody.
Brody's gonna get countered as well. They need something to dive along with the Matilda.
I don't think they have much options. They could go for Claude, but they want to be able to win the matchup down on bot side. So it's either they get Brody or Popo and Koopa. Am I missing anybody else out here? I don't think they want to pick carry either.
That's risky if they go for the carry, but I don't know. I don't think they were going to go, but Cho, safe pick here.
So they're going to
Definitely
throw Kimi down bot side. All right, fair enough.
I'm sorry to say, I just like... I can see a clear objective coming from HomeBois this draft compared to Orange Esports. Like, forcing the Kimi, that's gonna be tough for Orange Esports.
It may not be. I don't think it's too far off from actually winning out on this lane, because Kimi into Beatrix, at the very least, it forces out on it to have to use Renner, because if he uses Nibiru, if he uses Wesker, arguably if he decides to whip out the bombs as well, it's Bennett. I don't even think gives him that much advantage in lane, and Kimi can generally kind of stay out of range, play max range, and actually win. So it's gonna come down to mechanics, but most importantly, it's so dependent on the supports and how they play around the gold laners.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, here the draft has been set and we're jumping into second series for today, and this is game 1. The draft coming from HomeBois, a pretty clear objective. They've got Chibi on the link, extremely mobile, whereas Orange Esports, they have a very consistent draft and also teamfight potential when they are grouped up. Can they overcome the odds, or will HomeBois take it? Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 between HomeBois versus Orange Esports.
All right, let's get this show on the road. HomeBois on the blue side with Orange Esports on the red. Looks like Lola is going to be the jungler this time round, as we see Isonic being the gold laner down on the bottom side for Orange Esports.
What are your thoughts on the matchup between the Kimi versus the Beatrix? I feel like Beatrix still kind of outranges it to a certain degree, as long as if you're going for the rockets.
I mean, this is one of those situations, is like, if you hit every Renner shot, sure. That's the only problem. Landing Renner isn't necessarily easy, because Kimi can just sit behind a lot of the minions, but now they're going to contest with Litho Wanderer so far, and Lola is going pretty heavily hard onto Cypher, utilizing all of his mana, but he got the Litho Wanderer at the end of the day. Irfan was able to make first move, so very good movements from Orange Esports. End it quick, get your objective, get out.
Yes, that's a big win coming from Orange Esports, but I'm a little bit worried for Lola, considering the amount of mana he's just expended. Rotating in between lanes might actually cost a little bit more, so he has to be a little bit more conservative in his mana. But hopefully, if he gets some sort of kills, he's going to be A-okay. However, Chibi is going to be always one step ahead of him, considering that this is a link we're talking about.
I mean, yes and no. Number one is because Chibi did start on orange side and then went over to purple. So Roger, he's just going to get his purple buff. He's going to be back up. He's going to take the beetle. And as you can see down on bot side, he's playing for the gold lanes. While if we look at Yuzong, he's a little harder to dive in comparison to other types of heroes here. No, are they actually going to go for the dive? Okay, thank God they didn't.
Nah, I think they're just going to secure Lola's jungle farming instead. And that's really smart. Likewise, coming from Chibi as well is also going to be mirrored, but he's actually getting harassed by the Cho. Unfortunately, there's nothing much Min could have done. Vince here, going to go for a couple harass, but seems like Vince doesn't have the mana to do so as well. Turtle going to be out for contest, but HomeBois, they're just not prepared for this fight. Orange Esports is already a hit, and this is going to be a forced fight here. Irfan going to be going for the wraparound, but Orange Esports going for the dive. Here comes the Black Dragon. They catch on to Vince, but Vince completely zoned out. Saifu, however, completely ignored alongside with Irfan, waiting for right moment to strike. He goes for the dive, but he might be out of position. Do they get the turtle? Yes! That's going to be Chibi stealing away. Orange Esports drops the ball and backs out. Oh my goodness.
Okay, well played to Irfan. Very, very smart movement from him, trying to zone out Lola as soon as possible, and he's sacrificing a lot of his HP to do so. Xeno doesn't exactly have an advantage in lane because he's a level down, but most importantly, let's keep in mind that Min hits level 4, so Mon is the one who's playing on support Matilda, while Min is going to cumulatively get the EXP. If Min decides to get the conceal blessing right now, that's totally fine, because the main objective is getting the most important ult. Guiding Winds isn't as valuable in comparison to something like the Way of the Dragon, especially for first turtle.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but at the same time as well, the scramble was a little bit sloppy coming from Orange Esports. Like, they had a clear objectives coming from Xeno, however, they were officially disturbed. Like, it feels like Lola was a little bit skeptical of what Irfan may or may not have done. They could have just gotten the kill then and there, but it feels like they're just underestimating themselves. Maybe.
I guess to a certain degree. I think Orange Esports had a pretty good setup overall. It really just came down to the EXP laners who was going to make it there in time. And I think in this case, Zeno honestly should have sacrificed a little bit of gold and EXP in this lane to make sure the rest of the team got that turtle. Because there's no way he's winning this.
Yep, so far we haven't gotten a single kill yet, but speaking of which, Chibi might be in a little bit of trouble. He manages sidesteps away. Min not going to be able to go for the way of the dragon. However, Sonic also going to be A-okay. So it seems to be a stalemate for 4 minutes thus far. Both teams just playing it slow.
Wait, did that maximum impact hit? What? It just went into the brush. You didn't really see it, but I guess the damage is considered. Now, it's a 2v2 down on bot side. As you can see, Anip now legitimately needs help to actually shove out these lanes and start harassing and getting that free gold from the energy shields. Let's remember, Renner outranges the turn, so he can just slowly pick at it for a while.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of cheeky play, but Sonic has also got the maximum charge, so bottom side is going to be a little bit of a wet noodle fight. Seems like the harassments are coming in. Cypher's going to be A-okay, but nothing major yet. Both teams still playing to their win condition. And in this case, I feel like HomeBois, whatever they're doing right now, they're just making sure that Vin doesn't get super punished throughout the entirety of the map. This Cecilia needs to be with stacks, and 5 minutes game, 0-0 is actually helpful for wins. Overall in general to actually scale to a later stage game.
Yeah, it's HomeBois' fallback plan. They know for a fact if Orange Esports doesn't get a snowball, they won't be able to do much. And if they play according and mirror Orange Esports in every single one of their plans, Vince is going to slowly scale up. Because if you look at the two mid laners to the side of Orange Esports, both Mon and as well as Min don't really do too much in the later stages of the game other than being supports.
Oh, here he comes. Zeno going to be going for the Black Dragon, trying to isolate Saifu, but Irfan gets caught up from the back lines. Here comes the dive to Lola as well. Irfan tried his best to stall into Lola, and Lola completely backs out the fight. Vince, however, is trading sustains with Zeno, and they're going to be A-okay. HomeBois, they come up on top. They got the kill on Man, and Zeno might be next as well. The turtle will be secured from GB, and that's going to be a freebie. Lola finally rejoins the fight, but what are you doing? You're going to get punished, and he's going to get killed as GB takes him out. 3-for-0 trade-off.
And what was I talking about here? The fallback plan works out. Vince, solid player overall. Perfect Purify. I mean, you can see Zeno, he's chasing him around, and you're like, wait, doesn't he have Petrify? He should be able to, like, lock down Vince. Vince, perfectly timed, comes in, oh, Petrify, no problem. Walks away from it, and also from the knock-up at the same time.
Yeah, and on top of it all, he's able to sustain through all the damage coming in from the Yu-Jaw. So this is actually huge coming from Vince. HomeBois, they've got the fallback plan, and they're really happy about this. Irfan getting very cheeky about this play, but so far, he's done a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, he's been doing a really, really good job, and I think more importantly, I'm not sure what Irfan's first item is. I think he could have actually taken that 2v2.
Oh my goodness, what is damage?
Look at that. He's already chunking out Zeno, but it looks like he has decided to go for the Bloodlust Axe first rather than the War Axe. I think, I'm not 100% sure. If he does have the War Axe first, that's why he didn't want to take the 2v2. But a little hard to say looking at the items. Yep, Bloodlust Axe first. That's why he didn't take the 2v2.
Yeah, a good shot on that. However, Lola, he will lose out on his orange buff, means that he is going to scale a little bit lesser. Lola, one death behind, and currently Orange Esports, they are a huge deficit in terms of economy compared to HomeBois, whereas in terms of overall map control and presence, HomeBois is everywhere. Look at this, Chibi. Immediately down below, Orange Esports says, hey, there's a link here. We gotta back out. There's no way we're fighting this, and they will lose their tier 1 for absolutely nothing.
Yep, with prolonged eye contact with Chibi up on the wall. I mean, there's nothing much that Orange Esports can really do to stop this siege, and I think HomeBois very comfortably walk up, and this is the beauty of Lolita, right? Like, if you want to come in, she has a disengage mechanic. She can block the shots from all the harassment coming down to her backline, and she doesn't mind, and she actually wants you to harass her when her Guardian's Bulwark is up. Speaking of which, let's look down on bottom side as we can see Vince as well, Cypher in trouble. Already Isonic is the first to fall down here as Vince is doing an amazing job popping his ult, and also seeing Min coming into the flank. Irfan joins the fight from the rotation on top side here, but
big
turns, makes the difference. Double kill for Irfan, and now Zeno is on the run with the Black Dragon form here. Chibi cuts him down. Sorry, Vince cuts him down, and Chibi goes into the fight. A clean sweep there, a wipeout, a washout for Orange Esports. HomeBois, so clean, so good at this game.
Oh my goodness, that is crazy. You can see it's getting into the heads of Orange Esports. You must understand that this Chibi, he may look like a bouncer that you do not want to mess with if he's standing still doing nothing, but if he gets his job done, he will kick you out of the club. And he just did exactly that. He ran to the back, he dragged them all out to death and killed them all. If you make one mistake, Vince is there to save the day. What a big play coming from HomeBois.
Huge play. Chibi is like, oh, whoops, sorry, my bad. I almost forgot about it. Luckily didn't get punished there. Walks away. Currently a perfect game for HomeBois so far. 7K ahead, 8 minutes into the game. Literally 8-0. If they manage to get that 10K lead by the by 10 minutes, I think that's GG well played for Orange Esports, because they will not be able to come back from that level of a power spike.
It's extremely difficult, especially with Kimi and Roger. Like, coming back is extremely hard. You need to at least win 2 to 3 fights. If you compare heroes like Aldos or maybe something, even if you're not scaling, as long as time is in your favor, it's okay. In this case, I'm sorry, Orange just doesn't have that right now.
Yep, they do not have that time.
Oh, look at this, Chibi being the bouncer right now. He's just standing there. Yay, I'm just here. What are you gonna do?
Intimate eye contact once more. Min gets the initial kick onto Cypher, who flickers on out of there, but the Numenon Blast doesn't connect on anybody. Chibi dives a little deep, but that's gonna be Isonic down. 2 members of HomeBois are chunked, but they still able to net an inhibitor here. Oh, wow, Vince. He has items and he is strong, as the rest of the members will start crashing down. As you can see, Orange Esports don't have the items to actually take out the Lord very efficiently, and Irfan is harassing them as they do. They break open the inhibitor. Zeno and Lola can't do anything else, as HomeBois looking for a perfect game here. If they can end it, nope, they back away. 10K gold lead at the 10th minute. Like I said, that's going to be a GG well played, as HomeBois has the nuts against Orange Esports.
Yep, the discipline coming from HomeBois. However, Mon gonna be in a little bit awkward position as well. He gets almost one shot up. Fortunately, he's gonna be A-okay. Lola as well, gonna be panic triggering as well. Min will be the sacrificial lamb as he gets picked off on the sides. Meanwhile, the rest of HomeBois are still gonna continue on this inhibitor. Orange Esports, now's the time, but the Sanguine Claw catches both of them, and now they get killed. And Irfan is just scaring Lola all the way back to the base. There's nothing this jungler can do at all. Chibi is right there with the bounces, got the Tempest Blade, connects onto Mon, and that's going to be a double kill on Cypher. Finally, the Black Dragon is expended, but it's a little bit too late to save the throne, as HomeBois takes a clean 13-0 in game number 1 against Orange Esports.
GG, well played to HomeBois. I can't even say that with much enthusiasm, because they absolutely bullied out Orange Esports with a very clean game there. Shoes off, shoes back on. All it took was a 10-minute game from HomeBois, and it's like, I guess I didn't really have to take off my shoes for that one.
Did he really just wear his shoes?
Yeah.
He took off his shoes while playing?
Exactly. Some people do that. That's how they feel comfortable, and that's how they get rid of like that nervousness when they're up on the stage. But well played. I can't really say much for Orange Esports at that point, because it really came down to such small factors, because they overall play a very textbook style of Mobile Legends.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the Ling seems to be a big threat for them here, and not to mention as well, I kind of brought it up during the drops as well. Like, they had no real answers to deal with the Ling, and the idea of having the Cho try and catch him was smart, but what I really liked about how Chibi played it was that his intention was not to get kills or force fight. His intention is just to brainwash the, or in this case, try to get in their heads, you know, playing the mind games. Yeah, just show themselves and like, I'm right here. Oh, it gives the impression where, hey, there's 3 guys down bottom, but guess what? It's Chibi. He can zip into another lane in less than 5 seconds.
Yeah, he can. And I think, you know, again, I don't have many comments about this, because it was a perfect game coming out from the HomeBois. They basically won every single situation without losing too much. The rotations were extremely textbook, but more so had very clear ideas of what they wanted to do. And unfortunately, HomeBois had to be the aggressors, and they really needed that first turtle more than anything else.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. And it feels like the Kimi just didn't work out as well. The Lolita was doing a fantastic job. It's like Cypher was just making sure that this Kimi doesn't bully out the Beatrix altogether. And I'm not gonna lie, Ani played a perfect game as well. The Sanguine Claw catches was kind of unexpected as well. I feel like that might be the reason why Abang Lord early start of the game said that Cecilia needs to be taken out. Maybe this might be a new mage meta.
Well, I mean, that was for the previous matchup. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of Cecilia. I do agree that his power level, and especially in the meta as of right now, he is still strong, and he's able to get to that later stage a lot faster than everybody else, as he can utilize powerful items like you know, the natural combination of the Clock of Destiny as well as Lightning Charger. But on top of that, third item, most people like to go for the Divine Glaive. He doesn't need that. Sicilian really doesn't need that. Just give him an Ice Queen's wand and he's hitting like a truck.
Yeah, I think the Divine Glaive is a little bit overkill, but I can see where you're coming from as well. But so far, the meta of having Clock of Destiny and then Transition Lightning Trinket is still the way to go, and it kind of works as well. And I'm not gonna lie, that is one of the biggest contributors for Vince's damage output, but I'm not exactly sure how much damage he's done, but his setup was really top-notch. I don't think there's much to talk about RSG Esports' items, considering that how lack of farm they were. iSonic going for a Genius Wand, Ice Cream Wand, the idea of being a utilitarian mage was there, but it's hard to do so when you have a Lolita shield right in your face.
Well, I mean, the Lolita shield, I feel, was a little negligible sometimes, especially you're just trying to protect... essentially, it's just trying to protect Anip from actually losing his turret. And, let's be fair, iSonic got extremely close from cracking open the gold lane turret at that point of time. Unfortunately, even with the help of Mon, they were able to harass both the Beatrixes as well as the Lolita, but they needed that added bit of support. And I think that's when we need to talk about the difference between Irfan and as well as Xeno for neutral objectives, because Irfan just made that much more impact.
Yeah, I want to see how how Lola was actually playing towards the first jungle, because like the first turtle was where things didn't go according to plan from Orange Esports. Like they had the initial start on turtle, they had the upper hand, but they just kind of dropped it when Irfan kind of just annoyed them. But now, let's talk about the MVP for this match from HomeBois. It's going to be none other than Chibi on his link. Like I said, the bouncer for the team.
Absolute Chad here. 4-0 and 7 match KDA with a 79% match KP. He's landing these knockups every single time, and I think that's a little frustrating, especially for those who know, who want and actually know how to play Ling. Landing it is not necessarily easy. It really isn't.
Exactly. People can just kind of dodge their way through, but you know, his positioning has been really spot on as well. His flanks has really been ridiculous, especially cutting from the back lines to actually isolate the fight between two different fronts from Orange Esports. And because of this scramble, it seems like Orange Esports just weren't ready to see a random assassin going for a wraparound, and instead of focusing the back lines, goes for the wraparound in the front lines, which is crazy.
Yeah, I think it was pretty nuts as well. I mean, Chibi at this point in time, so far, continuing to look extremely consistent, extremely efficient at the heroes that he plays at, and nobody can really compete against him so far. But let's look at the highlights now from this game number 1, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
It makes so much sense now from this turtle. Like, they were hesitant a little bit here, but Anip was there to actually zone them off with the Renner. So that's the reason why Lola was completely bullied out to actually contest the first turtle. And even this fight as well, things just kind of went south for them. And yeah, I feel like also underrated as well, Anip with his Renner is something that Orange Esports just could not deal with the AoE damage. It's just insane. Look at all this dive potential coming from the entire team coming from HomeBois. I don't know if it's confidence, is it draft, but it feels like HomeBois just one step ahead in every turn against Orange Esports.
Yep, they all had individual leads in their own part of the lanes, and they really translated that well as they started pushing against enemy territory, and more importantly so getting these neutral objectives. The moment mid turret went down, I think Orange Esports were going to have a lot of issues, considering that when it comes down to wave clear, they don't have a lot of heroes that do that very well other than like Kimi at that point.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, I feel like the Kimi was a forced issue for them, but it wasn't really the best answer to it. They needed something to have a lockdown against this Ling. Unfortunately, this had nothing at all.
No, they had Cho. They also had the circling eagle, but it's a big gamble because at the end of the day, it comes down to priority.
Is it the best way to deal with the Ling?
I think it's a better way to deal with Ling rather than just be like, you know what? I'm just gonna hope Lilia is gonna be enough.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The Lilia would be a big no for that situation. But unfortunately, it is still, the plans just didn't unveil for Orange Esports. They still got a 0 kill by the end of the day. I think that's the second match that we've seen throughout this entire week with a match with 0 kills losing. It's not even close at all. That just feels like a one-sided massacre coming from HomeBois. At this rate of what we were matching, HomeBois might be able to achieve their dream of just beating out the entire competition in their group.
And honestly, this is going to be the part where they break out of the 8-point deficit.
Oh, yeah.
So if they get another win against Orange Esports at this point of time, they basically want every single person in that round robin, and that's honestly a really huge statement. The fact is that HomeBois are not messing around anymore.
I think we had this discussion earlier before our show, right? Like, is it possible mathematically if HomeBois wins every single match to be #1 in the groups or maybe even the upper brackets by the end of this regular season?
If they keep winning 2-0s all the way through, it's definitely possible. And then the rest, hands off, pray that another team just wins, loses, you know, what we like to call cake lapis or layered cake, where it's a win-loss, 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 win-loss in their history. But anyways, you guys at home have done it once again. 800 shares up on screen here. Grab the codes while you still can, and most importantly, keep in mind that we still have more lucky draw winners thanks to this milestone being achieved. We got one more to hit 1,000, and you guys get the maximum amount of rewards.
Exactly. It's the final day for this week. Be sure to share as much as you can because we have more games for you guys. It's only the first game. Sorry, the second series, but the first game, and it's not over yet. Can Orange Esports bounce back? Let's find out. Be sure to share that like button. And of course, thank you guys for achieving it here as well because I get some codes for my account too. Later on, off stage, or off screen. while I'm not casting, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to be redeeming some codes. But now you're waiting for it, do it now.
Yes. Might as well, but now, guys, if you guys are feeling a little tired, it's like, I can't make it to the end, I can't make it to that lucky draw, my name might not be selected. Don't worry, Nescafe has got you guys covered. Re-energize yourself and celebrate with Nescafe. Take the QR code down below and get yourself a sweet discount to make it, buy it in bulk, save yourself the effort, right? Get a whole bunch of it so that when you watch the MPL during the weekends, you will have more than enough energy to reach that end. After you hit those share milestones, hit that share button, and also potentially win the lucky draw.
Exactly. Wait, we have a lucky draw?
Yeah, we have the lucky draw. What? And every single time a milestone is hit, you get more people to enter into the lucky draw as winners. So make sure you stick around for that.
Exactly. Here. Be sure to share right now because we are going to be having more games for you guys. But now, let's talk about how Orange Esports needs to bounce back from that. We can see behind on the screen on your side at the end, HomeBois, they are getting ready to potentially get the clean 2-0. But Orange Esports, is there a way for them to fix this? Are they going to bring in Valence as a substitute? Or I would say the key server, the ace in the hole yet? Or is it going to be another week later on?
I don't know. Honestly, I think it's a little too tough here. With the way that they've been drafting so far, it feels like Orange Esports haven't figured out the formula for their own team and what they're most comfortable with. I don't know what the scrim results have been like, or even so, I think this is a question. This is a question of whether or not they have the chemistry to actually pull this off. Because right now, at the state that they're in, it doesn't look like they're connecting as well. Everybody seems a little hesitant to make big moves, and somebody at the end of the day needs to make the call, whether it's good or bad. If we're gonna do something, we're gonna do something together, and that's what I want to see from Orange Esports.
I really feel bad for Min and Mana. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this feels like Season 7 all over again, where they get completely dumpstered. And Season 8, they had one of the biggest highs of their careers, and now it feels like they're at the lowest low. But of course, a little bit more insights for you guys. This is going to be the recaps draft and also the damage calculation for game number 1. Thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, honestly...
Oh, look at this, Vince. Oh my god.
Remember that this game was about like 10 minutes long, by the way. Like 12... Well, let's give a bit of generosity. Like 11 to 12 minutes long, right? And you can just definitely see the huge swing in the favor of HomeBois at this point. Absolutely winning on every single front, right? You would imagine that iSonic would have a little bit more damage, but he has a lot more structural damage more than he has hero damage in this particular aspect. And when we're looking over at someone like Zeno having the highest damage on that team, it's mainly because he's able to actually make it into the back line, or at the very least get in the middle of the fight rather than getting harassed before even making it through by Vince.
Dude, how hard is it to do damage with you, John? You just open a Black Dragon, your passive procs, and hits almost every player around him anyway. Makes sense?
I mean, yes, his passive procs, but it only procs on the player that you've hit more than like a bunch of times. But I think at the end of the day, that's why Vince is such an unconditionally scary player, right? If you close a blind eye to him, he will make things happen, and you're trying to figure out, you're scratching your head, what is going wrong?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it started with the first turtle as well. His ultimate just came in, and it was like not dying, even though Zeno was right on top of Mage, which is something that most mages can't do. Arguably, like, hey, maybe I've got Lilia, Black Shoe's gonna be okay, but Cecilia gives you the flexibility of doing damage, being annoying, and also being sustainable in the fight as long as you are not focus fire. In this case, one hero is not enough to take down wins.
Yep, I mean, it's good enough the fact that he chose the right battle spells as well. The Purify made it like so clean. He's so quick on it. Like the moment you see the Petrify, Purify comes out like 0.1 second later, and the human reaction speed is 0.5 seconds. So let's keep in mind here as we go into game 2, Orange Esports are going to be fighting to make that statement and try to steal some points away from the HomeBois. But HomeBois, they're looking a little too good here.
Yeah, hopefully things are going to be a little bit better for Orange Esports. How will they bounce back? HomeBois, very similar drafts. Fanny this time, not going to be the first ban, maybe the second.
They're not going to ban it.
I feel like they're going to do.
No, I don't think HomeBois is going to do it. The fact is that HomeBois was on
maybe?
the... No. The HomeBois was on the red side in game number 1, and Orange Esports were the ones who banned out Fanny.
Okay, fair enough.
Eventually, Orange Esports is going to ban it out, and HomeBois is going to pick it up for themselves.
Is banning.
Yeah. Sorry, my
Well, I'm sad.
Sorry.
I'm sad now. I'm
sorry.
a sad boy. My feelings are hurt.
It's okay. I'll give you a pat in the back, but I want to maintain social distancing for now. I'll give you a pat off the screen, though.
The world is cruel. I don't even get back pats and my feelings are hurt. How bad can this
Okay,
be?
fine. Here you go.
No, don't do it. Don't actually do it. Don't actually do it. Now, once we see, once again, Orange Esports, Lancelot, Hayabusa, Ling, they're just targeting Chibi. He just made that much impact. He's just that responsive across the map, and they want to limit his mobility.
It makes so much sense as well, considering that, you know, HomeBois kind of showed their cards in their first phase ban. They banned the Phobias as an initial pick, knowing that, hey, these are heroes that can actually benefit from if you pick a Phobia.
Oh, wait a minute.
What a minute.
I just remembered, HomeBois were the one on the blue side and not on the red side. That's why. I assumed that they were on the red side, and that's why. Okay.
No,
I don't feel so bad anymore. Anyways, Kajita gets banned out.
I like the cover up, but nope, not helping at all. Okay, however, first pick here, Glue is available. Fanny's out. Matilda is available. Beatrix is also available, but Orange Esports, do they want to first pick it, or do they want to deny pick away from HomeBois? In this case, Paquito, maybe. Glue, maybe. Thoughts on this? At this point, I think anything have to go right now.
I think Paquito is generally alright, but I think Orange Esports honestly should deny Irfan these big playmakers.
Oh, yeah.
In general, like Paquito, he just seems to be a little too good, but instead they're going to get the another priority pick that was banned out last game, Selena, going into the hands of OE.
Yeah, it was HomeBois who actually banned it first phase as well in the first pick phase for game number 1. So, okay, this time they are going to take advantage of the situation. However, HomeBois, they've got all the time in the world. Paquito, Glue, I don't know, pick your poison. What are we going to play? But now the question here is, what is Chibi going to play too?
Your team is
Cecilion, Paquito again. All right. First, you know, they did first pick the Cecilion game 1. This time they're doing exactly the same thing for Vince again. So nothing out of the ordinary for them.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary indeed. Because again, if Orange Esports decides to get Roger within the first picks of the first phase, at the very least you have Paquito, which is generally good against any types of just marksman in general. He gets in your face, double knock-up strike or even double jab already puts you and loses 80% of your HP. It's just brutal to deal with.
Yep, sub homies indeed. This is nothing out of the ordinary for them. But I'm a little bit worried here. What is Chibi gonna play? If you think about it, is he gonna go back to something as comfortable? Granger, Roger, perhaps. Okay, never mind. Orange Esports gonna go for the Roger again for Zeno. Game 1 seems a little bit tough for him, considering that he was bullied out by Irfan. But considering that game 1 they had a Beatrix as well, I wouldn't be surprised HomeBois this time they will pick the Beatrix again for Anip. It's a pretty much no-brainer for them not to go for it, I guess. It's almost near identical drops if they go for it for game 1.
No, I don't think Beatrix is going to be the pick for the side of HomeBois. Not in this phase, at least. I think they're just going to wait until the second half of it. But remember, they still have options like Sun if they really wanted to, because OE has shifted their focus to the jungle this time. So, HomeBois is going to be locking in the jungler before OE can punish it even more.
Yeah. You make a good point as well, considering that 3 of Chibi's heroes has been banned off. Now is going to be in the situation where they should pick Chibi's hero. So, okay, I see where you're getting at, but that means Beatrix should be banned from Orange Esports, right? As well as the Sun, potentially. They did kind of ban the Sun in the first game for Orange Esports, so pretty clear it is going to be Sun and Beatrix, maybe even the Popo Koopa, but no way, oh my goodness, I am kind of sad right now. Why would you ban a Matilda?
They're getting rid of the supports. They're getting rid of the supports. They want to make sure Cypher isn't going to be as impactful. My guess is that they're also going to ban out the Lolita as well while they're at it and force HomeBois on something like, I don't know, a Raphaelia or something like that.
I don't think they would go for it, seeing how game 1 went. They're going to be extremely aggressive, but Okay, you might be right. Considering that Chibi now can't be as aggressive from game 1. Okay, fine. I see where you're getting at.
Yeah, I also think that Orange Esports has a tough choice when it comes to this part of the bans. Either they get rid of the Lolita or they get rid of the Cho. Both kind of do the same thing at this point of time. But most importantly, it's like, do they prioritize pick potential or do they prioritize the fact that Selena arrows can be blocked by the Guardian's Bulwark?
Okay, fair enough. They are going to ban the Cho from
HomeBois.
HomeBois.
Do it. Okay, okay.
But for Orange Esports, what are they going to ban next? Like, I'm pretty sure they gotta get rid of the Beatrix, right? Like, you saw the amount of overall CC presence a Beatrix brings to the table.
That's true, but also there's still Popo and Koopa. There's still like plenty of general gold laners. You might as well open it all up.
If you think about it, right? The amount of AoEs a Sicilian Sanguine Claw set up with the Aulus out with the Rainer, it just completely obliterates whoever's caught in the Sanguine Claw.
True, but OE has Yuzong.
Yuzong just died in game 1 too, but
yeah, but he was going against someone like Vince. The difference is whether or not you have the battle spell to disengage, and I think
really take the Rafaela.
Exactly, it's all about disengaging, and I think OE at this point, OE have decided, you know what, Rafaela has a better disengage and kind of like slows down the game just enough to allow the gold laners to kind of get ahead. So get rid of that. We want something that we can actually harass, something that we can actually bully with this Selena at the end of the day. So we do see the Beatrix get picked up for the side of the HomeBois here. All right, I guess they're confident they can actually get away with this, and after game 1, I can understand why. OE, they can try and punish this.
Okay, now if you talk about AoEs and crowd control-wise, I feel like HomeBois is so strong, but in terms of overall greed, in terms of overall damage output-wise, they are kind of late. If HomeBois played it exactly like how game 1, where Orange Esports was super passive and they're just trading 50-50s, HomeBois will take it. But they were only able to do so because they had a Link who's pretty much being the bodyguard and scaring Orange Esports. This time, I don't think Chibi will be able to do so. So Saifu, or in this case, yeah, Saifu's hero is going to be a very important factor for this one to actually do that if they want to mirror how game 1 went.
You're absolutely right. I totally agree.
Oh, wait, what?
Now, Brody gets picked up for the side. Yeah, I would have preferred Popo and Koopa because at the very least, you have some form of disengage, but Brody can stay from afar. And actually have some, at least a little bit of counterplay up against someone like Bakito.
But the Franco.
The Franco is to completely slow down the game and disrupt HomeBois' overall rotation as well as their buffs. So it's important that, you know, when you're on Franco, you gotta hook those buffs. You gotta slow the game down. You're telling Chibi, no, don't speed up, don't accelerate.
I guess I can see where you go. You know, going for the annoyance on the buff. I'm pretty sure the Kufra is going to be able to do so. I was expecting maybe a high loss, but they needed some sort of crowd control and stunts. I think this is pretty much the best out of the worst situation that HomeBois want to draw, but hopefully they are going to be able to get away with it. But so far, the drafts have been set. I like a little bit on Orange Esports' draft now compared to game 1, but is it gonna be enough to take against HomeBois?
Tough call after that game in number 1 here, but I mean, let's get through the hall as we move in towards our battlefield. Orange Esports versus HomeBois, game at number 2. Looking at the compositions, you can definitely tell that they are learning from their previous mistakes as OE need to find that early snowball, and the best way to do it is to get picks. But if you're looking at the HomeBois, very similar composition, except they have more scaling with the help of that Aula. Sicilion's still going to be a threat, and you know how Irfan is going to get the job done. Welcome to the land of Dawn. Let's bring it out one more time. Orange Esports versus HomeBois, game number 2.
Yep, the games has been set, and Chibi will be playing on the Aulus, and I'm looking forward to see how Min is going to be able to stop and mistrack. And now the point of interest is going to be here. Vince is going to be here, Saifu as well, to make sure that Min is not going to be an annoyance he is. But here comes the hook. He blocks the first shot, so that's not going to be happening in favor of Orange Esports. However, Chibi is going to be A-okay. He's got the high and dry instead of the killing spree, so that's going to be an interesting factor for HomeBois. Meanwhile, Saifu is going to continue to annoy Orange Esports. The hook comes in, doesn't seem to connect. So the Little Wanderer is going to be contested as well. Orange Esports, they send up 4 guys. Chibi, he's gonna get caught out, and he gets completely nuked out of the game. So that is gonna be HomeBois losing first blood.
First of all, I really don't like the high and dry. I definitely think that is kind of a mistake on Chibi's part. If he's serious about it, I mean, respect to the man. He's a professional player here, but either you take Demon Slayer or you take a killing spree, because there's literally no point for you to get high and dry at this stage of the game, because you're never, ever going to come into a situation where it's like, oh, you're conveniently in my jungle to 1v1 me.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I can see where your point is coming as well. And Chibi right now, he needs a lot of items as well as levels before he can actually 1v1 anyone in the table. So in this case, this is actually huge for Orange Esports to actually slow down his momentum. So far, so good. For game number 2, Orange Esports has learned and improved, but can they continue to transition? Because we know HomeBois, they're looking to trade 50-50s again, like how game 1 it happened.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be fine, because at this point in time, Lola should be hitting level 4. Chibi also hits that level 4. A slight lead for Man at this point. It would have been nice if Lola was able to get the kill, because then the snowball could roll even faster. But more importantly, Min has to figure out consistently where Chibi is going to be. They know for a fact that the orange buff is back up, and okay. They're allowing Man to rotate on the top side, and yeah, they find another kill onto...
Irfan survive? Oh, no.
Okay, there we go. Sha Residue. Sha Residue works out at the end of the day. I like how Orange Esports is saying, you know what? Mid lane, who cares about it? It's all about the side lanes. Let's focus on punishing our enemy side laners.
This is good for Orange Esports. Like, they've learned their mistakes and now they're getting a little bit aggressive. But the arrow from Man from the sides, HomeBois, they're getting compressed, and that's going to be the coup for a down from count as well. Vince is going to be next. He tries to survive against Zeno, but he's going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, here comes the Unique Fury coming in. They're trying to go for the kill, but the hook keeps him in check. Chibi needs to back out, and Zeno survives it all. HomeBois, they get nothing this time. This is payback from Orange Esports.
Micro mistake coming out of HomeBois here. Unfortunately for Irfan, he walks away to stop the shot residue from proccing, but in that time, Min actually throws over his hook to pull Chibi back into position, as Vince was just way too low. However, if we look down here, Min consistently being rather annoying, hooking the buff and slowing him down. Lola now having a very clean level lead over him. Man doing some very good work on the Selena.
Yeah, Man is doing a fantastic job. He's done great work thus far. Can he continue to do so? Arrow going to be checking as well. Renner has been expanded from Ani to clear the waves. This time, HomeBois playing extremely defensive. Saifu is only just about to hit his 4. And when this Tyrant's Rage comes in, it's going to be huge. However, the combo breaker is going to be Min's ultimate. So that is going to be on towards Orange Esports side as well. Unless Saifu catches a pick. The trap does scout in now, so that's going to be, HomeBois backing out, trading 50-50s again. So passive gameplay all the way through for HomeBois as of yet.
Yep, they just have to play for the later stages of the game. Right now, they're just not strong unless they're on top side, and maybe Irfan could do something. But as we can tell so far, Zeno is doing a much better job. He's picking up on the habits of Irfan and actually taking advantage. He has a very clear level lead on top of that as well. So Zeno looking to trade straight away against Irfan, trying to utilize his pressure, utilize his advantage to keep Irfan in check.
Yep, Chibi now has been laying low for quite some time. He's level 6. He needs about 2 to 3 more levels before he's going to be able to do a little bit more damage. So same going for Vince as well. He cannot afford to die. He's got the mystery shop. So game 1, he's got like a clock of destiny 5 minutes in the game. This time, it's going to be a little bit slow. But Irfan, he's trading 50-50. Zeno's taking a little bit too much damage to actually greed his way out. He might actually get punished. However, the rest of HomeBois is on the other side of the map. So that's not going to happen.
Yep, with Turtle coming back up here, this is going to be an interesting contestation, as Orange Esports will be on it first, and I think HomeBois generally...
I don't think they can fight this.
No, they are. Seifel is going to get into the middle of that fight, all 4, as he gets locked down here. Here comes the Unyielding Fury, but Anim gets pulled instead. Zeno is already first on the rotation. He gets on top of Anim. Should be able to kill him, as Chibi is the next to fall under Lola. Orange Esports cleanly predict how the fight outcome was going to be and execute it nicely.
Oh, that was a clean steal on the turtle as well, Lola. I'm not sure what HomeBois was thinking. They weren't even in position. Saifu forced the issue and they get heavily punished. You can even hear the screams coming from Orange Esports. They know they've got this back. 6-0. This seems to be a payback from game 1, but I don't know. Is this going to be possible for HomeBois to bounce back? But let's take a look at the economy real quick. Orange Esports is 3K ahead. This is not looking good for HomeBois.
Not looking good for HomeBois indeed.
Oh, the hooks.
Oh, they find another pick here.
Oh, no.
And it's going to be the follow-up onto Vince. He's going to die straight away. Killing spree coming in from Lola as well, as Man is able to flicker forward to capitalize. He has to play aggressive. He disregards his life as long as his jungler gets that kill. So well done to Orange Esports as they are increasing the tempo of their play.
Oh, the Franco out is to deal with the Purify. That is smart. Irfan just sidestepping everything Orange Esports, but seems to me he finally gets caught and he's gonna get taken down at Orange Esports, making it work, baby.
Yep, just way too much CC on the side of Orange Esports' side. They've already broke bottom tier 1. They've lane swapped up the top side. Very textbook from the side of Orange Esports. And HomeBois, they still have a chance to stay in this game as long as Anip is able to kind of catch up in terms of side lane gold. And more importantly, Alice is able to hit his max items.
Oh no, what is going on? The Franco catch into the Selena arrow. HomeBois cannot do nothing about his wins. He's died 2 times in a row. That is going to slow down his progression overall. Not looking good for HomeBois' initial plan.
Yeah, HomeBois feeling themselves a little too much, feeling a little too cocky, and Orange Esports punishing them with just overwhelming amounts of CC. And the momentum on their side is great, but will it translate to closing out this game? It is a very clean 3K gold lead on top of HomeBois. 9-0 is the kill score.
Yeah, and on top of it all, everyone from HomeBois has died a single time. That is going to completely slow down the progression. Meanwhile, Lola, he's going to pop off. He's got 4-0-4. He's looking to continue to snowball with this Franco leading shot alongside with Man. The Min and Man factor is in play, and HomeBois doesn't even realize it right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're setting up for like weird sides. Oh, Min.
Oh, dang.
Wow. The game sense, just throwing the hook randomly, just thinking that maybe HomeBois are looking to set up some ambushes, and that's their usual behavior. A very good call coming in from Min.
Yep, they just gotta play it slow. Meanwhile, Vince has not have been building his stacks. He's a little bit afraid to die yet. And this time, the jungles are gonna get invaded. Hooks comes in, doesn't connect, and HomeBois, they completely conceded once again. Vince, however, gets arrowed up. Lola looking for the dive, but Irfan is a little bit too tanky. Another arrow comes in, but doesn't connect. Black Dragon has been extended to fight Chibi, but he's not gonna be surrounded, so they are gonna be able to full disengage. Hook comes in, doesn't connect.
So far, Orange Esports continuing to slowly build up their lead. 8 minutes into the game with a 4.4 lead so far. Next Lord is now slowly going to be coming up here. They
the reset
down the buff, and there's nothing Chibi can really do about it. All he has to do is just play defensively at this point of time. HomeBois is just waiting to turn this on Orange Esports' heads, but he needs to hit the overall gold score to be 32K for the side of HomeBois to even do anything.
That was very, very close, but you can see the priority coming from HomeBois as well to make sure the middle turret doesn't fall. As long as that stands, they can still slow down the progression. Meanwhile, Min, one step ahead, looking for the hooks. Irfan knows what's up, and arrow comes in, doesn't connect. And once again, Orange Esports, they are going to completely concede the top turret. As long as the top turret is gone, it's okay. The middle turret must stay if they want to contest for any sort of objectives, but that means they are going to lose out so much more map control that Orange Esports may or may not sneak in from behind.
Yep, Endless Battle being a recent purchase here for Lola. He's got plenty of damage, and I think he now can win his 1v1s very, very cleanly. And I'm thinking, how else is HomeBois really going to get back into this game? Because now, they find another pick on towards Seifel. He gets locked down by the Bloody Hunt, but here comes the Unyielding Fury. A good opportunity for Chibi to turn this around, and Irfan makes a play. 3 members with a knock-up strike, and now they're on the run. Oh my goodness, Anip is dead, Irfan is out, and Vince finally falls. Chibi hits the mat. Min dies for the sake of 3 HomeBois picks for the side of Orange Esports. Ooh, what a loss for the HomeBois.
But they still got the Lord. So that is huge coming from HomeBois, immediately calling the pauses as well. So this is something that they need to fix, but still a big play coming from Irfan once again. I'm not exactly sure how they took the Lord, but damn, that was a worthy play. They still got the Lord. They managed to actually slow things down, but still Orange Esports winning the fight. This here brings another question right now. How did HomeBois mess that up? Like, that fight would have looked good if the Unyielding Fury hit, but unfortunately it didn't. So I feel grateful that Irfan was able to salvage for HomeBois, but I don't think it's out yet for Orange Esports.
Well, I think a lot of it boils down to what was their priority, and I think they were throwing bodies at a wall and trying to create that space to take away the turtle to slow down the game even more. But I think they should have just let the turtle through and gone for the kills. Just play for the KDA, look to trade as many people as possible, and then hopefully if they break enough people on the side of Orange Esports, then at least they get to salvage their mid-turn. Because at the end of the day, EXP is nice and all, but gold is going to be key for the HomeBois to stay ahead of the curve, right?
Yeah.
Cecilion, he literally just needs time to stack up. If he has items, that's a big plus. Same goes to Beatrix. Well, actually, may not be as relevant to Beatrix as to someone compared to like Aulus, who needs not only the items, but the levels. The moment he hits level 12, that's when he's going to be a threat, but if he doesn't have 3 items, that's also a huge issue.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, Aulus needs to set up those the ultimate really, really well, and this time Chibi has been farming very, very passively throughout the map, and he's doing exactly just that. But unfortunately, Orange Esports, they're just forcing them to fight, and that is not exactly what HomeBois wants to do. They need someone to slow it down for Chibi, and unfortunately to say, Vince is not able to do so just because of how the Franco hook has a way to deal with the Purify, which we did see became a huge factor from game 1 from Vince.
Yeah, oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, when you think that it's going to be a 2-0 coming in from the HomeBois, unfortunately, they dropped the ball a little bit here, and Orange Esports are looking much cleaner now and much better. Honestly, looking even more dominating. It's not a perfect game because they did drop. HomeBois were able to claim a kill, but look at the score, 12-1.
Yep, and on top of it all, they still managed to get the Lord. So that was huge for HomeBois if they want to buy a little bit more time. Lola is very close to the 15, but Chibi is only level 12. Anip is only level 11, just his level as well. They need a little bit more space. As you can see, HomeBois, they're trying desperately to get some sort of objectives. They will take the tier 1 up top. So that's, you got to reap whatever you can right now for HomeBois.
I think Chibi right now, he's got his 3 items and he's also hit level 12, if I'm correct here. Anap is level 11. The hook doesn't connect, but Isonic is also level 12. So therefore, the rest of his team members are a little behind in EXP and as well as gold, but Chibi is in the perfect position to really turn things around. Min, as soon as his ultimate goes down, it's going to be a whole full-on attack from the side of HomeBois.
Yeah, I like how they're just using the Selena traps for vision control so that the Franco can actually get hooked. So in this case, the min-max factor is something that HomeBois is finally aware of, but is it too late at this stage?
I don't think it's too late. I honestly think that Orange Esports needs to make sure that they continuously have control over the map, and they need to know exactly where this Aulus is, because he is going to be the big game changer as the rest of the members are essentially free food for Orange Esports if they land the CC.
Yep, Chibi has a little bit of a rough idea where they are. He's going to back off, so that's going to be him conceding the bottom lane as well, as HomeBois will concede their bottom turret. Middle turret is gone as well, but however, Chibi, he gets caught out of the sides by Man and Zeno. That is not what HomeBois want. Adi has forced to back out. He is going to be A-okay, and yes, he will get a turret instead. So that is still a small victory, but Orange Esports, they're getting very quickly. They are going to transition very quickly for tier 2. So that's going to be Orange Esports taking all the outer turrets away from HomeBois.
Oh man, that's the Orange Esports now are starting to bleed their lead in towards the jungle, and it's a 6k goal lead 11 minutes into the game. It's not completely GG for the side of HomeBois, but now you're so dependent on Anip for this high ground defense. If Orange Esports is able to land a single piece of CC, whether it be Abyssal Arrow, whether it be a catch, even if it's a Corrosive Strike coming in from Isonic, and there is quick follow-up on top of Anip, and he dies, I think it's game over for HomeBois if they get this next Lord.
Agreed. Lola is now snowballing out of control. He's finally hit his max level. Items are pre-stacked up. They are going to go for the jungle once again. The Lord and HomeBois, can they make the miracle play again? This is it. This is a do-or-die situation. They've got to make it work. Orange Esports baiting to the half HP. Saifu does have the information, but HomeBois, they're so skeptical. I think they might not get it. Saifu goes for the giant. He messes it up. He immediately gets caught out, and he's going to die. Who gets the Lord? And will secured by Orange Esports. And now they finally turn the tides on towards Anu, and they get the kill. And that's going to be HomeBois losing their cores just like that. And another one as well. They found Chibi, and Earthfront is going to be in the hot zone as well as he makes a run for his life. The rest of Orange is coming in. but Irfan, he sidestepped his way through. He's buying time, and he seems like he's buying a little bit way too much time. As Orange Esports, they haven't seemed to finish him off. And here comes the Leica boss. He goes for the combo. Irfan needs to make a run. The hook doesn't connect, but he has the sustains. He's buying time, and Irfan, the space creation, but no, the range from Lola will finally take him down. As HomeBois, they needed the space, and Anip is back online. So is it enough space bought from Irfan?
Yep, it's enough space. Oh, the hook on Seifel. Bennett's right. Seifel's giving up his life here, but HomeBois can still defend it here. Anip's going to switch over to Nibiru, and Chibi needs to drop down his ult right now, but Zeno wants to zone him out. They lose an inhibitor for this. He drops on the Unyielding Fury, but oh no, it gets cancelled out. He ends up dying. The CC's too strong as Orange Esports make their own statement. Clean sweep us? No, we clean sweep you.
Oh, the payback is real. Orange Esports, they bounce back into game number 2. They've got to be so happy about what that happened, because HomeBois overestimated their prowess and they get punished for it. What a game, what a game.
Yep, that was a beautiful game coming out for the side of Orange Esports, sacrificing mid lane priority to make so much impact in the side lanes to the point where the game was unplayable for the HomeBois. They can't wait for late game no longer. Well done. GG, well played to Orange Esports.
Oh my goodness. HomeBois, they tried the exact same stunt from game 1. Unfortunately, Shibi wasn't able to do his role in it. So it's just a little bit unfortunate for them. Hopefully, game 3, they will bounce back with their improved version. But Orange Esports, they look better now.
Yeah, they're looking much better, and I think they had a lot of momentum working in that game, not to mention some great iron hooks to set the pace for it all. I think when it came down to the draft, it was risky on either side, but more importantly, we had a very clear idea that Orange Esports now are willing to sacrifice that mid lane priority, knowing that Vince isn't going to do too much if he's going to play on Sicilian. He's just going to push that wave, wait there, rotate, but by then it's a little too late.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But on top of it all, seems like the the Franco coming from Indonesia finally being played here in Malaysia, and it's kind of worked out. Looks pretty good apparently.
That's not what I've heard since week number 1, but looks like there is a bit of a change of tune, and the same goes for the perspectives onto Orange Esports. They might actually be able to take this game away from HomeBois if they get a draft like that and have that same sort of momentum.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see who the MVP is for the match. But for me personally, I feel the hooks coming from Juan has been really, really spot on. So I'm looking forward to see what the itemization was in that particular game. But as of now, let's see.
Well, let's have a look here. Now, looks like traditional items all across the board from Orange Esports here. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Franco builds. Looks like he decided to go for the rapid boots this time around with concealment to ensure that he is just zipping across the map. Not a moment wasted, not a moment missed.
Yeah, he was extremely fast and all over the map as well. He's got like 10 assists, 1 death so far. But look at Vince's item. Like first game, he had like this Clock of Destiny, like a Trunket, and then going for the Ice Queen 1. But this time, he actually opted to go for Immortality, which is very defensive out of him. And it makes a lot of sense considering that every time he's got hook, I think initially he died once, it's okay, but he died 2 times in a row, which kind of forced him in a situation where he's a little bit afraid to go out just because of where Orange Esports is throughout the entirety of the map.
Yeah, and I think, what really broke HomeBois was the second turtle fight where, unfortunately, Anip was the one who got hit by the iron hook from mid, and I think if he didn't get hit by that and the Nibiru's passion actually came out as intended to, it would have been a really good way to kind of counteract this initial fight. Because let's remember, Seifel was throwing away his life on purpose to try and get these neutral objectives to either open up the map a little bit more, or at the very least force Min to use his ultimate so that HomeBois can come in, drop down something like an Unyielding Fury, you sit on top of it, the dot damage would be more than enough to take somebody out.
Yeah, I still feel like it was a very risky move, especially from the second turtle, considering that how much HomeBois has lost. For them to intentionally throw that, considering that Chibi wasn't even in the position, was extremely risky. But later on, we'll talk into the replay and how it happened. But for now, the MVP for game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. We've got Min on the Franco, a well-deserved MVP. Would you you know, would you expect to see a Franco as an MVP this time, my friend?
No, honestly, I would not have expected Franco to be on the MVP screen for the longest of times. With a match KD of 1-1 and 10 assists, with a match KP of 58%, he's all over the map showing his pressure. He's done a very good job. This is what we were expecting out of mid.
Oh my goodness, this is fun to watch. Like, you know, I take back my words now. Like, I was skeptical. Hey, Orange Esports, you know, without Valens, no. It's the Franco, baby. It's the Franco. But the question remains: will they play the Franco again, or will they just ban it off later on?
I personally think that the HomeBois at this point in time don't mind Orange Esports taking the Franco. I think it's the follow-up with the Selena that made it so much worse, and the added vision with the Abyssal Traps that made it so easy for Min to play the game of, oh, divide and conquer. By process of elimination, I can kind of guess where you are.
All right, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes. But now, with the highlights here, let's talk about how it all went down. Initially, the first start of the fight, it wasn't that too bad for HomeBois. Orange is what they had the upper lead. And even in the first start of the fight, they kind of lost it from HomeBois, which is arguably, you know, is nothing much they could have done. The Seleno arrow was extremely annoying. This second turtle fight was kind of what they dropped the ball, because Saifu went in for the dive, did not connect, and the rest of HomeBois weren't exactly prepared for the fight. And when they were trying to escape, there was no exit plan for them at all.
Yeah, they were able to nail them each and every time. Irfan still has the consistent mechanics overall, but there are some abilities you just can't really do anything about. And number one, Bloody Hunt, the moment he's on top of you, you're just stuck there.
Exactly, and on top of it all, Min was able to hook through the conceal. That was a sick hook as well.
It was. I mean, Irfan found the right play. Chibi hesitated, and that may have costed him quite a bit there, because Xeno threw himself so deep in the enemy lines, and they do it again every single time they throw themselves. Xeno is here to say, hey, I'm going to slow you down just enough, and Anib, he gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow, and it's just game over from there.
Yeah, I really like how Min was able to slow down this Tyrant's Rages, where every single time Saifu comes in, he's going to go for the bite on top of it. And not to mention as well, Saifu is like the key component for HomeBois to set up for a big wobble combo play, but every single time he goes, he just gets stopped in his track. So it's just unfortunate to see that actually happening for them, but all in all, congratulations to Orange Esports. For now, it's not over yet. Tying the series 1-1 means we are going into game 3.
Yep, if game 3 it is. HomeBois thought they could get out of their deficit with a clean 3 points, but no. Orange Esports continues to prove everybody wrong that they absolutely deserve to be here at the MPL. With that being said, Orange Esports and as well as HomeBois are going to take a short break like we are to re-strategize, rethink on how they're going to draft for this last upcoming game. With that being said, more MLBB action right after this.
Wait for no man, nor girl. Monster kill! The enemy has been slain! Airgun enemy has been slain! First blood! Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Okey, rambut pun dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Alamak. Tenang Jamil, kita boleh. Hello, kita jumpa lagi.
Good afternoon.
Wah,
Sejuk office you.
Hi, I'm Sasa.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Saiful, kapten kami dia sakit perut. So saya nak ganti untuk hari ini.
Ada M, Link Eza, Kaiser juga.
I ingat you nak butiran SAI kan? Inilah SAI.
Roster kami baru tetapi kuat. Sangat kuat.
Cantik tak that painting tu? I yang lukis kan? Wait dong, bukan SAI aku lah. SAI team kita, Aipan. Sorry nanti kita hantar lagi.
Apa? Kekuatan roster kami?
Of course, it's me lah.
Saya kot.
Saya kot.
Saya.
IJN pun dah DS. Kan orang tak tahu lagi.
Lexia also good. Strong. We can call combo. Rockstar here. Nice one.
Dah habis dah. Ada lagi tak?
Walaupun ada player-player berpengalaman.
Walaupun season ni kami tiada zone. Walaupun Ciku tengah rehat. Walaupun roster kami tetap sama.
Walaupun champion season lepas, we have to work harder.
Target kami setiap musim pun sama. Pastilah.
Juaralah.
Apa mereka?
First back to back champion.
Tak kisah. Todak tetap langgar. Tak sabar lagi lah. Ini musim kita. Okey, terima kasih. Okey, thank you.
Okey, jumpa di regular season.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini
Hey, welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 9, and you guys are watching the MPL MY. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is going to be Getting Q, as you guys are here for the final deciding match between Orange Esports as well as HomeBois. Orange Esports making the comeback in game number 2, giving them a taste of their own medicine coming from HomeBois. It seems like there are no pushovers coming into this series.
No, absolutely not. These guys have absolutely been doing a good job, and either side have been struggling. But by the way, in case you were wondering, all of our sponsors here today made this happen here at the MPL MY Season 9, whether it be our official Gaming Chair Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok, Esports Charts, EGG Network, as well as our co-organizers, ESI. They made this event as great as it is. So thank you to you guys. But yes, 1-1. Only one of these teams is going to be walking away with some points. And, unfortunately for HomeBois, I mean, it's a huge momentum swing for Orange Esports.
I like how Orange Esports was able to adapt. I hate that I'm right. That I like their drop a little bit more. But it feels like HomeBois does have a little bit of a Suhas element from this particular game. I'm not going to say what exactly, but I felt like based on the drafts, Chibi was hard countered by Orange Esports.
Yeah, it was a little difficult with so much CC from the side of Orange Esports. And also, interestingly enough, sacrificing a lot of mid-lane pressure to actually push it out early on to get that early momentum. So that's something that they have to keep in mind for the side of HomeBois for next game. If you just tuned in, the score is 1-1 with Orange Esports up against the HomeBois. The previous match recap, as you can see here up on screen. Man, Man was doing damage. Min was landing beautiful, beautiful hooks, but it's the quick follow-up coming in from Man, which really helps kind of like disorientate the opponents when they're trying to figure out, can I move? Can I not really move? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, the hook setting up the arrow is just a little bit too disgusting to deal with here. And I want to talk a little bit more on the bans as well. First game, you know, HomeBois, they did ban the Selena in the first phase. However, Orange Esports, they were able to pick it up first pick from the get-go. So this is the power of what Man has been dishing out the table. Yes, Min is the MVP, but Man was also one of the factors that enabled Min. So like I said, the Min and Man factor was definitely all over the place in game number 2. But talking about vision control, do you think HomeBois is going to play exactly the same from game 1 with a little bit of a twist, prioritizing on Chibi's heroes, or they're just gonna straight up, you know what, it's a one-time thing. It might have just been a fluke for Orange HomeBois.
Yeah, it could be. It really could be. But in this game number 3, that's where we see the adaptations here. I'm curious to see HomeBois go back on towards the blue side up against Orange Esports. But oh my goodness, we've just been informed 1,000 shares has been hit. Thank you to everybody here at the English broadcast for making this happen with the code down below. Redeem it while you still can.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you guys so much for all your efforts for the share. I know you guys enjoyed that game, and I did not lie to you guys. Game 2 is going to be a very, very good game, and it was a sweet revenge. But can they seal the deal with their vendetta for game number 3 for Orange Esports? I'm looking forward to see it happen, because right now on the faces of HomeBois just now, they were a little bit bummed out. Whereas Orange Esports, they look super composed right now.
I mean, you have to understand from the perspective of HomeBois, they are at an 8-point deficit. They were so close to getting a 2-0 and completely wiping the slate clean and start off gaining the lead that they've been looking for all week. But they've got an entire season, so it's not the biggest of deals. But it doesn't mean they aren't bummed out about it.
All right. 30 seconds left on the clock. Orange Esports, we did see a little bit of an improvement, but still, the question here is, has Zeno as well as iSonic adapted to their current meta and playstyle? Even though on the scoreboard, iSonic looks really, really good, but I still personally felt it was the Min and Man factor. Is it enough for them to earn their spot here in the MPL as potentially the rookie candidate?
Well, the only way to find out is to play the game, and especially if they win, they make a very large argument. I think just winning the lane alone is going to be a big factor, because it's about who can struggle for power and control over that lane. But now with the draft already starting, HomeBois on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side. HomeBois getting rid of the Fanny and as well as the Selena. Orange Esports getting rid of Lancelot and Hayabusa in response. HomeBois finally getting rid of the Kadita.
Yep, okay, respect once again, so nothing out of the ordinary, but Orange Esports, they are just gonna hard counter Chibi's hero from the get-go. They might mirror it up from game 2. Yes, they will. Chibi's heroes are all out of the picture. No Lancelot, no Hayabusa, no lane for you. HomeBois, do they first pick the... Okay, Valentina instead. Okay.
I think this is great, because now this gives a lot more control and, more importantly, a lot more early game aggression coming in from Vince. The moment he gets priority of the lane, he starts rotating around. Orange Esports has got to be careful, and they also have this added layer of which ultimates do I want to give over to this Valentina? Do I want to minimize how effective she can be, or do I say, I don't care, I'll play whatever I want. If you get a cool ult, it doesn't matter to us.
I guess, but I feel like a way to deal with the Valentina is pretty much picking heroes that don't have good ultimates and also magical damage that scales with Valentina's items. So picking out heroes like Paquito or Roger, it's not that bad, because Valentina is not going to be able to benefit too much. Maybe a couple of utilities to back out, but damage-wise, not that much. Oh no, The Black Dragon is pretty good. Yeah,
The Black Dragon is one of the better ultimates.
Yeah. Why? Why would you?
Now, just in case you guys are wondering how Valentina's ultimate works, yes, you do steal the ultimate and you do become that person, whether it be auto attacks that you can auto attack stats that you can steal away from marksmen. But the scarier ones is when they are under the category of morph. And if you can double check it in the game itself, Yu Zhong's Black Dragon form is a morph ability. So not only is she going to get Black Dragon form, she's literally going to get every other ability as well.
Exactly. So that's kind of scary. Like if it was any other heroes, like probably Roger is like, it's only an ultimate, it's not that big of a deal. Selena, you get the whole thing. Yu Zhong, you get the whole thing. But Yu Zhong, I feel like this is a big mistake for Orange Esports. I'm not sure how Vince is going to capitalize on this, but knowing his history, he will be able to steal it guaranteedly every single time.
Yeah, I mean, the range of the IMU is relatively big. It's not difficult.
Like, as long as the Black Dragon comes in, hey, I can get that right now from the get.
Or as soon as Vince hits level 4, he walks up to the EXP lane, joinks it, walks back down, and it's like, I'm going to hold on to it until necessary. Franco ult also being taken away. It's really good ult. I'm not gonna lie.
And Franco's out is something that I can accept that, because you know, a mage standing still alongside with whoever you're fighting, it's not as bad because you can still kill the mage. But for a Black Dragon, that's a little bit too much to ask for.
I mean, this really is going to show the mechanical prowess and the eyes of creativity that Vince can have. He's got two great ultimates to steal. If Roger jumps into the backline, and it so happens that he is in range of Franco, he can joink the Bloody Hunt and quickly lock down on the Roger before he's able to secure that kill on the back line. So let's keep in mind here, Gold Lane now getting punished for the side of OE. It's going to be Clint as well as the Sun. They want him to go on the Beatrix again.
Yeah, they managed to pick the Chibi for they managed to pick the
Beatrix?
Yushin Sin for Chibi, my bad. So that is gonna be the jungle marksman coming in from HomeBois. I don't think they will pick another Gold Lane. They probably pick something else that is not as farm dependent. But yeah, you're right, the Beatrix might be the go-to plan from HomeBois again. But Orange Esports, they're going for Lunox, and I like it. You know, it's not the best ultimate to steal for Valentina compared to other mages like Farsa, like Eve is pretty good for Valentina. I think Lunox is okay-ish. It's not that bad.
I guess it depends on which ult she's taking.
Yeah.
That's the important thing. Like the Darkening, I don't think she gets too much value, but Brilliance is still not that bad, to be fair.
Agreed. But Glue is going to be the pickup coming from HomeBois, and the Popo and Koopa. I like this drop a little bit more for HomeBois now because they can do a little bit more. But like I said, I'm still worried of the Franco pickup from Orange Esports. If Min or Man is able to bring in the double factor again, things are going to be a little bit different.
It's tough to say. It really is tough to say.
What's the missing picture here coming from Orange Esports? Like they need an XP lane coming in.
They
have
the
XP lane. They need a gold laner.
Yeah.
I don't think they should go for the Kimi again, so it's up to iSonic to play this. Do they just want to force the Beatrix? Is the Beatrix good enough for the setup?
No, Beatrix loses out against Popo and Koopa in lane. It's a little hard to play, and Clint is already gone.
Esme gold lane? Oh, okay. All right. Esme's gold lane is pretty good. They need something in the front lines, and I think it's pretty good as well. It's not the, you know, it's an ultimate that I think Vince is not going to be able to benefit too much. I think it's just the right amount of sauce.
I'm not even confident about this. Like, I don't think this matchup is too particularly good, but I think, you know, at the very least, if Orange Esports, like, if you are in iSonic's shoes playing this Esmeralda, you can get the Avarice and, I don't know, farm off of Koopa.
Blue, maybe. Koopa's... Okay, yeah, Koopa is pretty good as well. I like it. But overall, in general, the drops has been set. HomeBois does have a little bit more late game potential, but Orange Esports, they've got a clear objectives of dealing with Vince. They've dealt with the game 2. Hopefully, they will be able to do it again in game 3 against Vince's Valentina. Ladies and gentlemen, the drafts has been set. The Glue, the Valentina, the HomeBois are back to town, but this time Chibi playing his signature Yishin Sin going up against Orange Esports Franco, not once, but a second time. Will Orange clutch it with their revenge, or will HomeBois pay him back again?
All right, let's find out here in our final game in this best of 3 between the HomeBois as well as Orange Esports with HomeBois on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red. Let's see how this is going to be played out as Franco is immediately looking to try to get a kill early game on Popo and Koopa down on bot side.
Yep. Well, seems like nothing much happening right now. HomeBois, they are going to play a little bit slow. Trader 50-50s. Irfan's just going to be farming lanes. Zeno as well. They're respecting each other's territory somehow. I don't know why, but of course, this is the most hated moment for Gideon. Of course, Wet Noodles fighting against Wet Noodles, as usual.
Yeah, Irfan, he's going to be able to win.
Oh, Man. Oh,
yeah, Man. Honestly, this Lunox pick in the mid lane is kind of interesting. They could have gone for Farsa. They could have gone with a whole bunch of things, but I guess they didn't want to give those ultimates away, and they would rather, hey, at least Lunox doesn't give him that great of an ability, and I think that's fine, but Valentina, with the help of Matilda, will obviously get the initial push, and immediately they're moving down to the bot side. You can see Min, he's like on his way down.
Oh,
Whoa!
Whoa! Okay, if he actually got the hook,
for sure, Flicker.
That would have been a flicker to the tower, and that's a dead meat coming from HomeBois. But still, Sonic is a little bit too low to fight this. Popo and Koopa is there to chunk a huge portion of the gold plating, so there's a lot of gold heading into him from the side of HomeBois.
Man, what is that hitbox from either? Oh, they're so skinny that they went between the mid-moving. Like, what the heck? All right, that's fair. That's fine. That's fair. It's all fine and dandy in the world so far. But with 15 seconds on the mark to actually let the let the turtle come up to life, HomeBois need to make some choices.
Yep, all is well in the land of Dawn, man. Anything can happen. You know, sometimes nothing is set in stones. However, Vince is very close to his four. The IME is going to be a huge factor for him. Can he get in time? He just got it. What is it going to steal? Min reveals himself, but he doesn't steal it yet. He knows he wants the Black Dragon. Is he going to rotate up top? No, he's a little bit too far off. Meanwhile, Lola is going to be starting things off with the turtle from Orange Esports side. And HomeBois, they're not even in position. They're not even bothered with this. They're just going to chunk down the turret down bottom instead.
Yeah, they don't care about the EXP everybody's going to get. But now, oh man, so close to dying there. And Vince still has his ult. I'm rather surprised. I really want to see Vince just take, at this point, you don't see Yuzong, just take Franco's ult and then look to set up at the potential dive here. But Vince, he doesn't care. He's waiting for the right opportunity to use his ult, because let's remember that when he uses his ult, he's in trouble. Sonic almost gets a kill. He's so close to dying.
Dude, what is going on? Like, game 1, it was one-sided. Game 2, it was one-sided. This game 3, it seems to be as close as it gets. They are all pumped up. Chibi, however, is on a farming simulator instead for his Ishin Sin. He needs a little bit more farm, and so far he hasn't used his mount. Okay, he did use his Mountain Shocker, but they haven't exactly done too much.
Yeah, let's see them play it forward. As he moves up towards the top side of the map, Zeno is going to have to back away. There's nothing much you can really do about this for the time being, as Saiful walks up to harass him outside of the lane. Popo and Koopa has done their job down on bottom side. Now they're going to attack top side.
Well, he's got the Black Dragon, so that's going to be huge. Orange Esports, they've got to be aware of what's going to be happening as well. Vince is going to be staying out of the hair of Min. He doesn't want to be hooked. He's got phobia right now. He's going to make a run for it. The traps is going to slow him down. Man, however, will trade the gold plating. Are they going to get wrapped around? Vince still having the Black Dragon, but he will force out the brilliance coming from Mon.
Min is here nearby, but he doesn't want to really iron hook anybody at this point. He already has his ultimate as well, but there's no guarantee there's going to be a kill, especially since Lola doesn't have his priority items yet. He just got the Wind Talker, but that's not going to be enough. Chibi still farming really, really hard here. Look at how quick Yishin Sin's clear speed is, transitioning from range into melee as he is kiting across the map for his farm path.
Oh, Mountain Shocker reveals the position of Orange Esports. HomeBois immediately backs out. They know Orange Esports is set up for top side. However, HomeBois' decision, here comes the hook. They gotta do Vince, and that's gonna be the point of interest. And Orange Esports, they get first blood against him, and they have been targeting his way through. HomeBois, they want to salvage the situation, but what can they do? They have to respect this and back out.
Yep, Vince was a little too confident he was able to walk away from that, or like at the very least not get hooked.
Oh, the hook!
Oh no, another hook on Disciple. He purifies out of that to get away, but if you look on top side, they're willing to slow this down to try to get this kill on towards Zeno. Zeno manages to survive. Turtle goes into the hands of Orange Esports. Zeno lives, but they lost another tier 1 in the process. Now, Irfan's job is to defend bot side somehow. He does have the split still, but first blood bounty has been achieved.
Well, the Lunas pick up the deal with the glue was really brilliant as well. The brilliance just completely disengages from it, but HomeBois, Chibi is just making objectives after objectives. Sonic, you might actually die to this, and yes, he will. Gets punished heavily for this, and this is huge for HomeBois despite losing Vince. And here comes the Mountain Shocker. They almost got more, and Man, he got it forward and he almost dies for it. But HomeBois, they will be able to scare him off by the burn. The burn 1 HP. Survives.
Honestly, I do think that Vince is a little ill-practiced on Valentina because he definitely could have gotten the kill onto Min for sure. All he had to do was steal his ult, get the initial slow, dash forward, and basically use the Bloody Hunt outside turret range, but it's up to preference. But now Bloody Hunt on top of Vince right now. He can't do anything as Roger. The Metamorphosis would have been a pretty decent ult, so he can get like and pounce, but still no executions to be found.
A second time that Vince gets punished for this. Orange Esports, they're just so fearful of him. However, because of all the attention onto Vince, Chibi has been rain rampant. Anip as well, and this is pretty much the go-to plan coming from HomeBois, considering that they have a stronger late game potential with the Mountain Shocker as well, almost immediately telling exactly where Min is every single time in the map.
So difficult to play so far, but HomeBois, they still have a clean 2k lead over their opponents because of the two structures they had, and even Irfan himself goes to the split form early on to try and zone them out. Like Man doesn't mind this for now, and you can see that the mid lane is getting absolutely attacked here. The tier 2 might be going down, but Zeno is going to go into the Black Dragon form to get on out of there. He steals it away. Oh, wait a minute, Vince, he's got the ult. He could possibly use it now to zone out the rest, but iSonic is able to clear up that siege minion, and that's going to be more than enough. The damage has been done, and there's also a solo kill, a 2-1. Irfan doing an amazing job killing out the Franco as Man is able to find his own kill.
Oh, that is huge. However, Vince, he's been holding on to the Black Dragon for the longest in times. He's just playing mind games around Orange Esports, and just like that, HomeBois are losing out too much in terms of objective. However, here comes the Mountain Shocker again. They're just getting pushed back from all their positions, getting revealed in the hands of HomeBois. Vision is key to success. That's going to be HomeBois' new motto right now.
Well, vision may be key, but Orange Esports, I am concerned. I am very concerned how they're supposed to get in all these fights, and I think they are a little hesitant. Oh, Seifel is able to dodge that perfectly this time. So the rest of the team is going to play nice and slow, waiting for the right opportunity as they're contesting the orange buff here.
Yeah, this orange buff is going to be gone for sure. Seifel is trying to bait Orange Esports into this fight, but unfortunately, they're just not committing. Min will back off. The hook comes in. Nope, it's not going to happen, but Man will get punished for that. Didn't even pop the Brilliance in time. That is just super unfortunate. The hook comes in. It connects on the glue. Finally, the Black Dragon has been expended from it. He catches on the tree. They're going for the wombo combo. Two dragons fighting against each other, but who comes up on top? And that is going to be HomeBois trying to scare them all off. Zeno and Sonic has to back up. But the hook from Min keeps them intact, but they just don't have the follow-up.
Feels bad moments, but unfortunately for Min, he didn't have the Bloody Hunt to follow up on that, and Anip gets out scot-free with a quick flicker to get on out of there. Finally, we get to see the Black Dragon form come out of Vince. He's been kind of underperforming throughout this particular game, but hey, he's back in it, he's feeling himself again, and hopefully this is going to be more than enough.
Ooh la la, that is gotta be good for HomeBois. However, let's talk about items real quick here. Chibi, pretty far ahead, going to go for the Endless Battle next up for him. Zeno, however, going to go for a little bit more defensive later on. Is that going to be an anti-Q rush forming from him, or is it going to be a Dominance Ice after that? Just for the hold that thought for now. The hook comes in. They do catch on towards the Bobo and Goba, and that is huge. But however, the damage coming in from Vince is a little bit too much with the Brilliance coming in. HomeBois, they're just fighting back, and the fear comes in. Zeno might be in trouble. Do they have the damage? Chibi but they need one more HP. They can't kill him off. Chibi, does he have the Mountain Shocker? No, he does not. He will settle for the turret instead.
All right, Vince is coming back in here. He hasn't been performing too well in this particular game for the past 6 minutes or so, but now he is comfortable. He's got more than enough mana with the Talisman on top of getting the Genius Wand. He's dishing out the damage, but his auto attacks are still very, very weak. So Zeno walks out with 0.1% of his HP still left.
Yeah, that was just one auto attack, but still, all things considered, it's not over yet. Map control-wise, HomeBois got it back, but the hook, that is close. That was close. That was
Mobile Legends is a horror game at this point in time. Is it going to connect? Is it not going to connect? Let's find out.
Yeah, it feels like a jump scare at this point. However, here comes the Black Dragon from Zeno, but he's taking a little bit too much damage. Mountain Shocker comes in, the Lord comes in, and here comes the dive from Cyber. He's going to pull in the rest of the deck. The Brilliance do absolutely nothing bad. Force the flicker out. They're getting chased, and look at this. Vince, they're just scaring him off. Zeno finally gets taken down. The stun comes from Irfan, and and Min is going to be the next to fall. And HomeBois, they're just completely swarming and stomping onto us Orange Esports.
That's why Valentina is so good. Oh my goodness. Vince could have actually gone a little bit deeper there if he wanted to, but you know, considering what he got, that's not bad. He gets the Holy Crystal on top of everything else. He's got plenty of damage as well. I really love watching Valentina. She's so much fun.
The damage has been done too on top of it all. Like Vince is just so patient. A Mountain Shocker once again revealing all their position. Oh my goodness. Now they are going to be forced to fight, but Vince, he gets a big fear and thought as well, but at the same time, Chibi actually gets hooked off. He's dead for the count. Orange Esports catches the jungle, and that is huge. That is going to be them successfully defending about it, but HomeBois, they're just not going to let them off the hook yet. They're going to try a little bit more pressure, but as soon as Min reveals himself, they back out.
I mean, they lost Chibi. That's a big shutdown. However, they put the mid inhibitor down to 50%, now to 40% HP, and they also crack open the top inhibitor and steal away the purple buff. I think this is a big win for the HomeBois, right? 3.3k in the bag, 8 to 7 kill score so far, and Orange Esports just recently only hitting their item power spike. We saw literally when they were contesting for mid side, they got that initial pick onto Chibi. Everyone got their items. Holy Glaive coming in from Mon. We're seeing the Athena shield coming in from Min. We're also seeing the Dominance Ice from Xeno. Oh, it's looking good.
Okay, Mountain Shotgun comes in. Min taking a little bit too much. He's going to get pulled back. Here comes the rest of Vince, and he is out of the picture. No more Franco. And Orange Esports is on full retreat. Meanwhile, I did catch a look onto his items earlier on. Anip is slowly building to his next item, and when he gets that, his Marksman Emblem is going to scale it even harder. And that is going to be a problem for Orange Esports. And currently, losing the Franco, not good optics for Orange Esports.
Yep, here we go. Once again, Vince goes into the Black Dragon form to shove them away, but you can tell that even this too, I can't tell which Black Dragon is going where. As Sonic is now in trouble, he goes down. Xeno tries to zone out Anip, but Anip plays it well, flickers on backwards, but now Bloody Hunt's already coming out on top of Glue. Glue goes down as well. Xeno in the middle of the fight and turning it around. Chibi's in trouble, but Xeno is so close to die, but nobody can take him out.
Oh, Lola was so close, but here comes Anip. But Lola taking too much damage. The Mountain Shocker almost bleeds him out. He managed to get the reset. Chibi will trade Mon's life instead, and it's not over yet. Orange Esports fights as hard as they can for their points. Meanwhile, HomeBois will get full map control. Well done indeed from HomeBois. Meanwhile, the minions still continue to push though, but the question remains, can Orange Esports contest the Lord in time? Because currently, the Lord is going to be spawning in 5 seconds. Will Chibi immediately go for it, or will he push out the lanes first?
No, he's going to push out the lanes first. There's no reason to kind of get into position while the rest of their members are still relatively weak, and they also need to reset. All the members from the side of Orange Esports are going to get into position here because they want HomeBois right there and want to actually get a really good hook, and Chibi just wants to rebuff himself. Anip, on the other hand, he's got to be careful. He's got no flicker now, and the same goes, and also no Purify coming in from Cypher as well, so they have to be extremely careful walking up to the fight.
Yeah, the Mountain Shocker is going to be a factor as well, and on top of it all, the Winter Trunket and Immortality is just not up Orange Esports, and they're going to force the fight. Black Dragon comes in, but the Lord has been slain, and Xeno, he's going to get dived in, and that is just going to be an unfortunate turn of events for Orange Esports.
Seems like Orange Esports definitely forgot the amount of damage that Yi Shin is able to dish on out, and Chibi is doing a phenomenal job at maintaining this DPS. Every single time somebody comes into his range, he has already got 2 to 3 auto attacks layered upon him.
Mon has got to pull a big boy damage right now. This time they've got to do it without Xeno. And HomeBois, they're playing it safe. They're waiting for the Lord, and Chibi is going to be stealing the orange buff on top of it all. This might be it for Orange Esports.
Well, let's find out here. This Lord is going to be walking in towards the crystal as they try to muscle their way. Sonic is already dead. They find a second one as well. Lola now in trouble as Vince with the Black Dragon form is going to muscle his way through. GG, well played as HomeBois going to be taking it 2-1 against Orange Esports.
Convincing game coming in from HomeBois, taking 2-1 against Orange Esports. That's gotta be sweet payback once again. They did fantastically well. You can see Chibi giving them thumbs up for effort. 2-1. Yep. And respect has been earned from Orange Esports, but still, HomeBois still triumphed in game number 3.
A tough loss indeed, but a much better performance coming out from Orange Esports compared to the last few weeks. It's disappointing, and especially for some of the debut players. You know, he wanted to make his statement. Well done to the HomeBois. GG, well played. Time for the mic check.
Relax. Buka semak depan ni boleh tak? Tak boleh. Tak boleh. Tak boleh.
Chibi.
Tak ada Vince.
Ada turtle ni?
Balik. Objektif. Objektif apa? Objektif. CB, objektif. Dua bottom. Aku on the way. Aku orang sakit, woi. Dah. Belasi. Top. Minta. Biru, kena. Dia kena. No. Aku gigit.
Aku gini eh.
Betul. Nah. Tuh, lu belakang. Imbi kanan. Aku imbi. Dah, jangan. Kalau boleh go je. Man, jangan press member. Santai man. Boleh menang ni, santai jangan press member. Tak. Nak fire. Ini aku. Okey.
Nombor. Kena kawan.
Boy tak boleh dapat tau.
Aku ada ulti naga.
Tak apa. Oh, dia kena. Aku kena gigit.
Aku langgar.
Tak ada guys. Boleh buat tu aku dah kena. Wajib lagi ah. Wajib. One mundo. Wajib. Saya belakang. Naga.
Hurra.
Lompat Ben.
Tolak lin.
Dua naga berterbangan tapi hanya satu saja naga yang muncul sebagai juara iaitu pasukan HomeBois menewaskan pasukan Orange Esports 2 berbalas 1. Anda bersama saya Adin untuk sesi terbual bersama dengan pemain pasukan HomeBois iaitu Vince. Sebelum itu Vince, apakah perasaan awak kini pasukan HomeBois mula dengan negatif 8 tapi sekarang ini dah ke arah ke poin yang lebih positif sekarang ini?
Alhamdulillah dan saya nak cakap kami just fokus dan kami akan lakukan yang terbaik lah.
Ya, okey. Harapnya pasukan HomeBois boleh teruskan lagi perjuangan mereka. Tapi untuk kita recap balik game yang telah berlaku. Game pertama korang sapu bersih pasukan Orange Esports. Tapi game yang kedua perkara yang berbeza pula yang berlaku. Apakah yang terjadi di game yang kedua yang Vince rasa kesilapan pasukan HomeBois tadi?
Itu bukan kesilapan tapi permainan yang jijik daripada Orange.
Permainan yang jijik daripada Orange Esports. Okey, untuk soalan yang ketiga, kita lihat di game yang ketiga tadi. Apa perasaan Vince? Memang dah target ke nak dapatkan naga tu ataupun dalam banyak ulti Orange, naga yang paling sesuai untuk diguna pakai?
Memang naga lah yang paling sesuai.
So target dia memang nak pergi belakang lah tadi?
Naga. Apa-apa naga. Tak kisah apa-apa. Hook semua tak nak ambil. Ulti Franco pun tak nak ambil tadi. Tak nak.
Memang nak naga. Bertunjukkan yang baik daripada Vince dan juga keseluruhan pasukan HomeBois. Tetapi Vince, ada tak sedikit sebanyak ucapan kepada penyokong Vince sendiri ataupun penyokong HomeBois yang telah berikan sokongan daripada awal sehinggalah pada hari ini?
Kepada peminat HomeBois, terima kasih sebab terus support kita orang dan teruskan support. Kami janji akan buat yang terbaik dan untuk Daddy, kami sayang Daddy.
Sama macam Cibi juga hari tu. Okey, terima kasih Vince. Anda boleh pergi nak celebrate dengan team nanti. But itulah dia Vince daripada pasukan HomeBois. Tahniah diucapkan kepada mereka. Dan untuk kita lihat pengurusan yang lebih mantap, apa kata kita beralih kepada Ja, Lafel dan juga Abang Lord.
Seperti yang Adin katakan, dua naga berterbangan, hanya satu naga yang menjadi juara iaitu pasukan HomeBois. Sekarang kita berada di analis segmen bersama dengan saya Abeja dan kita ada Lafel dan juga Abang Lord.
Ya, dekat dalam satu benda yang saya nak cakap yang saya suka bila kedua-dua pasukan dah menang, kita nampak victory cam, kita tengok player punya reaction. Pasukan HomeBois pun orang cakap memang good job, good game. Rasanya pada pendapat saya dua-dua pasukan patut berpuas hati dengan mereka punya performance sebab game menarik daripada game 1 sampai ke game 3.
Ya, kalau kita tengok kelebihan untuk match pertama tadi macam mana HomeBois betul-betul on fire. Match kedua betul-betul kita tak boleh nak komen lebih sebab memang HomeBois sendiri cakap yang Orange memang betul-betul GG bang. Tapi kalau kita tengok match yang ketiga tadi, walaupun mereka menggunakan strategi yang sama untuk match kedua, dia ban hero-hero yang dipakai oleh Chibi, tapi itu tidak bermakna mereka boleh menghalang Chibi untuk perform. Jadi bang, pendapat abang tadi bang, macam mana bang game ketiga tadi bang?
Game ketiga Chibi lah. Chibi buat game.
Chibi buat game.
Chibi buat game sebab kita pun tahu di mana Yi Sun Shin adalah dia punya pocket pick. Hero rahsia yang dia sentiasa simpan. Tapi macam mana pun sekarang kita akan tengok itemization dapat kedua-dua pasukan dekat sini. Dan seperti Abang Lord dah cerita pasal Chibi, kita kena tengok game ni pergi kepada game 14 minit. Dan itemization daripada Yi Sun Shin dekat sini bila dah ada Blade of Despair dan juga Endless Battle burst damage yang sangat-sangat besar. Tapi bila dah ada Demon Hunter Sword, lagi senang untuk dia terus berlawan dekat dalam team fight dengan masa yang lama. Bila dah tambah dengan War Axe, saya rasa dekat situ baru pasukan Orange Esports tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa. Kita tengok dekat dalam team fight, burst damage yang sangat-sangat besar yang dikeluarkan kepada pasukan HomeBois. Dan antara benda yang kita kena perhatikan, mereka ada dua marksman dekat sini. Ada Yi Shin dan juga ada Popol and Kupa. Walaupun Popol Kupa tak ada kill, tetapi dia juga ada Blade of Despair dan dia juga ada Demon Hunter Sword. Jadi kombinasi antara Demon Hunter Sword dan juga Blade of Despair untuk kedua-dua hero kat sini menyebabkan Orange Esports bila terkena satu damage, dia punya satu tu rasa macam 10.
Oh, itu yang kena tadi tu. Tapi kalau kita tengok performance daripada pasukan HomeBois tadi tidak disiplin cukup bagus.
Ya, betul.
Dan kalau kita tengok mic check tadi pun Abang Lord, memang diorang betul-betul fokus on objektif. Apa-apa kalau tengok tadi kan awal-awal game tadi memang betul-betul cari turret macam mana diorang perform tadi. Dan itu yang membuatkan saya rasa pasukan HomeBois betul-betul perform untuk game yang ketiga pada kali ini.
Ya, Saiful memang akan marah kalau cakap, Chibi tak kisah kau dapat kill tak dapat kill, datang balik kita kejar objektif. Tapi sebelum kita tengok post game stats, saya juga nak kena tanya Abang Lon, approve tak Min punya Franco?
Kurang sikit daripada saya.
Sempat lagi juga. Dia okey lah, nak bandingkan saya memang susah. Tapi macam mana pun sekarang kita akan tengok post game stats di mana Rich Guy dan juga The Carry diberikan kepada Chibi dengan 957 gol per minit, hampir nak kejar 1000 gol per minit dan 90,000 damage yang dikeluarkan, hampir 100,000 for quarter 1 Vince, 12 total assist. Dan kita tengok dekat dalam game ini, dari segi damage, Vince dan juga Chibi keluarkan damage yang sangat-sangat besar. Saiful, Irfan dan juga Anip sebenarnya susah nak keluarkan damage dalam game ni. Antara sebabnya adalah takut dengan Min punya Franco. Di mana kita nampak Anip, walaupun Popol dan Kupah tu ada peratusan di mana hook akan kena kepada Kupah tapi tetap kena kepada Popol. Jadi memang hebat daripada dia. Dan untuk pasukan Orange Esports, damage yang paling besar adalah Man, 61,000 damage. Tapi kejap lagi kalau kita tengok highlight, sebenarnya Man seorang tak cukup sebab bila dia pergi ke depan, dia nak keluarkan damage, dia yang akan pertama terkena damage HomeBois dan bila dia mati, damage akan henti dekat situ saja.
Dan itu kita tengok tadi macam mana Franco tadi bila dia air hook, dia memang betul-betul macam apa, dia tak sama macam match kedua tadi. Diorang macam perlu, dua orang tu memang patut ada dan kena menggunakan a good combo untuk menjadikan satu match yang cukup-cukup gempak.
Ya, antara perbezaan dekat sini adalah Selina dia lagi selamat pergi ke depan sebab bila dia attack, dia ada shield. Jadi bila pasukan HomeBois lawan balik, shield tu yang akan terkena damage terlebih dahulu, sempat untuk dia melarikan diri. Manakala Man bila dia ke depan dengan Chaos Assault, dia kena keluarkan damage. Kalau dia henti keluarkan damage, kemungkinan besar Min punya hook sia-sia.
Jadi sekarang ini jom sama-sama kita lihat MVP kita untuk match yang ketiga sebentar tadi. Itu Chibi dengan KDA 814, kill participation 86%, gol per minit 957 Lefan.
Ya, seperti macam mana Abang Lord cakap, dekat dalam game ni Chibi betul-betul buat game. Walaupun Yi Shin jarang kita nampak, tapi sama seperti Min menggunakan Franco, sama juga Chibi menggunakan Yi Shin. Walaupun hero ni bukan S tier hero ataupun A tier hero, tapi bila Chibi yang pakai, dia dah lama sangat pakai hero ni, dah beratus-ratus beribu match yang dipakai, dia tetap akan buat hero ni nampak sangat-sangat kuat.
Dan itu kita boleh katakan sebagai hero simpanan ataupun secret weapon, Abang. Betul tak? Betul. Dan kalau kita tengok dia punya match tadi memang betul-betul kagum dan betul-betul fokus dengan match tadi. Jadi macam saya nak tanya juga, macam kalau kita tengok tadi, hero manakah ataupun player manakah yang memberikan impak besar untuk pasukan HomeBois?
Ya, impak besar kat sini sememangnya Chibi, tapi selain daripada Chibi adalah Vince. Di mana Vince dia punya KDA ada off sedikit, ada beberapa kali dia mati. Tapi bila kita dengar mereka punya mic check, dengar dia punya communication juga, di mana Vince yang akan cari mana setiap player ada dan dia yang akan bagi tahu bila hook dah dikeluarkan, apa-apa cooldown yang telah dikeluarkan oleh pasukan HomeBois. Tapi daripada pasukan Orange Esports. Tapi macam mana sekalipun, sekarang kita akan tengok highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Samsung Galaxy A Series. Orange Esports, saya nak semua perhatikan Min setiap kali dia berjaya untuk tangkap sesiapa, damage yang dikeluarkan yang betul-betul membawa makna adalah Man. Tetapi setiap kali Man pergi ke depan, dia terpaksa tadar banyak sangat damage. Dan ini pada hujung-hujung waktu, itu yang paling bahaya. Dia ke depan, dia nak keluarkan damage tapi dia akan mati dulu.
Sebab dia tak boleh nak buat macam match kedua tadi, sebab itu memang kita ada Selena. So orang cakap good combination. Tapi kalau kita tengok kat sini macam mana nampak macam Franco hook tadi dan masih lagi tak boleh memberikan orang cakap performance yang sepenuhnya macam match kedua tadi.
Ya, itu yang masalah yang paling besar. Saya setuju di mana Lunox dia boleh burst sesiapa dengan sangat-sangat cepat. Tapi damage tak membawa apa-apa makna kalau dia sendiri yang mati terlebih dahulu. Kalau bila mereka masuk ke depan, katakan Yuzong ada dekat depan, Esmeralda ada dekat depan sebagai pengacau, memaksa orang lain untuk attack mereka berdua sebelum attack Lunox, baru team fight Orange Esports akan nampak jauh lebih berbeza. Jadi dekat dalam game ni, pada pendapat saya, iSonic dan juga Zeno yang kena lebih peka untuk menjaga Lunox.
Baik, sekarang jom kita tengok kedudukan kumpulan untuk Grup A. Tim SMG, MAB, Suhal, HomeBois dan juga Orange Esports.
Ya, akhirnya kita boleh tengok di mana HomeBois dah gerak ke atas. Mereka bukan lagi tempat yang kelima, tetapi markah mereka dah sama dengan Orange, dan walaupun Orange kalah kat sini, ini tetap mata pertama untuk mereka.
Dan ini merupakan satu, orang cakap apa, pembuka bicara yang agak baik untuk pasukan HomeBois. Finally ada dapat satu mata positif dan masih lagi mengekalkan match win rate 100%.
Ya, HomeBois season ni memang nampak mereka punya performance sangat-sangat hebat. Dan sebelum permulaan season ni, kita nampak mereka join macam-macam tournament, practice, pastikan tiap-tiap hari main, dan hasil dia kita nampak kat sini. Persoalan dia, boleh ke tidak mereka kekal momentum ini sampai ke playoff, sampai ke grand final.
Pada pendapat Abang Lot, abang rasa macam mana bang? Adakah mereka masih boleh mengekalkan diorang punya momentum?
HomeBois sudah pastinya boleh. Like I said before, they are on fire. Saya
sebagai analis hanya ada satu benda yang kerisauan. Katakan kalau sebelum masuk ke playoff ataupun sebelum masuk grand final, ada patch yang terlampau besar yang HomeBois tak boleh nak ada. Itu je saya risau.
Betul.
Nanti akan ada patch baru di mana itu akan menjadi salah satu masalah juga kalau kita player-player ni tak sempat nak adapt dengan patch baru yang boleh dikatakan patch macam last minute.
Ya, betul.
Okay.
Setiap 2 minggu gitu akan ada keluar patch baru. Ada patch yang sikit je, just buff sikit ni, nerf sikit dekat sini. Tetapi kalau ada patch yang besar yang kena kebetulan kena kepada hero-hero mereka, itu akan ubah ubah diorang punya strategi.
Okey bang, last but not least, Abang nak tanya Abang Lot, abang rasalah kan dekat mana kalau abang tengok match pertama, match ketiga daripada pasukan Orange tadi, abang rasa dekat mana lagi tim Orange ni kena improve?
Frankly speaking, EXP lane dia orang masih lagi boleh di polish lagi, kan? But good game today. Orange proof they are better than last week.
Sejujurnya kita pun banyak terkejut hari ni, Lafel.
Ya, dan saya juga nak tanya pada Abang Lot, iSonic dia dah digerakkan daripada jungle pergi ke pada bahagian gold lane. Abang rasa itu pilihan yang sewajarnya ataupun sama je?
Tak, iSonic memang dia punya role kot, gold lane. So dia back kepada dia punya role yang asal. So mungkin better. Kita nampak game kedua tadi.
Ya, kita nampak memang sangat-sangat bagus. Dan sorry Abang, ini memang soalan saya terakhir, tapi untuk pasukan HomeBois, rasanya buat masa sekarang ni mereka masih belum dikalahkan. Realistic speaking, dekat semua grup A dan grup B, ada tak siapa yang boleh kalahkan HomeBois sekarang?
Pasti ada.
Abang rasa siapa?
Salah satunya of course lah, MAB akan mencuba di round yang kedua, dan mereka belum lagi jumpa tim-tim di grup B. So mungkin akan ada.
Selain daripada MAB?
Macam saya cakap, mungkin akan ada. Maybe Todak.
Kita tak tahu lah, sebab macam biasalah kita kan setiap minggu kita selalu diberikan kejutan yang
betul.
Nampak macam
hari ni kita tak rasa yang Orange akan menang macam tu sekali game kedua.
Sebab itu merupakan kita recap balik match kedua tadi, memang betul-betul memuaskan lah bagi saya. Sebab kita tak adalah rasa orang cakap apa biasa. Diorang betul-betul wake up daripada ni, belajar daripada kesilapan, tambahkan lagi apa yang perlu ditambah, dan kita boleh tengok dia punya result. Apa pun good game untuk pasukan.
Fighting spirit tu bagus.
Fighting spirit daripada pasukan Orange Esports. Apa lagi yang kita nak boleh rungkaikan, Lafel?
Apa yang kita perlu rungkaikan juga dekat sini adalah di mana meta untuk MPL season ke-9 ni nampak seperti walaupun hero tu bukan S tier ataupun A tier, kalau kena kepada tangan player yang betul, memang boleh mengejutkan semua orang.
Maksudnya kat sini, walaupun hero tu bukan dalam meta,
yes,
kalau berjumpa dengan user yang betul, gameplay yang mantap, result macam tadi ya.
Kalau Abang Lot masuk bawa Franco, memang gila. Betul tak abang?
Macam tu lah contoh dia.
Okey. Tadi Abang Lot cakap dia punya Franco tadi kurang sikit. So mana kata kalau Abang Lot yang keluarkan Franco,
Abang Lot akan paksa orang untuk ban Franco.
Macam tu Abang Lot?
Macam tu lah cerita dia.
Okey.
Kita bila tengok Abang Lot main Franco, kita pun terkejut.
Sekarang jom kita tengok balik key to success. Kita tengok kat mana yang diorang dapat capai dalam bentuk pasukan HomeBois.
Ya, dekat sini kalau kita tengok apa yang mereka lakukan, nombor satu kita tengok yang keempat, let Irfan lose dekat dalam game ni. Irfan tetap menyelah. Lagi game kedua tadi di mana dia tetap dapat curi Lord walaupun dia pakai itu. I sampai sekarang tak faham apa Irfan letak dekat dia punya hero ni, tetapi Irfan dekat dalam game ni dia tetap konsisten, dia tak menyerlah gila-gila macam sebelum-sebelum ni, tapi dia tetap konsisten. Jadi nombor 4 mereka achieve. Yang overcommit tu, nombor ketiga, itu yang paling penting yang saya rasa menyebabkan pasukan HomeBois menang dekat game pertama dan game ketiga. Kita pun dengar dekat mic check, Saiful betul-betul marah. Walaupun berjaya dapat kill, walaupun apa yang mereka ingin dapatkan tetap dapat, dipastikan jangan macam tu, fokus objektif. Ya,
sebab kita pun dengar tadi Abang Lot, diorang memang betul-betul fokus objektif, memang diorang tak boleh lalai langsung sebab diorang punya kita sukses jangan overcommit, dan kita boleh nampak apa yang berlaku tadi. Tapi kalau tengok match kedua tadi memang betul-betul even macam diorang cakap tadi, Orange memang betul-betul GG dan tiada apa yang HomeBois boleh lakukan untuk match yang kedua sebentar tadi Level.
Ya, saya suka bila ada pasukan yang dia boleh mengaku kita sebenarnya tak buat salah, memang tim sebelah kuat, betul tak bang?
Betul.
Untuk pasukan untuk pasukan HomeBois, apa yang kita nampak dekat sini, saya rasa Saiful juga antara player yang kita kena highlightkan. Sebab kita nampak dia punya gameplay macam biasa, tapi bila dengar mic check, saya rasa Saiful sebenarnya yang menyebabkan HomeBois ni nampak sangat kuat. Apa pendapat abang?
Nah, exactly. Saya daripada tadi nak cakap something about Saiful, the real in-game leader. Kan? He is the real in-game leader yang command and say what to do and what not to do. So, sikap seorang leader ni yang membuatkan mereka lebih berdisiplin sehingga mendapatkan kemenangan untuk pasukan.
Sebab benda tu yang boleh dikatakan agak penting. Sebab kalau dah jadi macam panic situation, dan leader yang kita perlukan bang. Betul. Kena buat tu, kena buat dia, dan ini kita boleh tengok result dia macam mana. Okey, faham.
Ya, sebab kalau leader sendiri yang leader sendiri yang panik, nanti semua orang akan panik. Jadi Saiful situasi apa sekali macam mana pun dia sendiri tak panik. Saya rasa sebab tu HomeBois nampak sangat kuat, sangat konsisten.
Baik. So kita dah tengok macam mana pasukan HomeBois punya performance tadi. Untuk kita punya next match di antara Red dengan RSG. Boleh predict apa-apa tak Abang Lot?
Both looks like even. Kalau nak predict, saya rasa RSG can make a surprise here. Ya.
2-1, 2-0?
2-1.
Ya. Tapi sebelum tu juga, bila kita cerita pasal Red dengan RSG, sebelum kita masuk kepada kita punya pre-show analysis, abang rasa, lagi sebab abang dah cerita seorang tadi, RSG dan juga Red, apa player yang kita kena perhatikan untuk kedua-dua tim ni?
Zaid and Kuza.
Kuza juga kita tengok. Abang tengok SEA Games mana yang dia menggunakannya. Saya sendiri tak sempat tengok, tapi saya selalu dengar orang cerita. Saya tak sabar nak tengok Kuza menggunakan hero tu.
So kalau Zaid dengan Kuza akan buktikan sesuatu, so that means akan ada kejutan lagi lah untuk kita lagi.
Saya memang sangat harap. So far hari ni game semua memang best. Harap kita punya penutup ni pun best gila.
Jadi mungkin anda semua ada pendapat di antara Red dan juga Regi. Tapi sebelum tu Lafel, Abang Lot, kita nak bagi tahu sesuatu. Bukan nak bagi tahu, kita nak nak tanya lah sebenarnya untuk MPL Learning. Ini bilakah hero Yin dilancarkan?
Kita baru berbual pasal Yin. Lepas tu dia punya soalan, tak boleh bagi yang senang lagi ke? Bila hero Yin dilancarkan?
Januari ke
Abang rasa?
Abang rasa bang?
ABC. Sebab kita orang pun tengah fikir-fikir ni.
Lalu kita fikir nombor 1 je.
Abang tahu punya. Kita tahu Januari ya.
Kita ni kita yang tak tahu lagi.
Ya, hari ni berapa bulan?
Hari ni saya pun dah lupa berapa hari bulan. 27 Februari.
Baru seminggu lepas keluar tak.
Okey, bukan Februari. Lepas tu Disember time tu ada World Series, time tu Yin tak keluar lagi.
Yes.
Jadi Januari. Betul lah. Sebab tu dia bos.
Betul.
Sebab tu dia bos.
Jadi rasanya anda dah tahu apakah jawapan yang sepatutnya. Jadi bolehlah jawab dekat situ. Di sama-sama kita nantikan untuk kita punya match sebentar lagi. Mungkin mereka ada pendapat ataupun prediction yang mereka ingin lakukan, boleh komen dekat bawah ni kan, sebab kita pun tak boleh nak orang cakap apa, tak boleh nak menjangkakan lebih lah Fel. Sebab
Ya, ini yang kita cuma boleh menjangkakan adalah game ini kita harap akan jadi sangat-sangat hebat, harap 2-1.
Baik, jadi kepada anda semua, kita kembali selepas ini. MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery bersama dengan telefon pintar rasmi Samsung dan diraikan bersama dengan Nescafe. Kita jumpa selepas ini.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain. Airdrop enemy has been slain. First blood.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Okey, rambut pun dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni Alamak.
Tenang Jamil, kita boleh.
Hello, kita jumpa lagi. Good afternoon. Wah, sejuk ya office you.
Hi, I'm Sasa.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Saiful, kapten kami dia sakit perut. So saya ganti untuk hari ini.
Ada M, Ling Eza, Kaiser juga.
I ingat you nak butiran SAI kan? Inilah SAI.
Roster kami baru tetapi kuat. Sangat kuat.
Cantik tak that painting tu? I yang lukis kan?
Wait dong, bukan SAI aku lah. SAI team kita, Aipan. Sorry nanti kita hantar lagi.
Apa? Kekuatan roster kami?
Of course, it's me lah.
Saya kot.
Saya kot.
Saya.
IJN pun ada S. Kan orang tak tahu lagi.
Lexia also good. Strong. We can call combo. Rockstars ya. Nice one.
Dah habis lah. Ada lagi tak? Walaupun ada player-player berpengalaman.
Walaupun season ni kami tiada zone.
Walaupun Ciku tengah rehat. Walaupun roster kami tetap sama.
Walaupun champion season lepas, we have to work harder.
Target kami setiap musim pun sama. Pastilah juaralah.
Apa mereka?
First back to back champion.
Tak kisah. Todak tetap langgar. Tak sabar lagi lah. Ini musim kita. Okey, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you.
Okey, jumpa di regular season. So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you'd be a professional player.
Resme OT, skill 1 dia dah mati, Ma. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is a very taste the dopamine sort of meta. You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang. Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game.
Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Mission completed. Valkyrie power reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down. Forge a lock-on! Nice job, girl. Legendary.
A sweet adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Parent or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, I mean, Beth, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. I need more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay, ay.
Selamat kembali ke pre-show MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery bersama dengan telefon pintar rasmi Samsung dan diraikan bersama dengan Nescafe. Saya Abeja bersama dengan Adin kat sini dan masih lagi bersama-sama dengan Lafel dan juga Abang Lord.
Ini game akan gempak punya. I tak sabar nak tengok Red lawan dengan RSG. Setiap kali Red season kali ni, I memang suka tengok diorang punya gameplay. Sangat ganas.
Ya, salah satu lagi saya nak tengok kita punya caster, Karakuri. Mesti dia suka game ni sebab dua-dua pasukan ada R dalam nama mereka. Tapi
apa pendapat abang tentang Karakuri khas Red dengan RSG? Abang suka?
Oh, dapat apa tentang color coding. Dia akan cast game. Dua-dua pasukan ada R ni, so macam crucial juga untuk color coding sekarang ni.
Juga sekali-sekala berlaku macam tu. Kena bully dia kan.
Kena bully.
Jadi untuk kita punya match kejap lagi kan, Adin. Okey. Macam saya selalu kan, sebab saya kan macam
analis.
Analis yang apa yang
Abang Jam memang selalu
berpengalaman.
Berpengalaman dah berapa season dah.
Dah berapa season. Jadi kita nak tanya juga selalunya, ini mungkin agak klise. Alright, untuk rate dengan RSG. So apa yang pada pendapat awak,
ya saya,
yang orang tunggu-tunggu tentang match tadi? Awak ada nak bagi?
Saya tunggu hero baru yang nak pakai. Saya dah puas hati tengok Franco hari ni pakai. Saya nak tengok lagi Yin sekongkongnya lah. Dan kalau RG itu je harapan saya.
Ya, pada waktu yang sama adalah perlawanan di antara dua jungler muda di sini. Kuza, di mana Abang Lot sendiri pun ada berikan highlight sebentar tadi, bertemu dengan Zaid, rookie jungler daripada pasukan Red Esports. Boleh ke tidak mereka step up dekat pentas utama, temu dengan each other, lepas tu ada orang kata taunting lagi. So nak kena tengok macam mana environment dia nanti.
Saya juga nak tanya sebab Abang Lot dah tengok apa semi kompetitif punya semi pro punya scene dah lama. Kuza dan juga Zaid, mereka punya playstyle sama atau berbeza?
Hampir samalah, both motor assassins.
Dan mereka dua-dua lebih kepada ganas punya gameplay ataupun suka farming?
Farming kot. Farming kot.
Baik, jadi Adin.
Ya saya.
Awak rasa kan? Awak rasa seperti yang awak katakan sebentar tadi.
Ya, tak apa, awak tak apa, jangan caya. Caya rasa.
Okey, sekurang-kurangnya nak tengok Yin. Mustahil tak untuk Yin kita tengok gameplay Yin?
Saya tak mustahil sebab Red Esports semalam kalau tak silap saya bawa Johnson.
Ya betul.
Hari ni apatah lagi bawa lah Yin pula. Dia orang kan gemar bawa masuk hero-hero yang mungkin luar daripada meta untuk di dalam perlawanan. Tapi untuk kita dive in lebih dalam, apa kata kita lihat team head to head di antara pasukan Red Esports dan juga RSG. Saya akan terangkan sedikit dengan most pick hero mereka. Red lebih gemar menggunakan Kadita, diberikan kepada Ash, manakala RSG MY nampaknya Beatrix dan juga Matilda menjadi favourite pick mereka sekarang ni lah, Fam.
Ya, daripada segi favourite pick, yang saya sebenarnya terkejut juga, RSG MY, mereka punya ban yang paling banyak adalah kepada Glue dan juga Lancelot. Dan kita juga ada teringat RSG MY antara tim yang berani untuk lepaskan hero macam Feli Valentina. Tapi untuk game ini, kalau kita tengok daripada segi stats, lagi sekali perbezaan yang besar daripada total game. Red Esports main 9 game, RSG MY ada bermain 5 game. Dan daripada segi damage, yes, perbezaan game tu ada. Tetapi Red Esports, seperti yang saya cakap tadi, mereka punya playstyle jauh lebih ganas, suka untuk fight bila mereka ada peluang untuk fight. Dan sebab tu kalau kita tengok daripada segi team, total damage dealt terlampau besar perbezaan dia. 167,000 berbalas dengan 660. Ke 1 juta tu? Saya jauh TV, saya susah nak tengok.
Ya, 1 juta berbeza dengan 660,000. Dan satu poin yang baik Lafal bagi tahu tadi, Glue seringkali di-ban oleh RSG. Sedangkan Red Esports suka main Glue dekat bahagian Roma, di mana Mom lebih kerap menggunakan Glue tersebut. So battle di antara kedua pasukan ini akan bermula daripada sudut drafting mereka. Hero apa yang mereka nak bawa masuk, hero apa yang mereka nak bawa keluar. Abang Lot pun sendiri kata dua-dua jungler lebih gemar pakai assassin. So mungkin assassin yang akan jadi fokus nanti.
Jadi sekarang ini jom kita sama-sama lihat kunci kejayaan untuk pasukan Red Esports, di mana yang pertama kita boleh tengok, kita kena baby Sigma. Yang kedua, better kill priority for Zaid. Disrupt the cuba. Disrupt the Ikazusmi. Dan yang keempat, kena ensure early game damage. Ini yang paling penting sekali kalau kita tengok kat sini kan.
Macam nama kita punya success punya orang ni very kreatif. Izakusmi. Izacus. Dia campur dua player punya nama. Tapi macam mana pun kalau kita tengok key to success dekat sini, yang nombor 4 tu, pastikan early game damage tu ada. Untuk pasukan Red, saya rasa ini perubahan yang paling besar banding season ni dan season lepas, di mana mereka boleh bermain early game dengan jauh lebih bagus. Dan walaupun Baby Sigmal adalah idea yang sentiasa ada dekat Red Esports punya strategi, tapi dekat dalam game ni bila dah ada Zaid, nak Baby Sigmal boleh, tak nak pun sebenarnya boleh. Mal boleh buat macam-macam dalam game ni.
Ya, saya setuju. Dengan poin nombor 2 tu, saya lebih gemar tukarkan sedikit kepada utamakan hero untuk sebab kena dapatkan assassin beliau, barulah dia boleh berentap dengan lebih baik. Bukan nak kata fighter dia tak begitu mantap, tetapi lebih gemar. Kalau saya jadi coach untuk e-sport, saya betul-betul nak securekan assassin, tak kira lah Fanny ke, Hayabusa ke, sekalipun Link untuk Zaid.
Baik, sekarang jom sama-sama kita tengok untuk kunci kejayaan untuk pasukan RSG. Yang pertama, kita kena kontes B3 ataupun Chow. Yang kedua, kita 3 kali lebih agresif seperti yang dilihat kat sini. Yang ketiga, kita kena ada lebih disiplin in wave control. Ini yang paling penting sekali. Dan kalau kita tengok poin yang nombor 4. Nombor 4, set up the stage for Kuza.
Mantap. Tapi yang nombor 4 ni yang saya kena tengok betul-betul untuk RSG, untuk kat game ni nak set up untuk Kuza. Kuza pun seperti kita dah bincangkan dari tadi, Abang Lot pun dah ada highlightkan Kuza adalah player yang sangat-sangat bagus. Tetapi bila kita tengok kedua-dua Roma, RSG MY dan juga Red Esports, sebenarnya pada pendapat saya susah untuk set upkan Kuza. Tapi itu untuk I lah. Adi macam mana?
I think untuk Kuza, set up untuk dia perlu dilakukan, tetapi tak perlu set up pun. I think Kuza pun sendiri boleh bergerak sebagai the playmaker of the team, untuk bergerak terlebih dahulu, untuk buka perlawanan terlebih dahulu. Tak perlu nak menunggu Zakus untuk dapatkan setup yang mantap. Tetapi kalau ada setup daripada Zakus dan juga Izanami, itu akan membantu Izakusmi sangat-sangat membantu Kuza di dalam perlawanan nantilah. Tetapi battle jungler kita dah sebut, battle Roma pun saya nak lihat nanti, sebab dua-dua Roma ni sangat-sangat agresif, di mana Zakus kita tahu dia akan buka map dengan begitu besar, sama juga dengan MAM. So kedua-dua kata role ni akan kita lihat sangat-sangat efektif.
Tak boleh nak predict lah.
Susah nak predict.
Jadi sama-sama kita menantikan sekejap lagi. Dan kalau macam tadi Adi selalu kan ada tambahkan untuk key to success. Kalau boleh tambah satu lagi, apa yang Adi rasa boleh tambah?
Untuk RSG? Untuk RSG, saya rasa satu lagi yang kita boleh tambahkan di sini adalah dapatkan Chow untuk Zakus. Saya dah lama nak lihat Chow dia beraksi. Mungkin ada minggu lepas dia pernah main, kalau tidak salah saya. Tapi again, kalau dapatkan hero-hero setup kepada Zakus ni, I think akan menambahkan lagi peluang RSG untuk menang.
Saya ada satu juga nak tambah, dan saya nak dapat pendapat Abang Lot dekat sini, di mana lagi satu yang mereka kena jaga adalah Ash menggunakan Kadita.
Oh ya, betul.
Ya, pada pendapat Abang Lot, Ash season lepas dengan season sekarang, banyak tak perbezaan dia?
Terlalu banyak. Sebab kita pun baru ni jumpa dekat SEA Games Qualifier. And memang kacau. Kadita dia memang kacau. So it's up to RSG lah, sama ada nak buat respect ban ataupun just biarkan je. Sebab memang kita nampak dia memang comfort hero, dia akan bawa.
Okay, Jis nak tambah pengetahuan Okay, sepanjang MPL yang tengah berlangsung sekarang ni, awak rasa who is the best support duo dalam MPL setakat ni?
Kena buka buku nak tengok balik.
Pada awalnya nampak macam Izanami memang selalu akan ada dekat dalam perbualan. Pada pendapat saya, Moon dah drop, and Izanami antara orang pertama dalam kepala saya. ZQT juga. Abang?
Betul, ZQT memang mantap. Pakai aktif begitu baik, pakai skill pun begitu mantap juga prestasi beliau. Tapi saya rasa di antara ZQT, Ash ataupun Izanami sekarang ni, top 3 bagi saya. Saya nak sebut Dominus, tapi dia tarik. Tak apalah, kita tak payahlah sebut Sadom. Saya takut DM saya nanti. Tapi antara saya itulah top 3 saya. Bagi Abang Lot macam mana pula?
Mungkin sama.
Mesti ZQT atas lah?
Tak juga. Tak juga.
Tapi kalau antara dua untuk RSG dengan ni, Izanami ataupun Ash, Abang Lot rasanya pilih siapa?
Still Ash lah, based on his experience. Ya.
Baik, jadi kalau macam saya punya jawapan selalunya akan bergantung dekat Adin dengan level lah. Tapi sekarang ni nak tanya sebagai nak tanya Abang Lot. Okey, kita nak tanya macam kita kalau dah ada team sendiri untuk Mobile Legend, apakah peranan sebagai orang cakap team owner ataupun pengurus lah? Sebagai manager.
Peranan apa tu?
Peranan sebagai
macam abang manage pasukan MAB, apa peranan manager? Sebab kita selalu nampak player, kita selalu nampak coach, kita selalu dapat analyst. Tapi untuk manager, apa yang abang lakukan dengan pasukan MAB untuk naikkan dorang daripada semi-pro sampai kepada pro scene?
There is a lot of things that we have done. Kan, kalau nak cakap tu ni panjang
bendanya. Cerita je, kita okey.
Kan? Kita yang pertama facilities lah. Facilities untuk player. Kita akan sediakan good facilities dengan harapan mereka akan memberi persembahan yang lebih baik. Sebab kadang-kadang facilities ni sangat-sangat main peranan. Okay? In terms secondly, a part of facilities of course lah, gaji yang baik untuk mereka, kan? Selain daripada fasiliti dan gaji, the support which is like a coach, analyst, kan? So kalau ada lebih membantu mereka, kan? Ada tim yang tanpa analyst, tanpa coach, yeah, they success up to MPL, they qualify. But bila kita kata kita nak sediakan daripada awal semua kelengkapan yang baik untuk mereka, dan kalau kata kita ada kemampuan, so better kita sediakan lah. Kalau ada kemampuan.
Bukan senang rupanya nak ada tim Nak ada tim boleh, cuma nak manage sampaikan orang cakap apa berjaya tu bukan senang lah ya.
Tahap yang lebih mantap perlukan pengorbanan yang besar, juga perlu mengeluarkan kemungkinan modal yang besar untuk jadi successful team macam MLBB. Daripada tier 2 kini dah masuk ke liga besar MPL.
Sampai baru-baru ni ada dengar ada gaming house baru, betul ke?
Coming soon.
Boleh
Gaming
follow,
house pun penting
follow
juga.
social media MLB Esports nanti.
Oh, dengan Lord DA sekali.
Betul?
Lord DA dan juga Lefet dan juga Syed Adin lah.
Dengan Jas Susuran. Tapi dia dah ramai dah.
Mana ada macam tu. Baik, jadi kita nak hype kita punya match kita sebentar lagi di antara Red dan juga RSG. Apakah pendapat anda? Apakah prediction anda? Cerita tentang prediction. Din, macam biasa?
Dia macam pergi makan, pelayan tu datang, Beja nak order apa Beja? Macam biasa lah, macam tu kan. Prediction di antara pasukan RSG dan juga Red. Saya mungkin akan predict kepada pasukan Red Esports dengan pengalaman yang diorang ada. 2 berbalas 1. Sebab caster kita suka perlawanan-perlawanan yang panjang. Sebab passion diorang kan. Lepas macam mana?
Saya pun dah tak ingat siapa production pilihan untuk saya. Tapi untuk ni, sebab awak pilih Red, saya pilih RSG.
Okay. Baik, disebabkan awak pilih Red, Lafai pilih RSG, saya akan pilih untuk bagi tahu kepada anda semua untuk jangan lupa untuk berbelanja RM50 di McDelivery dan dapatkan 6 ketul McNugget secara percuma. Bukan itu sahaja tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, anda juga boleh dapatkan skin yang eksklusif daripada MLBB, dan yang paling penting sekali, kita punya kod MPL Rewards. Jangan lupa kena letakkan, sebab kalau tak letak nanti rugilah, tak dapat apa-apa nanti.
Rasa kan dah 5 orang yang nampak menangis tadi. Bila check out tak letak, lepas tu nangis. Saya pergi kat diorang, pada muka tak letak. Kita dah pesan banyak kali dah. Tapi sekarang ni, sebelum kita masuk kepada perlawanan pertama, apa kata kita lihat coin toss terlebih dahulu. Untuk kedua-dua pasukan ini, kita akan persilakan Melina Light selaku kita punya head marshal untuk melaksanakan coin toss untuk mengekalkan integriti. Kita ada wakil daripada Red Esports dan juga RSG MY, Izanami dan juga Mal, di mana Red Esports memilih hits, RSG memilih tails, dan sebentar saja lagi Melina akan tosskan shilling ataupun coin virtual ini terlebih dahulu. Dan hits adalah jawapannya Red Esports. Biasalah. Macam kita dah tahu dah kalau dia dapat ni, confirm dia akan ambil first pick terlebih dahulu lah, Fel.
Ya, dekat sini juga saya akan bertanya kepada kita punya analyst yang dah beberapa season, dah beberapa tahun yang menjaga MLBB dekat sini, di mana agak-agaklah peratus untuk dapat hits ataupun tail mana lagi tinggi.
Kalau Red Esports memilih first pick, dia punya peratus tu berbeza dengan match sebelum ni. Sebab kita tahu hero pool yang ada untuk pasukan Red Esports memang agak-agak lainan dan berlainan. Seperti kalau lihat kat sekarang ni, Red Esports memilih first week. Kalau kita tahu, kalau nak recap balik dia orang punya performance daripada first week sampai sekarang, agak-agak berbeza dan agak mantap. Banyak kejutan yang diberikan. Saya rasa 68% akan chance untuk
boleh join esports spontan balik tadi.
Jangan sebut benda tu lah, Mel. Jangan sebut. Baik, sekarang ini caster-caster kita dah pun bersiap sedia. Jadi kepada Malay caster, English caster, please take it away.
Thank you everybody at the pre-show here. Welcome to our final best of 3 here today at the MPL MY Season 9, where we bring you the best action of Mobile Legends we have possible. My name is Gillian Q. This is Icy Baby 1-2. The teams behind us are getting ready as they bring out their chants, but we also will take the time to thank all of our sponsors for making all of this happen. First of all, our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, for making it possible. Partners in esports, TikTok, Esports Charts, EGG Networks, and our co-organizers, ESI, for making all of this possible with a beautiful stage that you guys will get to enjoy soon enough. Don't forget to keep an eye out for those details once more. But IC Baby, we got to talk about this final game. RSG up against Red Esports, a long-awaited match.
I'm not going to lie, this is going to be the final series for this second week here. Almost pretty much every single team has kind of struck their strategies here and there. The give and take here coming from both RSG and Red is that they had the luxury to actually see what other teams have kind of experimented, what works and what do not work. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of strat that Red Esports is going to bring to the table, considering that they are going first pick. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome both RSG and Red Esports as they make their way onto the stage.
Red Esports.
To kick things off, we got Red Esports. Look at the swag. Look at the drip they're bringing up on stage. New merch. And it looks like they've recovered from yesterday's loss.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They look super sleek and they're ready out for blood. But I really want to talk about how Mao and how he has been doing so far as a gold laner. Do we kind of miss him as a jungler? It seems like he has shown his fangs both as a gold laner and jungler over the years, over the seasons, but his consistency, is it still there?
Well, it's hard to say here, but let's bring on our next team.
RSG MY.
RSG MY. Oh my goodness, Kuza, the new monster, hyper carry, the apex predator amongst the junglers. Can he dominate the food chain?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see how they perform as well, especially coming from Kuza. The panel did talk a lot about this up-and-coming rising star. He showed his fangs during the previous seasons. Now he is under a new banner and he has been flexing his strides all the way through. However, RSG is always looking to craze with their mid-game execution, a very effective trait and also prioritizes on their objectives. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not RSG can they uphold to their strategy, or will Red Esports bounce back from their yesterday's performances?
Well, let's find out here, because both teams have been relatively pretty consistent, and I know what you were going to bring up earlier. Now that the audience could potentially be coming up next week, it could affect some of the players, especially some of the newer players from either side. Zaid is going up against Kuza this time around, but so far Zaid has been really standing above the rest when it comes down to junglers, whether it be height or in-game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see whether or not Zaid has been able to do so here. For a rookie, having an average kill of 4.8%, it's not exactly low. It's pretty decent as compared to the rest of rookies. So I'm looking forward whether or not he can do so. But of course, Mao, Mom, Zaid, Ash, Ren, QT is going to be completing the roster for today. I'm looking forward to see whether or not Mom is going to be able to pull off his role. He is one of the very few exceptional MPL players who has played almost every single role and kind of excel in it in MPL MY.
Yeah, he continues to excel in whatever he does time and time again. Is also, as I've been hearing, a really good shot caller, which is helping the team kind of stay focused, keep in mind what's the next step after each and every execution that they do eventually get at the end of the day. And even Ren QT, he has been improving very similarly to Smooth. He's had his moments where he's down, but now he is on the up.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it performs. However, RSG, no strangers to the MPL stage, also former champions as well. Some members, of course. We have Zakus, Izanami, Kuza, Morta La La La, and also TikTok. And oh my goodness, he did change his name. It's La 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 La.
Yep, he's just adding another La each and every single time for every head he is able to collect here. Unfortunately for Morta La La La, he's going up against previously known as Aaron, now as Ren QT, who's really good at kind of holding on to his lane. Very similar to Smooth though, but as you can tell, he's been quite with that average KD of an 8.0. He's quite a big playmaker.
I really want to talk about this rookie as well. Morta La 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 versus Zaid. This two, in my opinion, has been standing out really a lot for this past 2 weeks. Even though you're a rookie, usually we do see rookies kind of have a stage fright. Morta La La has kind of proved himself, and guess what? He actually proved himself in front of you playing your favorite hero, the Lapu Lapu, before.
Absolutely, you don't get to see it very often, but let's look at the focus players here and keep an eye on Ren QT, a veteran in his own right. He's been in the MPL for quite some time under the banner of Red Esports. His micro is pretty good. His macro, he plays for the team quite well. In terms of versatility, versatility. He has played a plethora of heroes transitioning from jungle into the EXP lane, even playing in the gold lane for a good amount of time as well.
You know, I really like the stats coming from Moonton as well. They did provide a very accurate stats of coming from RenQT, formerly known as Aaron as well. Ever since, I think, what, Season 4 or Season 5, he hasn't shown his fangs ever since from then, and he has been swapping between roles multiple times. And this time, this season, playing on the jungle role back again, I'm a little bit worried. But hopefully he's pretty much redeemed himself coming from Red Esports. Hopefully this season is going to be Red Esports season.
Yeah, this could be potentially Red Esports season on their, you know, return to the MPL. And you can't forget faces like this. But once again, he's going to be playing in the EXP lane for sure. And so far, we've been seeing a decent amount of Edith coming out of him. Yep. The plays that he's been making has been very consistent. But let's talk about our focus player from RSG, Mortalala. As you can see by the stats, great micro player. Overall, macro, he knows how to kind of control the lane, but playing with the rest of his team, he is waiting for the right opportunities to show that aggression.
Yeah, we need a little bit more stats coming from him, and not to mention as well, he has been very, very flashy with his Lapu Lapu on his debut coming in, and I want to see more flair coming in there. Like, usually we do see rookies kind of be hesitant a lot of times, but he has been fearless throughout his opening debut. Hopefully he will be able to carry the team alongside his teammates here coming from RSG MY, whereas from the side Red Esports, they are going to be paying attention to his heroes a little bit more. Oftentimes, rookies tend to have limited hero pools, but so far, he has no sign of slowing down yet.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how deep those pockets actually go. Even though the EXP laners generally aren't going to get punished too much in the drafting phase, it is important to see that he can be a tool that can be utilized. The Cho, the Lapu Lapu, big playmakers in their own rights, and the EXP laners, yes, they do fall off, but just the fact that they can turn the tide of battle with a simple catch could really change the state of the game.
Yes, definitely as well. So I'm looking forward to see, are we going to see any kind of cheese strategy so far? We've seen a couple of DG games this past few days. Do you think they are going to bring it to the table? But before that, let's take a look at what the talents think about this particular match, because we are going to be jumping straight into the predictions for RSG as well as Red Esports very, very shortly.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what everybody's thoughts is. Based on what we've been talking with previously, a lot of us are like kind of split in the middle. We're thinking that, you know, RSG is looking more polished, but Red Esports is up on the rise. Their stonks are looking really, really hot as well. But RSG, I think the one thing that has set them apart from Red Esports is mainly during their position during the C game qualifiers, where they were able to achieve second place, only losing to Toda.
Yeah, apparently the predictions here is going to be 3 for Red Esports, and the rest of us RSG, like you said as well, is kind of split between 50-50. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not how true is that later on. Oh, yep. Okay, it's going to be up on screen right now. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Production.
So far, it looks like the Fel Justice Red as well as Karakuri are going to believe that Red is going to take it away. It looks like they have some kind of information, or at the very least, believe in the hype that's revolving around Red. But it looks like even the audience is going to believe that RSG is going to be taking this game away.
I'm really, really not surprised considering how strong of a stance RSG came in. Red Esports, on the other hand, they had a very good opening. I think, what, Season 6, Season 7? But I'm not gonna lie, they have kind of disappointed in the fans a little bit. Recently, yesterday's games, they had kind of shown their former prime self again. Hopefully today's games is gonna be a little bit better for them. However, for these guys watching at home, if you want to play some Mobile Legends Bang Bang, make sure to use the brand new smartphone with slick design with MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone, Samsung. You can always get those awesome gaming experience with the brand new Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G. Yes, you've heard it right. 5G.
Yeah. 5G. Cop yourselves one today, because it really makes a difference in your own gameplay. It's something you gotta feel to know. But now it is time to go straight into the draft here, and Red Esports Yin out. Gone. Bye-bye.
What? Really? First phase ban Yin from the get-go. This is the first one for today. All right.
Respectable. Honestly, respectable. Red has done it before where they banned out Yin in their previous matchups, but more importantly so.
Look at Mom's face as well. It's like, yeah, I banned Yin. Was that a mistake or no?
Nah, definitely not a mistake. I mean, Kuza did whip it out 2 times during the C game qualifiers.
All right.
So keep in mind, we're not going to see it this time in LaFell. A little bit disappointed, but hey, the respect is there.
All right, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down in that situation. But like you said as well, you know, he did bring it up. Obviously, there is some sort of respect. Obviously, you know, we were talking about regular season being the experimental phase for all the teams, kind of experiment here and there. But we did catch a glimpse of all the teams kind of flexing their strategies a little bit during the SEA game. So it makes a lot of sense why they have a little bit more insight, despite being only the second week in the regular season.
You know, speaking of which, we're seeing the traditional bans as RSG ban out the Fanny as well as Valentina as well, as Zaid is able to play Fanny. Got to get rid of it early rather than later. Red Esports now with priority, finishing off the first ban phase. The third pick here, I guess Lancelot, I suppose, or do they want to hold that up?
I think they should just straight up get rid of the Lancelot. And on top of it all, Glue should be something they should get rid of as well, considering that Red Esports does have capabilities to actually play that hero. However, Red Esports, knowing them, they have the tendency to either flex's mom's pick or maybe Ren QT's pick. So in this case, what is it gonna be? You know, do they want to just ban off the Cho, respect mom here and there, or do they just straight up ban off Mao's hero 1-1 out of the picture?
I think they either
decide to go for it.
It depends. I think for me, I think Glue's not too bad, but instead they ban out Lancelot, so they've really clamped down on the junglers here to really show what else Zaid actually has in his pool. And I think generally it's okay. But let's see how the gold lane is going to go. I think that's one of the more important matchups here between the two teams.
Yeah, I feel like RSG, they're more prioritized on their EXP lane or even the gold laner in that in general, because right now the Hayabusa is up for grabs. So Red Esports, they've got to seriously consider, do they want to pick it first or they want to go something else? In this case, Kadita was either picked or banned in their first week based on the stats coming from the pre-show as well. So Red Esports prioritizing on Kadita instead.
Okay. Red Esports taking that first pick on the Kadita, very respectable. Ash can perform extremely well on it and has been an absolute hindrance to a lot of teams out there. Now, RSG could look to respond. Not entirely sure what else they could go for, especially when you're up against someone like Kadita. As we can see, Zakis has a number of options. It's either the Chill or the Matilda. Either or is pretty good, but so far we haven't found out a real solution to this Kadita.
Yeah, that's going to be a really tough one as well, considering that Kadita does have that invulnerability, very similarly to Lunox as well. And the burst potential coming from Kadita is kind of hard to forgive as well. Kufra arguably can stop the first initial burst. You can't exactly stop the ultimate as well. So that's going to be something that a lot of teams may have a little bit more problems. But RSG, their response is going to be Yiv as well as Paquito. Seems to me the Paquito will be flexed in RSG's favor. Maybe XP, maybe even jungle. So Red Esports, they have the luxury to go for the Hayabusa if they want to, or something else, maybe even Glue. I don't know what they're spawning, but it seems like they know something that we don't.
I suppose, or maybe they're just cracking a good joke at the right time. Right place, right time could be what Red Esports needs, especially with Kadita, but they lock in the Glue for themselves, maybe just the body blocker, more importantly. So just to keep Morta La in lane. It's a little tough to say because it can be flex. Hayabusa going to be the lock-in for Red.
Okay, they get the Hayabusa. This is something that Mao is very comfortable at as well, coming from Red Esports. This is a comfort picks all in general for Red Esports. RSG, however, do they want to pick the Beatrix now? It is up for grabs. It is a great hero, and we did see a couple of games as well where the power of the Glue to set up for the Rainer can be very disruptive. But Red Esports, they don't really care. They've got multiple heroes for Mao. I think even if they lose the Beatrix, it's okay. We've got something else. However, RSG, do they want to show their cards right now? Mortalala's hero, or is this Mortalala Paquito?
Tough to say. It could go to Kuza as well, but we'll have to wait until later on. Beatrix gonna get picked up for the side of RSG, and I think, you know, TikTok has been very comfortable on the hero so far, and I think now RSG is gonna focus all on getting rid of the oppressive oppressive picks in the gold lane. Popo and Koopa, Clint as well, really trying to limit Maul.
Yeah, they've got to take away all of Mao's heroes, but that's the thing, right? Like there's Popo, like you said as well, the Popo, Koopa, there's Clint, but the problem with Mao is that he excels. His signature hero are not those two heroes. It's the 1-1. But the game where he played 1-1 didn't exactly go too well for him. So I feel like RSG, they can just tone it down for the 1-1. Just go for something safe. Take out Popo Koopa. Take off Clint. let him play what, a Moskov. It doesn't really matter, but it's not even that much of a threat for RSG as anyway. But seems like they're not focusing on the marksman. They are going to go for Ren QT's hero, which is his comfort one, is going to be the Esmeralda. We know Benedetta is something he plays, but at the same time, Benedetta hasn't been popular for what? How long now?
I mean, she's been nerfed to the ground, to be fair. All she does is just clear waves and doesn't have as much threat unless she gets really far ahead of their opponents, which is a little frustrating to do. But Red Esports banned out the Matilda themselves, and it looks like RSG opening things up a little bit for Mortalalala to play his lane a lot more comfortably. If they ban out the Uranus or arguably... Oh, but they already have glue for the side of red. I guess Uranus, but at this point, I don't think it's worth banning it out. Utah wouldn't be too bad as well, but even then, Paquito should be able to win that lane matchup.
Now, I've got a question. Now, we know Dominus Geekfan playing, from Geekfan playing the Kadita was a force to be reckoned with here. Face checking Bush seems to be a problem for RSG if they want to fight against a Kadita. However, would the Digi pick up, would it be nice here to act as an alternative food for the Selena traps, or maybe even the Po and Koopa traps, to open up the map?
I suppose, but there's got to be like a solid reason to do that, right? Like Diggy, you want to be moving forward with the rest of your team or playing it more defensively to harass and actually get the lead in one of the lanes. But when you have something like Izanami, he's going to be playing the Eve, right? Eve is waiting for the right place at the right time to drop down the real world manipulation. So I personally think that if RSG wants to do it, they're using it to make sure that Beatrix gets ahead in lane, like confirmed without any hesitation from getting attacked from either Hayabusa and arguably even the Kadita as well. The one shot's still probably going to happen at some point, but there we go. Cho going to get locked down for the side of RSG.
Yeah, I feel like asking for the Digi was a little bit far-fetched for me, but at the same time, I like the Cho pickup. That is going to be a signature coming from Zakos. I'm pretty sure that is going to be a tank Cho. Or I might be wrong. I highly think that I'm wrong, but at the same time, RSG is in a very uncomfortable position of losing their front lines. They don't exactly have a very tanky frontliner compared to a Glue in terms of fights, where, I don't know, it seems like a problem that RSG may or may not face, but I like the idea of like, hey, if your Glue can catch one, so can a Cho. So Lapu Lapu being picked from Red Esports, gonna be denying it away from Mortalalala, potentially, but the clean will be the safe pick here coming from all.
Oh, super interesting coming out from both of these teams. Really interesting draft so far.
Wait a minute. Wait. Where is this Glue? Is this a tank Glue?
Yes, this is going to be, it's going to be EXP, sorry, not EXP, but it's going to be support Glue coming in from Mount. We saw it during week 1.
Hey.
So let's keep that in mind that RSG this time have to go through quite a beefy lineup, quite a beefy frontliner who really buys a lot of time. So RSG is so dependent on making sure that he can snowball out of control.
Alright, seems like the drafts has been set. They finally showed the Roger final pick coming from RSG, so it is going to be a Mortalalala Paquito. So pretty clear cut coming from RSG, but still, I am not convinced with the Glue tank, but it is a tanky hero indeed. Arguably one of the tankiest as of yet. They did nerf him down, but is it going to be enough to survive the onslaught that RSG may or may not be bringing? The drafts have been set. Thoughts? Quick prediction.
Honestly, I think at this point of time, it feels like RSG has all the ingredients necessary for a snowball composition, but Red in general, that team, the pickoffs that they're capable of doing, especially with the lane matchups that they have, it's very possible that Ren QT could make the difference.
Yep, I'm definitely looking forward to see how it goes, but of course the draft has been set. RSG looking to clean up and snowball as quickly as they can. Wow, Red Esports is going to try and drag this out in order to buy some XP. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the final series for the second week here in MPL MY Season 9. This is Game 1 between Red Esports as well as RSG.
All right, let's get this final best of 3 on the road here, as both teams are immediately going to harass each other and focus on clearing up that first wave. Little Wanderer is such an important tool from both junglers to start getting ahead.
You know, I remember the time where I was a little bit skeptical. Either tank was something playable, but guess what? They are flexed for a reason. So in this case, technically, Glue is a tank. It should be able to tank. Why do I doubt it? But so far, looks pretty 50-50. I'm not convinced yet, but okay, let's see how it goes.
Well, but so far, Mom is going to keep on helping that mid lane. You can tell that he's keeping his stacks up by helping to clear up these waves to ensure that he has that damage reduction. However, you look down bottom side, it looks like Mal is having a pretty good time abusing TikTok in lane. Renner is not going to be able to do much for him as the quick draw from Mal is just that much more superior.
Yeah, he does have the additional range as well. But Bomb here, instead of going for the average, he's opted to go for the pull yourself together. So maybe is that him getting aggressive away if he gets punished that he's going to be able to join the fight earlier, or is it just him trying to be the sacrificial lamb? But considering that he is a roaming, he doesn't really need gold, right?
Yeah, he doesn't really need gold. I mean, his base damages alone is going to be enough to help clear waves, and more importantly so, just stay relevant in the game for much, much longer compared to like damage-dealing supports at this point of time. Now, Mortalalala needs to kill RenQT in lane to start getting ahead. And RenQT, he can only really start playing the game once he hits level 4, but even then, there's no guarantee.
Okay, taking a little bit too much damage, but Mom does not have the tools to actually follow up on that regards. Mortalala tries to get a little bit sniped. He does have his 4, so he does have the KO punch. Kusa is in the vicinity. RenQT might be in a little bit of trouble. Here comes the combo. He's waiting for the right moment to strike, but RenQT not going to be committed upon by Kusa.
Wow, very, very patient there. Very disciplined for the side of Red. I feel like a younger RenQT would have for sure used this ult.
I definitely agree, but the turtle is going to be out for grabs. Zaka's looking for the play. Does he connect to the Z? Yes, it does, but the turtle will be secure. Here comes the combo. Red, they're taking a little bit too much damage as RSG, they get completely obliterated as Mortalala messes up the combo, and that's going to be Red Esports leading the kills.
Oh, this is going to be a dive for sure. Mom is very confident here. He's going to sit under turret and make sure that Mortalalala can't recall.
He's gone.
Yeah, and oh wait, mid lane, Izanami's actually able to get the kill. Mortalalala now going to have to hold on to his own. Knock-up strike is already used, and he clears up the wave just in time. Mom is going to back away. He just hits the level 4 as well.
That is
sad.
So good coming from Mortalala. Like, I thought he was going to be a done deal, but yeah, like you said as well, they get the kill on Ashe down mid, so that is going to be a 1-for-1 tie. First blood Blunty is up for grabs, and remember to check out those codes right below while you get your McDelivery order.
I guess they called off the dive knowing that Mortalalala was one stack away from actually getting a reset on his abilities, and more importantly so, he's been holding up on the heavy left hand, which gives him extra bits of damage reduction and as well as a bit of a shield, which should be more than enough unless RenQT for some reason gets his ult off cooldown again. But he used it so during the turtle fight, so there's nothing much he can do. So I guess at this point it's good that Red Esports decided to call off the dive.
Yeah, I guess. But as of yet, it's going to be a stalemate for now. RSG MY, they do have this 2 cores, but I'm not seeing the snowball effect coming from Kusa. It's really surprising knowing how flashy Kusa can be coming from RSG. But it feels like now, speaking of it, they are going to try and make it a fight right here. And RenQT does scout out there's going to be 2 players, so that is not going to be a dive coming in. So Red Esports, they do have more space down mid. Meanwhile, RSG, they're just not going aggressive. They're just playing it safe.
Yep. With the purple buff coming back up in 7 more seconds for Hayabusa, he's got bigger priorities to deal with. This RSG MY is going to hover around the turtle, which is coming up in 6 more seconds. Let's see how this interaction goes as the 4v4 will ensue.
Yeah, they are going to be at a stalemate right now. Zaka's looking for the play. Here comes the Way of the Dragon. Immediately they get Mom. That's a big catch up, but RenQT returns the favor. And guess what? The Rough Tide completely obliterates Kusa and Mortalala. RSG have to completely forgo this. And RenQT is out of the fight with 1 HP to survive to tell the tale.
Oh, a good initiation coming in from RenQT and instantly comboed with Ashe as well. Manages to land the stun on 2 people, and that just set it up perfectly for Ashe to pick up both of those kills. Well done as they trade back and forth, and RSG didn't even get the trade back, as you mentioned before, onto RenQT. That's going to be a Bloodlust Axe purchase from RenQT to continue sustaining in lane, and the huge advantage for Red Esports.
Yep, that is huge. Meanwhile, Zai is going to go for the flex as well. TikTok, however, on the bottom side is a little bit low, but let's take a look at the instant replay of how they actually took that fight. Zako starting things over the Wave Dragon looks so good. Immediately here comes Ashe from the behind and immediately takes them all out. That was a big play from him.
Okay, so I was a little wrong there. It was actually Ashe who drops down the Breath of the Ocean, knocking 2 important members up to set things up for RenQT to drop the rest of his abilities on top of them. Good layering from Red Esports.
Yeah, that was big coming from him. RSG MY, they've got to be a little bit more aware of where Ashe's positioning now. Mom is just the bait, apparently. But RSG MY, they're not too happy losing 2 turtles, and hopefully things will be a little bit better. But however, now Zayed, he's doing pretty okay. He's got a turtle retribution for very, very on point. Meanwhile, Mom once again getting caught out. This is not good for him. Shame on him, but Ash will return the favor, and he finds Kuza. Patience paying off here from Ash.
Fast one shot coming in. Fast one shot. Kuza falling behind now, as now we can see Zayed instantly walking up towards the enemy jungle to steal away as much EXP as he possibly can. It's a little sad for Kuza, of course, but Ash is doing such great work with this Kadita.
Oh, 2 times in a row. Kuza is having a very, very rough game. We talked about how a monster jungler he is. This time, in the hands and the face of Ash. Nope, 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 not today. However, it's not over yet. They do have a fallback plan. That's going to be TikTok. It's 1-0-0. And currently, he is struggling on the bottom lane, but he is still getting consistent farm so far.
All right. I mean, Glue has been rather frustrated to deal with it. Here comes Zakas and Izanami. He's looking for another opportunity, but Mom actually preemptively uses the split. He should be able to get onto Zakas' side, but no. Instead, he backs away. Here comes Ran QT for the engagement. Izanami flickers away. Zakas is still down, but here comes the counter initiation. Oh, the snipe almost taking him out, and even the real world manipulation just short off the mark.
Oh, that was big coming in. It looks good, but Ash here is going to catch Izanami. Izanami hesitated. He doubted himself, and he still went in the check anyway. Gets immediately obliterated. Red Esports, what a fantastic game. Ash has been pulling the big one in these games.
Ash is definitely feeling himself here on this Kadita and RSG. 5-3 right now, and Red Esports with a very slight lead, but now mid-game is starting to roll by, and we can see that RSG MY is starting to pick up their very first items, which might help them out as we get to the upcoming Lord fight.
Yeah, they need a way to actually fight with this as well. I did talk about how they need a very, very strong frontliner. Arguably, Mom is extremely tanky, and we did kind of see it as well, despite being kicked from Zakas. Paired up with the Renner, it wasn't enough to take him out. The split just gives too much regeneration, and hopefully RSG MY has a way to deal with it. They need some anti-healing.
Yeah, look at top side here, as we can see that Zayed is backing away, ready to attack, and they find the initial dive on towards Mal's side as they crack open, but another time, oh my goodness, they find a kill onto TikTok as well. TikTok is not having a good time, but Ash is having the time of his life. 4-1 and 2 as they trade back kills.
Oh, that looked good for RSG MY, but on the other side of the map, Ash is just an absolute monster this game. The fallback plan from TikTok is not working out. However, Red Esports will continue to try and snowball as hard as they can. As the game progresses here, Mao is 0-1-0. It's not that too bad, but at this stage of the game, he's doing okay considering that Red Esports has a slight lead over RSG, but it's not that big yet. Hopefully, this next Lord objective is going to be able to actually snowball even harder for Red Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that snowball, right? It feels like both sides are going dead even at this point of time, and unless TikTok can actually join in on these bigger fights, but they need to make sure they don't clump up too close together to get free knockups to Ash.
Exactly, and TikTok, they saw Ash, they know what's up. Ash is going to be up top, and they're sending the rest of RSG to defend in case Red tries to get a little bit sneaky. Here it comes, Zayed. Trying to bait a little bit of reactions, but RSG not taking the bait yet. 5 seconds left. The Lord is going to be appearing. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we do see the side laners actually cutting the creep wave. So they're syncing it up. Zakas starting things off. Here comes the snipe as well. Ash gets caught out. Zakas with a big catch alongside with TikTok. Big catch coming from RSG.
They see Mortalala. They could punish him, but no KO strike coming in from Mortalala. He just wants to get the damage down to shove him out of lane. They've changed their priority from Mom now over to Ash. He's getting too far ahead, and now Zakas has set his targets, set his eyes on the mage of Red Esports.
Exactly, and RSG, they're going to be happy with their shutdown. However, here comes the snipe once again. Red Esports will back out. Kuza is here to bury his fangs. Meanwhile, the rest of RSG is pushing up towards the top side, and Red Esports, they are half forced to back out. Meanwhile, Zayed is still a little bit far off. He doesn't have the buff, so the Lord is going to be baited out from RSG. Potentially? No, wait.
No.
They're backing out. What?
Yeah, I don't think they need to contest this right now. They realize that the waves are currently in nobody's favor, and I think RSG wants to set them up a lot better before reconsidering going back into this fight. Because again, Red Esports is ahead, but it's also a tipping point for either team. Like, if this fight goes bad for RSG MY, they're basically going to lose all their outer tier 1s and arguably all of their tier 2s.
Oh, Ash, once again, he gets the catch, but this time it's going to be Zakas that pays the price. Just by a split second. RSG, they're losing members, and Red Esports, they're looking for more. However, can they get a little bit more? I don't think they can. They just don't have a very strong front line, and Mortalala is just preoccupied in dealing with Red QT as of yet. However, big item purchase is your anti-Kiras as well as the Ender Battle up on Zai and Mom.
Yep, TikTok is still alive here. Now he's going to be sitting around with Izanami, and now that Red Esports knows that they for sure have guaranteed a couple of recalls, they sit on top of the Lord and go uncontested.
Yeah, this is going to be a very costly one, but RSG, they have to back out. Mortalala gets caught up. He does have the sustains available. He's going to be alive. Mom tries to drag him back out, but there's no follow-up. And Mom is almost actually dying to his real motivation. Ash is going to be the point of interest, and Kuza will take him out as Red Esports overestimated their power to take down Mortalala, as Mortalala was able to outplay all of them. Meanwhile, it's not over yet. TikTok, he overextended his stage. He's got a win of nature. He's going to get bursted down by Zion. That's big. Here comes Kuza, the both junglers. They're going to go man to man. But does he have the cooldowns? And Zion escapes it. Oh my goodness. And now Kuza is forced to retreat. He might be out of position, but Red Esports do not have the mobility to catch up.
The numbers were not in his favor. Kuza landed a crit there, but even the crit just was not enough to take him out. Mal purchasing a Berserker's Fury for himself, and now Red Esports very cleanly in the lead with 1.4k in the bank ahead of RSG MY. But RSG can still hold down. This power play will put Red Esports at least 2k if they can crack open the rest of these tier 1 turrets. Oh, Zakas, he finds a kick.
Oh, he could not follow up with it as well, but the damage has been done. Here comes the Rockets, and here comes the Rough Waves as well, as they completely obliterate them. Real world manipulation has been used, but Red Esports doesn't really care about this. But Zayed trying to get a little bit sneaky. Rank QT going before the ultimate, but RSG is out of there.
RSG is pretty good at just sandbagging Red Esports. Whenever they want to go for more, impress their lead to get a higher goal deficit against RSG, they're really slowing this down. Like, at this point of time, Red Esports should be at 5k, but the fact is that they're evening out the score for so long, up to the 13-minute mark. It's 39 to 35, and at this point, if this drags on for another 3 minutes or so, the goal lead isn't going to matter.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but that's the thing, right? RSG, they're just losing objectives left, right, front, and center. Red Esports is just so much tankier. They cannot afford to trade lives. If you think about it, Ash does have the sustains. If he takes up a little bit of damage, it's okay. As long as he doesn't die, he's going to be able to contribute. Whereas RSG, they don't have a lot of sustains. Maybe Mortalala, but besides him, not the rest. But here comes the concealed play. RSG is forced to back out. They cannot afford to die without tower protection at all.
Yep, they back away, and Zayed is waiting for an opportunity to find an isolated target, and more importantly, look for TikTok. As Zakas opens up the map, he sees one, and he's like, okay, that's perfectly fine, but that's good for TikTok, because now he can start pressing up.
And now, Red Esports, Ash, going to be the point of interest. TikTok has been scouting out the team for a long time, and he hasn't been able to land the big numbers yet. Every single time he tries to land his ultimate, Zai just completely ignores it. Oh, so right now, the biggest threat should be Ash and Zai from Red Esports, whereas RSG MY, I don't know. It seems like their win condition is to make sure that Red Esports makes a mistake. Red Esports, on the other hand, just keep doing what they're doing. As of now, Mom is going to be going for the split. Nothing is going to happen. Ran QT going to be forced the ultimate as well. But a big flicker coming in, connects on Kuza. It's going to force RSG back, but a big runner out here completely obliterates them. And this is the mistake they're looking forward to. But no, Ash will redeem it for the team. They take down the Beatrix. Ash is going to be bleeded out, but the rest of RSG are still relatively healthy, whereas Red Esports has to back out.
Good play coming in from RSG.
Oh, it's not over?
It's not over yet. They try to get on top, but here comes Mom. He's going to go into split. No, he doesn't have the split already. He's in the middle of all 4 members, but he can still get out because he has he's got all of his stacks. And unfortunately for him, it just means that the rest of RSG MY just have to back away. It just isn't worth their time.
Yeah, Zakas almost gets the kick on towards Zayed on top of it all. If he gotten it, that would have been a disastrous moment for Red Esports. Fortunately for them, they will back out and respect this because RSG MY, they know for a fact that Mao is also a big threat. Mortalala, he actually might get bursted down, but the flicker comes in, dodges the shuriken, so he's going to be A-okay. My goodness.
Oh boy, this is a pretty tight game in Red Esports, despite the fact that they do have a lead against RSG MY. RSG MY are trading evenly, and that's not what you want to see from a team that's actually, you know, behind. If you're going 50-50 on either side, it's pretty... Oh, wait, no. Oh, the one-shot. Zakas manages to survive, but Rank QT finishes him off with a little bit more damage, and the help of Ash, they secure that kill.
Oh, this is not good for RSG MY. However, 2 big ultimates has been expended, and RSG MY, they just don't want to risk it. They do not have a strong frontliner. They're going to make sure Kuza gets his purple buff, but the Lord will be secured from Red. Yep, it is, as RSG MY full retreats out of there.
This draft has been rather tough for RSG MY. I think they've limited Kuza in terms of his pool, so now he can't make big plays, and he's very dependent on his team. And his team has not been having fun. Oh, the engagement! Mortalala gets attacked by the Oki. Shadow kill. It should be all right as the Quad Shadows has been dropped. Zayed gets on out.
Oh, that was so quick. Fortunately for RSG MY, they were able to respond, but the Lord will be pushing from the top side. Middle turret is still alive. Red Esports, they're going to try and capitalize on this and sync up the lanes. Meanwhile, Ash, he's going to make the play. Zakas again. Is he going to survive? Yes, he will, but still, the damage has been done. Meanwhile, middle lane as well. Mortalala is going to get jabbed upon. Can he survive this? The split comes in, but it's not going to be enough to sustain his way through as Red takes him out. RSG 4v5. Real Illumination is there, but he gets completely dived on. Izanami forces a flicker out of there. The Lord will apply the pressure. Bomb. Can he survive? Yes, he will. He tries to re-engage as well, and RSG, they're going to go for the reset, but the Lord is hounding on the crystal. Red Esports looking to close the game. The kicks coming from Zakas is not going to be enough. The Renner with a big damage, but it's not going to be enough as Red Esports closes the game and focuses the crystal.
Woo! Ash and Mom making the difference in this game with Rank QT to follow up on either one of those engagements. Red Esports take game number 1 against the polished RSG. Looks like they figured out the formula.
Oh, that was a big catcher coming from both Ash as well as Mom. RSG, they seem super lost in this situation. Cho Tang, the only one, apparently is not enough in the face against the Glue. That is quite the worrisome game for RSG. Hopefully, all things considered, game 2 will be a little bit better for the RSG boys.
Yeah, and they'll be moving over to the blue side, which I think definitely is going to give them a little bit of edge. But man, as mentioned before, Ash on that Kadita continuously finding this picks and just with the rough waves, the one-shots really hindering the progress of RSG with their overall team fight plan.
It's scary to see how they played it here, considering that they asked for first pick, and based on the stats as well, they do have a high pick rate for Kadita. This first pick Kadita was something that I don't think anyone from the side of RSG could have actually dealt with. Like, based on their draft, they just had no answer to this.
Yeah, they really didn't, and it's just, it puts them in a position where they're just consistently sweating all the time, and no matter what they try to do, it holds them back, right? You're always one man down, and then all of a sudden you have to deal with the Kadito, who once again will get the Breath of the Ocean up back after cooldown. May not have rough waves, but it's just a solid CC. So much area denial.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, like every single time feels like he's out of position. He's actually trying to bait reactions, and you can see everyone from side RSG MY kind of swarm into him multiple times. It's not just once, at least 3 to 4 times that has kind of happened to actually take down Mom. It looks good, but Ash always waits for the right moment to strike, and every single time RSG MY, they walk into it, and it's just, it's frustrating to see that Glue, even though it's not in XP lane, it's kind of annoying.
It really is. Let's look at the item build so far. I'm curious to see what Mom has been building on this Glue overall. And yes, he does get the Cursed Helm though, which I think is really interesting. He did have the Juggernaut armor initially, and then after that slowly built out the Dominance Ice. Eventually, he decided to complete, eventually. I'm not sure whether the Cursed Helm or the Anti-Cuirass next, but I think it was the Anti-Cuirass. And once he's gotten that initial tankiness, man, that Cursed Helm is annoying.
I remember it was the first item, Cursed Helmet, and then Dominance, and then finally the Anti-Cuirass. If I do recall.
Wow, Cursed Helm, first item after getting the components. Woo!
That was kind of scary, right? Considering he went first item, but Yeah, all things considered, I like it, but I want to see Ash's item. Genius Wand, Clock of Destiny, as well as Divine Glaive. Talk about maximum impact burst potential with the Holder Crystal. And I'm not surprised considering that he almost never dies. So if he engages, his health is going to be full, the Divine Glaive is going to take full effect, and I think, we have a couple highlights of him just completely obliterating everything else, and that's kind of scary, knowing that Kadita might be the new meta pick.
I mean, Kadita currently is one of the few meta picks that everybody, I wouldn't say everybody is looking to get, but initially it does the entire role, especially when you're trying to pick up Hayabusa, who doesn't necessarily do too well in overall team fights. The important thing is that Ash is able, well, Kadita, in a matter of fact, is able to pull one person out of the fight and really narrow down that numbers and turn it into skirmishes.
Yeah, it's scary, right? Considering that even though RSG, they have a tank such as Zakos on the Cho, full tank build, you saw how quickly he was obliterated just by a Kadita. So it feels like RSG, they just lack the frontliner, and a lot of this pressure has been soaked up by Mortal Lala, but there's only so much he can do. He's tried his best. He's only 2 deaths so far, but he can't exactly do too much if his main tank is pretty much out of the picture most of the fights. But nevertheless here, let's take a look at the MVP for Red Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be none other than Ash on that Kadita. 8-4-3, a well-deserved victory by Red Esports.
With a match KP of 85%, his 8 kills have just been picking off key targets for the side of RSG, making sure that nothing slips through the cracks. No sand is going to leave his grasps. Oh, Kadita is definitely something they should be looking to ban out in this upcoming game for RSG.
Yeah, the Breath of the Ocean just so annoying. And I think he was the reason why Kuza was having such a hard time to actually get some farms. And we talked about how strong Kuza can be. But guess what? The counter to Ash, to Kuza right now seems to be Ash's Kadita. And this might be the kryptonite to deal with RSG.
I suppose it could be the kryptonite, but I do think that there are certain aspects of the game that we are kind of failing to see, which number one is the gold lane. I mean, Mal absolutely dominated TikTok. Like, TikTok did not stand a chance, and it set up for some pretty prevalent dives coming in from Red Esports, and you can see that RSG is kind of hovering around that bottom side of the map to try and protect him, but they're not getting anything out of it, which led to these counter rotations, and more importantly so, like how Dominus likes to play the game, hide in the brush, read the behaviors, and Ash took that all the way to the extreme by taking out Izanami sometimes.
I definitely, I can see where you're getting from that angle with the Kadita, but I agree, Dominus and Ash does still extend apart. But now, before we go into the detail, let's talk a look towards the replay on how Red Esports played it. I think this was the first big impact where Zakos had a very good catch, RenQT also throwing his body, which kind of forced RSG to kind of clump up, and Ash just took an opportunity to just completely obliterate them. And this was the second time they caught Mom, and again, RSG MY, they thought they got the win, but Ash was just secretly, patiently waiting for Kuza. 2 times in a row, the jungler gets taken out by Red Esports.
Yeah, I mean, utilizing the tides to be able to hop over the wall and then straight away into the Petrify and getting the full combination off flawlessly. Well done. Just well done to Ash here. And I think even TikTok was having a rough time as Zayed started to pick up on the scent that, you know, he's kind of falling behind. Mal has been doing a good job keeping him in place, and you can tell he's a full level down, and Zayed's 4 levels up in that situation.
Yeah, just based on the drops as well, we know that RSG is just so struggling here. And even TikTok, he does land a very sick Renner here. But after that, he just doesn't have a follow-up. And even that, Ash was ballsy enough to say, hey, I don't think RSG will re-engage this, but I am going to try anyway. And he takes out the Beatrix. So it's not just once. The entirety of the game, Ash is the biggest reason why RSG was struggling from start to all the way to the end.
It's just constantly just putting nails on their toes, just like keeping them down, making sure that they can't get to that next step in their plan. And I think it's a very good idea for the side of Red Esports. And something that RSG has to play around. In terms of adaptations, do you think that RSG are going to change their picks? I know they're going to change their bans for sure, but what about the picks?
I feel like the biggest weakness of their pick was that they did not prioritize on the Hayabusa. They did not prioritize the blue bands as well. And on top of it all, you know, maybe under the impression where they watched a couple of games yesterday, on Friday as well, where the glue Beatrix combo seems to be a threat. But instead of going for the glue, they tried to go for the Cho. It kind of worked out, okay? Not gonna lie, it kind of worked out. But it just didn't work out as what they expected. The combos looks good, it's just Kadita was the reason. So if they ban Kadita, if they play the exact same drop, things might be a little bit different for RSG.
I suppose. For Red Esports, I think, their plan has been solid, but now the fact that they're going on to the red side, do they have somebody else that they want to punch? Because they're not going to have as many bans as they want. They have to get rid of that Valentina. Unfortunately, Fanny, it just makes sense that they got to get rid of it, but then that just opens up the rest of these assassins that Kuza has been comfortably playing. Lancelot, for an example. Ling on top of it all. Really, really difficult to deal with.
I think the priority picks should not have been the Paquito. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I felt like the Paquito was a little bit unnecessary as a first pick material, but at the same time, like, it was open, right? If you think about it, Hayabusa was open. They didn't take it. Red took it. Beatrix was open to the last minute. Red said, it's okay. Hayabusa is a little bit better. We've got Kadida. All right. But RSG's side, they just completely let Red Esports do whatever they want. And the glue pickup as well was pretty much a signature that said that, hey, it's nerf, but only the damage. Tankiness-wise, it's kind of annoying if you think about it. They needed a tank that could be on par with a glue. In this case, I felt like a high loss would be really nice to a certain degree.
I wouldn't say high loss here at this point in time, but we got to do a quick shout out for Nascafe in case you guys are like, man, watching all of MPL is getting a little exhausting and I just want to get all the way, watch to the results and get to that end, make it to that lucky draw. Well, don't worry, we can caffeinate you and keep you guys energized. Just go down below, scan the QR code, get the discounts and get your favorite flavors so that you keep awake and make sure you don't miss a single bit of the action.
Yep, and of course, I'm looking forward to see how RSG is going to be able to respond in game number 2. But as of now, I feel like game 1, outdraft, definitely, yes. Overthinking, definitely from RSG's side as well. But yeah, I might be wrong, but I'm looking forward to see how game 3 is going to go. But before that, give you guys a little bit more in-depth of what's happening here. Let's look at the recap coming from both these games. Ashe, undeniably the MVP, 68k damage. Izanami doing a pretty decent job as well. But I felt like Izanami wasn't able to do his job all too well if you think about it, that fight.
Honestly, I think Izanami wasn't too much of an issue because his job was to help re-engage the team and kind of set up the death zone with the real-world manipulation to lock in the members who went hard and really wanted to punish, which was Mom and as well as Ashe. Zayed Mal and as well as Rank QT kind of held back until they had some confirmation from Mom and Ashe to go and engage into these fights. For me personally, I think Paquito was generally okay because it kept up the big illusion of like, hey, is he going into the jungle? Is he going into the EXP lane? And I think the way that RSG drafted isn't entirely wrong here. I think my biggest issue so far is the fact, you're on red side, you have to get rid of both Valentina and as well as Fanny, right? Banning out the Lancelot ended up hurting them more than it should have.
Yeah, it would have been Kuza's signature, right? They could have opted the decision where, hey, you pick Lancelot is okay, I still have Hayabusa, something that I'm really comfortable with. For a second, I thought the Paquito was definitely going to be the jungle role, considering that they flexed it up so late into the stage. And even the bans as well, I think Red Esports, they weren't expecting it. They were doubting themselves, is this going to be a tank? Is this going to be Matilda? They played it safe, they banned the Matilda, they banned the Aulus on top of it. And I'm not gonna lie, the Aulus and Beatrix would be a very, very nice wombo combo strat, but they needed someone to snowball hard, and unfortunately, they just didn't have it.
Yeah, that's the thing about Roger, right? You're so dependent on your team actually chunking out your opponents before you can try to start forcing out the play at the end of the day. So, I don't know. I think it's not necessarily anybody's fault at this point in time. I do think that the draft played a huge role in game number 1. But game number 2, we still have 34 more seconds left. That's where RSG really needs to prove to us that their drafting is going to work out. And it feels like, Red Esports have a very clear idea of what they want to do.
Gideon, I have a very, very bad feeling. Sorry, not bad. I mean, good for you guys watching at home. I have a feeling this might be a 2-1.
This might be a 2-1?
Yeah, I honestly think that they might be in a 2-1. Like, if RSG bounces back from that, they should logically be able to tie the series.
Well, that's fair. I mean, considering how all of these drafts have been going and every single one of these 2-1s, it's just the fact that blue side has the natural advantage, and unless red side makes like a significant mistake in their bans, most of the time blue side should generally win the draft.
I think we need the stats on how many times blue side has won so far in these past 2 weeks. Like, I agree, but at the same time I kind of disagree to a certain degree. So I need the stats. I need the stats, man.
Just don't have the angles, man. You just don't have the angles. We need a protractor for that. But now RSG banning out the Fanny once more as well. I'm surprised that they want to ban out the Fanny because it seems like they're giving way too much respect over to Red Esports, or they just respect the fact that Zayt is a pretty good Fanny player. But Kuza also played like a solid Fanny as well. So I guess they have like a draft in mind, and they're not, you know, going out of it.
Yep, and seems like that it's pretty much out of the picture. Ashes Kadita is out of the picture as well. RSG, they are going to respect that for now. However, there are a lot of heroes going to be up for grabs. Lancelot for sure, Hayabusa as well. Do they just let it slide and then each team gets one for each themselves? And then possibly open up the glue as...
Well, let's also not forget about Valentina that has on either side, and I really hope RSG doesn't fall into this trap because they can first pick Valentina and it should be okay, but instead they are the ones who ban out the Ling. A lot of respect going over to the junglers on either side.
I've not seen Zayt play Ling, have I? Did we?
Maybe you just weren't that day. I mean, you weren't there that day possibly, because he definitely has.
Okay, I think Mao Ling is pretty scary, but I don't think Red Esports is gonna do a role swap in the middle of the game.
Well, you never know with Red Esports. But then again, with Red, let's see what their final ban is going to be. With 21 seconds left on the clock, Valentina is wide out in the open, and I don't know if they really want to give that up as well. Unless they're like, you know what, mages don't matter no more between everybody. But I think it'll be a bit of a troll. Okay, all right, they're giving up Valentina to ban out the Lancelot. So I guess... that means that RSG, if they take the Valentina bait, Red Esports gets Hayabusa.
Yeah, I feel like Red Esports' draft is a little bit better now. They respect the yin, but they set themselves up where they can actually take two of their comfort picks. But of course, RSG, they are going to pick the Valentina. Red Esports will have the luxury of going for the Hayabusa and potentially more. In this case, Glue, maybe, if they want to go for it again.
Glue Hayabusa doesn't sound too bad. I'll be honest with you. Glue Hayabusa really feels really nice for Red Esports. They're super comfortable doing it, and Mom is really, really good at just being an absolute nuisance to create that space with the glue.
Does he go for it, or do they want to go for the Beatrix in that regards? But if you think about it, Glue and Hayabusa, not the best skills to be stolen for Valentina, so it's not that bad of a pick for Red Esports. But Beatrix looks really tempting as well.
No, I wouldn't say I wouldn't want to take Beatrix here. I think Red Esports, since they're on red side, they can wait for the gold lane towards the later stages of the game. There we go. Glue and Hayabusa instantly going to get picked up for the side of Red Esports. Now RSG, the odd feeling that they want to get Paquito once again to continue to flex, maybe arguably get the Cho once more. But I think the fact that Kadita is gone does give them a little bit of safety. Ooh, Esmeralda instead.
Okay, so comfort picks back in towards Aaron there. All right, this is something that... Wait, sorry, deny picks against rank QT. Okay, so that's going to be a Morta La Esmeralda. And what is Zach's going to play? Okay, he's going to play as Matilda. It was banned in first phase. So right now, they're going to be prioritizing on their heroes instead, keeping Zakus as well as TikTok's hero keeping Kuza as well as TikTok's hero up for grabs for RG.
Yep, that's a very good idea, and most importantly so, picking up you would, in most cases, you would want to give the Matilda over when you have something like an Esmeralda, because it's like, you make a shield, you give somebody else a shield, I absorb both of your shields, I become big. Great logic, but glue is a problem. So having the guiding winds to pull you away when the split is activated, and then, you know, once glue latches on top of you, he can't, at the very least, he won't be able to displace you away. But Red Esports make a very smart decision, go and lock in the gold laner with Popo and Koopa saying, hey, we want to focus on having the most oppressive lane possible. What is TikTok's hero pool? And if you want Clint, we can ban it out. If you want Brody, we can ban it out. And if you do decide to pick up something, I'm guessing in this case, Beatrix, he will win the lane.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the situation for Red Esports. Like, I feel like playing it safe would be banning up the Clint as well as potentially the Beatrix if they decide to go super crazy. But based on the drops coming for RSG MY, Beatrix doesn't exactly suit their wombo combo, or in this case, very divey strat right now. So I don't think they would go for it. Honor seems a better choice in that regards. I like it. They are going to deny all of Kuza's hero to a certain degree. And not going to lie, if you think about it, based on his track record, Kuza has very limited heroes. And if they go for a Roger pickup from RG, it's not that bad to pair it out with Matilda. But can he snowball? Like, if you think about it, he needs kills. And I don't think he can make space for a Mark or a gold laner right now. based on the draft that our Red Esports is having right now.
Well, personally, I think he might want to go for a traditional marksman, to be fair. I mean, if we really wanted to...
Marksman jungle?
Yeah, I mean, we did see it today with HomeBois.
The Yi Shin, right?
Yeah, he pulled out the Yi Shin, and I think Yi Shin doesn't seem too bad in this matchup. It's a little frustrating to go up against someone like Popo and Koopa, but hey, considering the situation, do you have any better options?
It's extremely difficult. But RSG, they're going to be focusing on towards banning off Ash's hero yet. What is he going to play? That's the thing. Okay, carry isn't taken out. I like the carry pickup just because it does chunk out glue relatively easy. But now, when it comes to Ash's hero, he does play Valer, he does play Kadita, he does play Farsa, but I don't think Farsa is pretty good in this matchup. But honestly, I think Sicilian looks really good if Ash decides to go for it right now. Hey, no, wait, they don't have the... Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I think I was thinking maybe Yves, but then again, do you really want to give a real world manipulation over to RSG at the same time? So I think Sicilian ult is going to be a little bit more effective here, especially since, yes, if they group up together, they can actually get pulled in by the Sanguine Claw, gives you a little bit more, you know, scalability towards the late game. It makes sense. Unless RSG bans it out right here. Boo!
Yeah, they've got to think about it. Lunox maybe? No, you... Huh? Okay, that's a tank glue. That's a tank glue. Why do I keep forgetting? This is not an XP lane glue.
Yeah, they can flex it, to be fair. They can truly flex it. Remember that Cho is still out in the open here.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be something that... Nah, I don't think... Wait. Will Mortalala play the Cho?
No, the question is whether Red actually wants it this time.
Yeah.
They can throw glue into the EXP lane and be like, okay, fine, you go deal with the Esmeralda. I just get Cho and I'm going to be running around with it. And Mom is very capable of playing that Cho.
Oh, yeah. He's known for it. So it is definitely a signature coming from him. They do have double catch potential, but what can they set up for Ash to actually one-shot people? Eudora, sorry, I don't like it now. But once upon a time, it was a thing here in MPL. You know, where they just have this jaw head just setting up for a one-shot combo with it. But they are going to go for the Khalid. All right, more sustained tankiness coming from Red Esports. Okay. Are they going to go for the last pick Enchanter? Please, please don't. They need Mage, man. Like, you need a hard-on Mage right now. Please don't go for support Enchanters.
Unless they're putting Matilda into that support... sorry, Matilda...
No, I mean for Red Esports.
Oh, Enchanter? I don't think they will.
They need Mage.
I personally think that they don't. I personally don't think Red needs an Enchanter at this point. Like, Glue going into it as their natural support is totally fine here. But in terms of mages, that's where I'm a little concerned, right? Because RSG at this point of time, locking in the Brody is like, okay, fair enough. You've got like a way to at least trade back against someone like Popo and Koopa. Now, let's see the final pick for the side of RSG. What's it going to be this time?
Final
Makito!
Yeah, okay, comfort picks again. That's going to be Mortalala playing it. But now, what is Ash going to be playing that doesn't benefit the Valentina at all? It is, Cecilia. Pretty...
All right, so this is pretty good. A lot of this has been predicted pretty well. It's just the order of which it comes out. Both teams generally had this in mind, and more so just continuously playing the mind games to see whether they had any other options if they fumble or make a blunder during the drafting phase. Very, very good drafting from either side. Now it's time for the gameplay.
Yeah, I like how Red Esports is pretty much, you know, countered an entire draft just to deal with this Valentina, and it looks pretty solid. Now, the question is, what is Izanami gonna be stealing? Which is gonna be the priority here? Stealing the Sicilian doesn't exactly help him too much. It gives him a little bit of sustainability, but does he have what it takes? But now, with the drafts being set in stone, RSG MY looking to make the comeback, or will Red Esports completely outdraft RSG MY? We shall see. But with a newly improved draft coming into Game 2, RSG MY, can they make payback, or will Red Esports completely outplay them with the glue and also the Hayabusa, led by both Mom as well as Zayed again?
All right, let's get into the land of Dawn with RSG on the blue side, Red Esports on the red side, where they're most comfortable with. Let's see whether this draft is going to be good enough to actually let through Valentina. If they can get a win, maybe they've discovered something that everybody needs to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, and who are we going to be looking at right now? It's just a couple of pokes right here. The Zako is going to be playing with the Mom. Nothing too crazy yet, I guess. We do have Ren QT on the goal on the other side of the lane going up against Esmeralda. It's one of the most boring wet noodles, which I feel like Esmeralda is going to come up on top unless the Sands Guard is up, which obviously Ren QT has. Mom going to get bullied out. nothing crazy yet as well.
Actually, it's the opposite. RenQT is supposed to win this lane, and Mortalala will eventually outscale him for the time being. So in the meantime, RenQT, all he has to do is just get good trades against Mortalala, like right here, right now. Boom, he's already down to 50% HP. Continue on that trade, and then RenQT is just going to regenerate right under the turret. Now, my biggest concern is the fact that RenQT decided to go for the killing spree, which I don't think is exactly the smartest option, but here, Izanami and Zach is getting some good trades against Mom. Can they actually get the kill? No, they don't, but Mal is going to try and save the day. Zaid very close to level 4, but he goes straight to his Beetle instead.
Yeah, one more additional fact here was that RenQT does have to execute, so he's looking to try and potentially kill Mortalala if Mortalala decides to get a little bit overconfident. However, I think he realizes this here, but Zaid, he gets caught out. What the?
Yep.
What are you doing there all by yourself?
Yep, let's not forget Paquito is naturally stronger than Hayabusa. Hayabusa needs that first and second item, but Kuza does not on that Paquito. First item is more than enough for him. That's going to be first blood bounty achieved.
Yeah, they finally get the jungle Paquito that they have been flexing from game 1. This time they are doing it for real. So definitely a big W for them. Izanami steals the Cecilia now. He does have the ultimate available, so he does have the sustainabilities and the debuffs if he goes for a Necklace of Durance or even the Ice Queen 1. However, topside Mao, he is going to chunk away at the gold plating. A lot of farm heading into his favor.
Yep. Turtle has already been taken pretty quick from the side of RSG, and Kuza quickly goes down to the bottom side.
Mortalala.
He's so deep in trouble. He's gone straight away. RenQT picks up that kill so fast and so quickly. Didn't even give it an opportunity to get out. But Mortalala did have to use the Purify, which is on double the cooldown timer compared to Execute from RenQT.
Yeah, that is really, really unfortunate for him. Like, Mortalala does not get super out of control until he leaves, like, what, level 8, level 9, level 10, which any time before that, the Execute has so much value against an Esmeralda. However, top side, Mom is going to get dived on, immediately gets terrified as well, and he will eventually fall. He tries to go for a return fight, but Red Esports just does not have the tools to deal with it as of yet. So Kuza looking for the play, forces a flicker. That means top gold plating is in the bag for TikTok. Bottom side as well, Mortalala getting swamped again as our Red Esports, they get a trade-off.
Yep, really good trade-off. They are making sure they continue the punishment, but RSG's strategy is solely based on making sure that they can get ahead on top side. But Zakas, he should be going down here. It's circling Eagle, but to his death. It's a kamikaze dive from Zakas. But as you can see, Kuza is slowly getting more and more ahead as time passes by.
This is good coming from RSG. And Mom, can he do something about this? I don't think they can actually fall off for this, so TikTok's going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, gold-wise, not that much of a difference. It feels like Red Esports has a clear objective. 20 seconds left for the turtle. They're setting out for the top side. RSG, however, not in position yet, as Mortalala has kind of lost his lane not once, but died twice now.
Yep, now they're going to rotate up to the top side here. Izanami, he's increasing his sustainability by stealing away Sicilian Zal. They're going to engage on top side. Quick, and Mom dies straight away. Kuza absolutely one-shots the poor man as Izanami not going to take this engagement. Nope, he's just going to take his sweet time as Mal is able to lock him in place and walk away.
A little bit of overcommitment there. They fully underestimated the power of this Paquito, and Kuza just completely obliterates him. His level 7, 4 minutes into the game. That's pretty quick compared to our RenQT as well on the other side of map. But RenQT, like I said, is fighting with Mortalala, so it's not that much of a deal.
Zaid did get the War Axe now as they start pushing down towards bottom side. Are they going to continue on with this? They managed to save the bottom tier 1 turret. His energy shields is going to be taking more seconds until it breaks open. RenQT on the run, but I don't know if they should fight this for the side of RSG MY. I don't think they have all their resources just yet.
Yeah, Red Esports, they're just completely dodging it as of yet. They have to figure out a game plan to deal with the Paquito as of yet, but now here comes another swamp. They completely whiff. RenQT is going to take a little bit too much damage. Zaka's going to pay his life, but the rest of RSG is here, and Kuza completely ignores RenQT as he focuses his mark onto Zaire, and just like that, they take a clean 2-0 kill. Mortalala a little bit scared. Mom going to be chained up to his Izanami, the second floor. doesn't seem to connect, and Izanami escapes out of there.
Izanami, oh my goodness, absolutely shreds Mom, and even with all the little goblets of glue from a Mom, it's just not enough. They all end up dying in one attack. TikTok also breaking the bottom tier 1 as well. The snowball has started for RSG MY.
And Red Esports, they seem to be very, very uncomfortable of the situation, and Mao currently can't seem to find any sort of the farm, but bottom side, rank QT, he gets bursted down as RSG is all over the map. This jungle Paquito is just making wonders for RSG MY.
Now mid lane is now under attack as Mom isn't as tanky. Izanami is so far ahead, level 9 at this point, as Mom is only level 6. That is some brutal numbers.
Yeah, Izanami is just flexing his pride right now with this thing. And Zayed tries to get a little bit cheeky. Mortalala will catch him off guard, but Zayed, can he escape? Yes, he will. So that's going to be RSG MY scaring him for now. But I don't know, what's the game plan from our Red Esports? But look at this, Kuza. He's so aggressive.
Yep, Izanami once again getting some good attacks. Zakas jumps into the middle of the fight with a circling eagle, but that might be a big mistake. He flickers on away as TikTok manages to escape, but no, Mom is going to pull him back. He flickers forward, and now Mama is left out wide in the open. Kuza is going to come and punish him. It's 2 knock-up strikes right after with a follow-up jab to secure the kill. 2-0 in favor of RSG MY. And Red Esports, oh my goodness, their composition is crumbling.
Yeah, RSG, they just have the stronger early game as of yet. Red Esports, they just need to buy time for Mao to actually get his farm. In this case, how much time can they get? RSG MY slowly leading as of yet. They've got a 3k network lead, and knowing Kuza, he's going to get hyper aggressive, and he's got a 5-kill streak as of yet. So if Red Esports somehow finds a way to take him down, that's going to be a big shutdown goal that they need. But can they get it? That's going to be the question here right now. A big clash comes in. He connects on Izanami. Do they get the kill? No, he's got the sustains with the bat, and he's not even dead yet. He manages to get out of the situation, and RSG, they're crumbling. They will sacrifice Zakas instead, and Izanami seems to be the bigger prize that Red Esports desired, but they just could not get it. Zayed, however...
Nah, he's getting out. He's... Oh, wait, no.
Oh, wait, he wants
Does he have his ult? He has his ult, but I don't think he wanted to commit on that fight. He knowing that TikTok is a level above him, that's kind of sad. But more importantly so, good creativity coming in from Izanami, stealing the Raging Sandstorm, coming in hot, and then after that, flickering over the wall to gain maximum distance. Really nice thought process there from Izanami.
Yeah, quick reactions, insane reactions. However, RenQT purchased with the Dominance Eyes, that is going to slow down a little bit of the sustains coming in. But how much can they do? They need some sort of damage. And Ash currently, he was the MVP for Game 1. He's died once. Can he continue to build his decks? Zakas continues to invade and cause trouble for Red Esports. Wow, they're slowly chipping away at the objectives. 40 seconds left before the Lord, and Red Esports, they're just terrified at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I bet that they are. I think Red Esports know that they have to play for the later stages of the game, because right now they're just really far behind. When it comes down to EXP, 2 levels down. Zayed will not be able to catch up with Kuza until the later stages of the game. Will have to sacrifice everything, as TikTok, even he, is getting a huge snowball of his own.
Yeah, they're just playing across the map. They're just completely dodging RSG as of yet. And Red looks like this. They are going to try and use Mom as a bait. They are going to go for a jump. Kuza gets immediately swamped, but they have to sustain. The split is there, but Mom forced to go for the reset.
Rank QT?
For Rank QT from the side. They can't on the suckers, but it's only the tank. Will he survive? No, he will not. Wow, that is going to be happening as well. Kuza is going to be caught out by Mom. But at the same time, he is latching on. He's doing a little bit more damage. But Mom, he needs the kill. He cannot get it. And Kuza survives. There is no shutdown for Red Esports. Wow, Red Esports, they are crumbling to pieces. But wait a minute. From the bottom side off the screen, Mao actually got the kill on Kuza.
Mao now in trouble now. He uses the Alpha Wolf, but Izanami's got no more spells. He still had his ult, but he didn't really want to go and waste it on Mao at that point. He might have put himself in some trouble. Again, Izanami doesn't have a lot of defensive items, and Mao, with the weapon, with Killing Spree, in a matter of fact, does have the extra armor penetration, so he's going to dish out a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness, Mom trolled his life just to get Kuza low enough, and fortunately for them, Mao was able to get the kill, means that the shutdown goal is in the marksman's favor. So the comeback mechanics coming from Red Esports is kicking in. Even though economy is helping RSG MY, this is very helpful for Mao, considering that he's not died a single time.
Yeah, for now, I mean, the purple buff falls into the hands of Red Esports as they're grouping up together as close as possible, knowing that at any moment RSG MY could get on top of them, and they don't want to have their members isolated by themselves to feed this snowball that RSG MY has. And Izanami also has the Raging Sandstorm. He could look to turn at any point of time or use it as an escape mechanism. It's extremely safe here, but look at the pressure that they're able to develop on top side. Mortalala just pushes it up, forces one of the members of Red Esports to go up, and now he gets into the middle, jumps straight with the Falling Star Move into the middle of that fight. Good call and great game sense for Mortalala.
Yeah, that is big as well. They force out the split is not that big of a deal for RSG MY, but at the same time, Mortalala taking a little bit too much damage. He needs to back off. Ash, however, won't bait out Izanami, forces this Raging Sandstorm, and he gets paid the price, and Red Esports gets the comeback that they need. My goodness, what a play. The patience has finally paid off, as this Valentina has started to lose his power spike control. However, the consolation prize is they still got the Lord. But Zakus not over yet. He gets picked out. He does have the immortality. Here comes the cheat, and he gets completely shut down. TikTok might be next. Not happening, as Red will trade the middle turret on top of it all.
Yep, they have to split up to clear up top and bottom side. They crack open mid perfectly well, but they can't afford to lose any inhibitors here. And this just shows the importance of this mid-tier 1. If RSG can crack open this mid-tier 1, they have full access to the jungle. Right now, both the Corbeau and as well as the Beetle are basically RSG MYs, but walking up to the buff, even shoving them away from it is a little tough when you're stuck between two towers.
Agreed. Meanwhile, Red Esports, they are losing economy, but they are in a better position than they were 5 minutes ago. RSG MY, they've got to respect the power. They need to figure a way out on how to kill Mom. If you think about it, Mom has been extremely tanky in most of the situations, and Izanami, like I said, he will eventually lose out his power spike.
I think that he will lose his power spike, but I think at this point, Red Esports, if they can just hold out for another 3 more minutes, things are going to be okay, right?
Yeah.
Like, Maul is getting really, really strong here. You can tell by his damage. And even with Cecilia, they could turn it around. Oh, Zakus might be in some trouble. They failed engagement here, but look down towards Kuza's side. Zayed is in trouble. He gets out with the quad shadows, and now you see the respect on either side. RSG are realizing, oh no, this Cecilion actually hurts.
Yeah, his ultimate just completely hurts them, but guess what? Here comes the split fire as well. Split from Mom. They're focusing on the remote Lala, and he's gonna get caught out. There's no way he survives it, and that's gonna be him barely taken out as Red Esports finally finds the pickup that they have been eyeing for, as RSG are slowly crumbling as Red is finally back online and they're out for blood.
Oh, Cecilion has outscaled them at this point in time. Ash has been farming consistently. I guess he's at this point, he's already got the stacks that he needs, the item that he needs as well, and now Red Esports now on the offensive to turn this game around onto RSG MY. RSG MY have 1 item power spikes at 42k. Zayed just gets the Hunter Strike for himself. The rest of the Red Esports very close by, so RSG has a very short window. Ooh, is he gonna get caught? Let's find out. He flickers out of the way. They get the battle spell out of him.
Oh my goodness, that was a close call for him here. But you can see the damage coming in from the Popo and Koopa as well. They almost lost the inhibitor down bottom, but all things considered, it's gonna be okay. Lord, it's going to be up in 10 seconds. How will RSG MY respond to this? What is the win condition right now? Kuza also losing his power spike as well. This is quite worrisome. Can TikTok one-shot everybody? Very difficult, isn't it?
I'm thinking because Mom is going to be the hardest target. Ren QT can protect himself. Ash, maybe. Zayed has iframes as well. Oh, but there we go. It's going to be Mortalala who's getting punished once again. Does he not have enough defensive items to protect himself? He's level 14 at this point, but he's 0-4.
Yeah, Mao just hits like a truck at this stage of the game. However, the Lord is going to be out for grabs. RSG MY, they need to try and steal this here. Are they going to go for it? Zakus is going to be opening up there. The Lord is going to be out for price as well. Mom is trying his best to stop his way through. Oh! The Lord will be secure from the side of Red Esports, and RSG, they're scrambling. They got a couple kills onto his Red QT, and for Red Esports, they're going on full retreat. They've got Mount, they've got Trap, they stopped them in this track. They only lose Ren, and that is big for Red Esports. However, RSG, they're looking to get more out of this. Red, is this going to be a little bit greedy? They're trying full defense. Zakus needs to get the heck out. This is likewise coming from Kuza, but Red Esports, they are going to be able to stop the bleeding for now.
They sacrificed their mid-tier 1. They fought hard for it, and they managed to make it live for 15 minutes in memory of the most important tower of this game for Red Esports. Shoutouts to the MVP of mid-tier 1.
I know, right? That was crazy. 15 minutes, man. Like, who would have thought? But at the same time, the Lord is pushing in. Zayed looking for a potential sneaky kills. But before the fight is about to begin, let's take a quick look at the items real quick.
Huh. Ash decided to get a dominant size. That's kind of interesting. You don't get to see that built on Sicilian too often, but more importantly so, he's got more than enough damage to start cutting through. Mortalala though, it looks like he didn't have too much MR to protect himself. He's got no Athena shield, and he doesn't have a Radiant armor. All he has is an Oracle, and so far that is not cutting it out for him.
Yeah, exactly. A dominance eyes for the glue makes, to a certain degree, it helps, but Mortalala going for the dive, he's getting a little bit too much damage. A split comes in, Mom's gonna back out, it's gonna be A-okay, and RSG, they're taking a little too much, and they will back out. Red QT forced the full retreat. Zayed as well, gonna be in a very awkward position. He gets terrified, and he's gonna be deleted as RSG MY gets the big edge, and they need to go for more. Izanami is not over yet. He's looking for more. He's got one. He's looking for a third. Wait, I take it back. He's got a lot of damage. Someone better call the police because there's gotta be a murder as RSG MY completely shuts him out. This is an epic comeback, my friend.
Oh my goodness, I didn't think about the passive from Khalid. He actually has used that passive from Khalid to not only slow down, but to help chase down the members of Red Esports one by one here. They also have a wave. This could be it right here for Red Esports. Mal has to clear this up. He's going down. GG. Well played. RSG have done it.
What a catch coming in from this Valentina. Izanami, you absolute monster. Oh my goodness, what did we just see? I take it back. The Valentina hurts really, really hard.
I honestly did not think of that. I really thought after the Raging Sandstorm it shouldn't be an issue, but until then, running down the members, clipping Zayed with the extra bit of movement speed he was able to get with Khalid's passive, on top of the fact he got the slow off on multiple different targets. Oh my goodness, well played.
That was crazy of a performance coming from RSG. Like, we thought it was gonna be a Red Esports game for sure, but RSG, they somehow prevailed. Like, oh my god, that was the biggest clutch you kind of expect from Izanami, but not gonna lie, 2 games in a row, the majors from each team has stepped it up. And I would be really mad if Izanami didn't get the MVP for this game.
Yeah, honestly, man deserves it. Really, really well played from that side. But you could definitely tell that this was going to eventually be the game for Red Esports had time kept on ticking there. They had all the advantages necessary. They baited out the right spells thanks to Mortalala. And now, turning that last fight around, it really just came down to getting that edge of a little bit of damage, that fear onto Zayed and everybody else. Just,
It was just so unfortunate that Zayed was only a pixel away from being left out, and he got caught out. And because of that small, tiny little window, he got murdered, and that was pretty much it for Red Esports. Like, they tried to force the issue, but like you said as well, the Terrify is coming from Valentina. Kind of scary. Like, I was a little bit skeptical that he doesn't have the damage, but the amount of stuns that he's brought on the table, I'm looking forward to see what the items he has built in that particular game.
Well, let's pull up the item build right now. Valentina getting that full build on his side. He actually goes for the Calamity Reaper on top of the Genius Wand as well as the Holy Glaive. Rather interesting build. He didn't go for a traditional mage build where you see the Clock of Destinies into something like the Lightning Truncheon. He just wanted to have raw damage, empowered abilities, and most importantly, a little bit of sustainability in terms of his mana regeneration on top of an anti-cuirass in case Mal was going to be extra annoying.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? Considering that, you know, this kind of build doesn't do a lot of damage, but based on how Izanami played it, making sure that his HP is relatively healthy and constantly spamming his way through, it kind of amplifies the Genius Wand when your HP is ridiculously high. So I was very, very shocked on how he was able to dish so much damage, but not gonna lie, I thought the Khalid's Raging Sandstorm wasn't going to be a big factor, but the amount of CCs that he's been bringing to the table, not gonna lie, pretty scary.
Yeah, well played to both teams here. Very, very close game. 16-10. 16 minutes was this game. Oh, man. This is definitely going to be one to be written in the books here. Red Esports so close to turning it around on RSG MY.
Oh my goodness, Izanami. I thought for a second that this might be the game, like, Red Esports makes a comeback, but RSG, they finally close out a very convincing game. Kuza definitely played it really well in the jungle in the early stages of the game. He's got 7-1 and 3, completely snowballed the game to try and deny Red Esports the win. Very, very nicely done. Items-wise, nothing super crazy out of it. Mortalala, the Oracle didn't seem to be enough to actually deal with the magical damage coming from Ashe. But yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Like, we didn't even see too much coming from TikTok, but if you think about it, he hasn't even died a single time. So I don't really like understand how that Red Esports is able to, like, you know, go 50-50 despite RG having all these leads. But based on the power spikes, I'm not gonna lie, it was just one mistake that actually cost Red Esports the game. It could have gone either ways.
It really could have gone either ways, and that just shows how relevant Sicilian is in the later stages of the game. But let's look at the MVP of this game. Coming in from RSG MY, you gotta give it to the man, the myth, the legend, Izanami, once again with a 6-1 and 4 KDA, with a match KP of 63%. Oh, this is why you don't let Valentina through the draft.
Oh my goodness. Like, I thought the Valentina is not gonna be a threat. Like, the drafts coming in from Red Esports didn't have a lot of ultimates that Izanami could benefit on, but you know, he realized that hey, the ultimate coming from Sicilian isn't that big of a threat. Let's take the Khalid's one instead. Let's go for AoE stuns, and it actually paid in his favor. So yes, I'm not a big fan of the damage output, but the amount of stuns he's brought to the table, he's changed my mind. Valentina is kind of scary and is still relevant in the late game. Thank you, Izanami, for proving me wrong.
Oh boy, what a good game that was, and I'm excited to see how game number 3 is going to turn up, because once again, we are going to see Red Esports, who had a solid idea of what they wanted to draft against RSG on the blue side. It seems like blue side, the win rate from blue side, rather high.
Here we go. Like, I liked how last season I was raving on about that. Now you're just rubbing in my face, but all right, I'll take it. Blue side does have a ridiculously high win rate for today's game so far. So now, before that, let's take a look at the highlights on how it all went down between both RSG MY as well as Red Esports, brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Yeah, starting off this game, Red had a really good start to the game, making sure that they're utilizing Kuza. Like, Kuza realized, I can't wait for the late game anymore. If I'm going to make an impact, I'm going to make an impact right now. And TikTok is there as a catalyst. So whenever Kuza makes a play, TikTok takes advantage of the situation to start breaking down the turrets early on against our Red Esports. They couldn't break the mid-tier 1, though, which gave a lot of space for Red Esports to kind of fall back into the team. And as you can see here, yes, every single time they lost a member, they pull back to their turrets, and RSG MY refuse to push forward.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Red Esports has been protecting this middle turret so well just because of how much map control it just gives you if you lose the middle turret. And because of that, 15 minutes of the game, Red Esports has so much map control, even though RSG was completely snowballing the way through. And eventually this Lord fight was what they allowed RSG MY to actually win this fight. But this final fight was the turning point for Izanami.
Yeah. Oh, and this final moment here, oh my goodness, Izanami just running down different members all from the side of Red Esports one by one after stealing Khalid's ult and turning into him and utilizing his own passive against his team. That such a feels bad. It really, really feels bad. But it's a 1-1 score between Red as well as RSG, and only one of these teams are going to be leaving this weekend as winners.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty long game for so far, but I hope you guys enjoyed that show, because we are going to be having one final game for this week very shortly. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be RSG? Is it going to be Red Esports? I don't exactly know, because today's games has kind of wowed my expectations and blew all our predictions apart. So I'm looking forward to see how Game 3 is going to go. But before that happens, we are going to be taking a very short break. Don't go anywhere, get a popcorn. We'll see you right back after this break.
Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Monster kill. The enemy has been slain. Aircraft enemy has been slain. First blood.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MPL MY Season 9 for the final game of today as well as this week. Red Esports going up against RSG MY, the decider match. What a performance coming from RSG MY in game number 2. Somebody call 911 because why? We've got a terrorist in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, an absolute bombshell has been dropped, and oh my goodness, RSG, well done to them for game number 2. But we got to quickly thank our sponsors for making this entire event happen. It's going to be our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, as well as our partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, EGG Network, and not to mention our co-organizers, ESI, for having this beautiful stage behind us. Guys, remember, next week, you could be part of it. Also, stay tuned for details now on social media.
Wait, what? Oh, that one!
Anyways, we still have a game to have on our hands to end off the week, and so far, this happens to be the biggest one so far between Red Esports, who have improved so much to the point where they're challenging RSG, who was able to achieve second place during the C qualifiers for Malaysian representatives. Oh boy, it's been rough. I honestly thought that RSG was going to take this away no problem, but you know, Red has improved so much since last week.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I thought Red Esports was gonna be able to take the second game. Game 1, they RSG kind of lost with the draft, but Game 2, Izanami pulled the big W. So let's talk about 2 of the impact players from game number 2. Based on the recaps as well, we've got 80. What am I seeing this right? This 80,000 Izanami.
Look, drop the other guys. They weren't playing the game. Izanami was playing the game. Everybody else was kind of just there.
That makes a lot of sense why he's the impactful player. But let's talk about Mao real quick. He's got 40,000. He didn't do too much. He was farming really, really well. And I think the bounce back coming in from Mao was ever since he got the kill on towards Kuza, who had a 5-kill lead. And that takedown was pretty much that shutdown right there was pretty much what swing his economy up into the game, which made things very, very difficult for RSG to play this game.
Yeah, it was tough. It was really, really tough. And I mean, the scaling from Ash, extremely important, but Mao also doubled up on it. I'm rather surprised that he decided to go for Killing Spree rather than instead going for something like Weapons Master or something like that, just to make sure that he's getting like extra stats from each of his damage items, which would really make a difference against some of the bigger tanks like Mortal La La La. He would have been able to withstand the damage. The same goes for Kuza as well.
Yeah, I was expecting a Weapon Master on Popo and Koopa. Like, that was a good item just for him, especially when both him as well as the Koopa does benefit a lot, and they kind of scaled Koopa to hit a little bit harder now compared to before. They kind of reworked his attack speed a little bit more, and we've seen multiple times where I think Izanami took like, what, 3 to 4 hits by the Koopa itself and just chunks him down to half HP.
Yep. And we'll see how game number 3 is going to play off here. But yeah, 1-1 against both of these sides. Only one of them is going to be able to walk away. And I'm excited to see how this is going to play out for RSG, especially now that they're going back on the red side. Do they have a draft to come up with here? Like, so far, I feel like red side is very limiting, but red has definitely proved that, you know, if you're able to let one of these power picks go through, and especially if it's going to be Valentina, there are ways to technically play around it. It's still effective, but it really comes down to the execution.
Now, I feel like when it comes to the drafts here coming from game number 2, Red Esports, they tried their best to pick heroes that kind of don't allow Valentina to keep on lying, but what definitely did not expect was, like you said earlier on as well, Izanami was able to benefit from the Khalid's passive as well, as I do recall, which is kind of crazy considering that he was able to catch up all the members coming from Red Esports. So it's something that kind of blew off Red Esports' mind, but RSG, they still seem a little bit worn out from game number 2. He might have took a lot out of them because that was a very, very close comeback coming from them.
Yeah, it was a pretty exhausting game either way. It will test Red Esports' capabilities when it comes down to stamina. I don't think RSG has to worry about that as much as they have. Actually, no. Both sides, I would say it's even. They've got a good amount of veterans on either side. It's really going to come down to the junglers to see whether they can kind of hold on. Or arguably, even when it comes to Mortal La La La, is he used to this already? Or is he going to start dropping his performance? Or maybe it could be the other way around, where the more tired he gets, the more pumped he gets.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the way to go. But of course, Mortal La La, like, he feels like his usual self, but we do see oftentimes that he tries to make a play, but the play may actually end up costing it for their team. So that's going to be something that RSG MY, they have to take note of. Yes, arguably he's a really strong contesting against as a rookie, but veterans-wise, there is a reason why the pros are still here. They do have the experience to deal with your capabilities or even though your playmaking capabilities, they will eventually study and punish your usual habits.
With 20 more seconds on the clock here, the players are getting ready to start off this draft, and I'm expecting very similar bans for the side of Red Esports. I think they've got a really good idea of how to play blue side, and especially since RSG, I'm not entirely sure if they actually have have like a solid draft that doesn't include letting go of Valentino or arguably even a Fanny.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But Red Esports, they will start things off this time with a different twist in terms of ban. Instead of banning off the Yin first phase, they are going to ban off the Selena. So are they going to let go the Yin this time?
I don't think so. I really don't think Red is going to let go of Yin anytime soon. Or, I mean, they could try to let go of Yin and try to beat it with Hayabusa in the 1v1, because the moment Yin uses his ultimate, at least then, as soon as they try to connect the stun, just, you know, Oki shadow kill and then buy that extra bit of time.
Do they really want to try it as well, considering that if you get stunned by the Yin initial, immediately goes into the domain expansion, as Gideon calls it, you are pretty much going to get the full combo and die potentially. So I don't know. Yes, yeah, never mind, it's gone. Let's take that imaginable theory out of the picture for now.
Yin is just one of those, again, most people are not going to necessarily agree with me, but in terms of the early game, especially against people like Hayabusa, for an example, Yin will win out that early game, you know, 9 out of 10 times. RSG this time, unfortunately, bans out the Candida, has to get rid of the Valentina. Fanny, still a big question mark.
Oh yeah, Fanny is something that they may consider, but
don't let them have it.
Do they want to give it to them?
Don't let them have it.
Do you think they're going to first pick Zeph Fanny from Red?
Oh, for sure, if RSG lets it through.
All right. I'm looking forward to see how it goes down. But who's going to play it, though?
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe.
Wait a minute. If I do recall, Mom did play Fanny before with RSG.
Yes, true, but not everybody is Torak who wants to play, you know, Fanny in off position.
Roaming.
Yeah, it's not exactly the most fun in the world, but Zyd has definitely showed that he is extremely capable of.
Hey, but Torak is Torak. They might be on to something if you think about it. There is a reason why they have represented Malaysia not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row.
I don't know,
and recently as well in SEA Games.
I don't know, because they're better, not because of their draft. I'm just saying there's some things that are hard to dispute.
Whoa.
RSG this time, ban out the Fanny. Come on. Unless they've got a particular draft to deal with this Fanny, then fine, fair enough. I don't mind them actually trying to experiment, as since it's only the 2nd week of the season, and it's a good time to really push the limits of what you're capable of drafting, because then you get into this repetitive, comfortable state in the draft where it's just like, it can't be optimized, there's nothing we can do, and then somebody just comes out of nowhere. For an example, Blacklist International breaking the code, as they like to call it, figuring out the drafts in meta just made it so difficult for everybody else.
All right, but if I do recall, TikTok does play a Fanny. Kuza, I'm not exactly sure, but they are gonna ban the glue, so Fanny is gonna be out for grabs. Wait, have we seen a single? Okay, yeah, yesterday's game we did see one where Torak just played a Fanny, but this time no Fanny bans. Who is gonna play this? You can see the facepalm on towards Miles Fed as well. Do they want to pick it? Looks like they are not gonna do it. They are gonna play the land slot instead. So RSG.
Kuza's gonna get it. Kuza's gonna get it.
I want to see a Kuza Fanny.
He's for sure gonna get it during the SEA game.
Or is it gonna be Izanami tag again?
No, I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Because you have, honestly, if somebody could literally just link that clip of when Kuza was going absolutely nuts with that Fanny as he was on the high ground defense, that was truly some beautiful mechanics there. So I don't think RSG is just going to let it through for free.
Pick it. But that's the thing, right? If you pick the Fanny this early on, wouldn't be subjected to be countered. And knowing that Mom has experience playing a Kufra, they didn't exactly ban the Kufra as well. So it looks like they are going to keep the Fanny up for grabs as they prioritize on Paquito and Beatrix, playing it safe first before it's too late.
What's the big idea here? Did both of these teams look at each other and was like, okay, if both of us don't pick Fanny, you want to play like a regular game? Okay. They both nodded their heads.
That's the thing, right? Both teams kind of play. They have players who play Kufra. If you think about it, Zakos played Kufra for RSG, and that pretty much got them to MPL.
Yeah, but
Mom
then RSG
played Kufra as well.
Yeah, but RSG literally could have just picked Kufra Fanny, and then it would have been fine. I don't see the difference here.
Would you go for that as an opening pick?
Oh yeah, for sure. Get rid of one potential counter pick that you don't really like to play against, because at the end of the day, it's not easy to deal with Fanny. Regardless, even if you are just like Kaja, for an example, even if you lock somebody on the steel cable is going to still pull you out to God knows how far and away. away.
All right, seems to be Popo and Koopa and also the Cho will be secure. So that pretty much flexes it up a little bit here. They still, Red Esports still has the possibility of saying, hey, maybe, you know, they might pick a Fanny. The Cho is going to be flexed in towards the XP lane for Ren QT, potentially. Or they can just solidify for it. So playing it safe for now. RSG, I don't think they would pick the Fanny now. It's just too risky. Pick something else and then ban it later on in second phase. So I think we're not going to see a single Fanny game this game. I don't think we would. Or if they pick it now and they just ban off the Kufra.
I'm just going to assume it's a gentleman's agreement at this point of time.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's the thing. But the fact is, Red
Nobody
Esports
just wants to
at this
play
point in
against
time.
Fanny, is they?
I mean, it's a fair argument to say, nah, let's play some other things, really get some more practice in and focus on getting it into the international scene more than anything else. And I can respect that. Here we go. It's going to be Hayabusa for the side of RSG.
All right, playing it safe. But sometimes I wonder this season is a little bit unfortunate for Zorn, who's not playing in the current season, where Fanny is something that he's so good at, and it's just really unfortunate not to see him play it this season.
Well, it's a little sad. Maybe he'll be joining, you know, the following season, and we'll see then whether Fanny
maybe mid-season. Maybe. Do you think in regular season he's
I
gonna
don't
pop
think.
in?
No. I don't think he's coming in mid-season. I think he's only coming in next season, if anything, at latest. Now we move on to the second ban phase here with RSG having to make some choices here. Again, Ash's hero pool is getting clamped down upon, and I think RSG can just keep on clamping down on it, get rid of the Sicilian on top of everything else, and let's see if Red Esports decides to get rid of Lilia.
Yeah, wait. Okay, so let's talk standard a bit here. Let's imagine that Fanny does not exist now. What kind of heroes is going to be good here? What are they lacking? Is the Paquito still flex? Is the Cho still flex coming from both these teams? What do you think?
Paquito's not being flex. Hayabusa has already revealed it. Red Esports, on the other hand, they already showed their jungler as well. So both junglers are already been picked up at this point. Support coming out from Red Esports, pretty evident. It could be flex into the EXP lane, to be fair. But honestly, it's not that bad of a matchup. Paquito basically beats everybody.
All right, fair enough. Good assessments there. But the Paquito there, you know, I think considering the amount of mobility that RSG have, it's something they just don't want to deal with it, and it's a smart safe ban coming from them. Red Esports, on the other hand, they've got to ban something that really messes them up. So do they want to ban them? Oh, they ban them.
Understandably so. Very understandable. RSG, on the other hand, looks like they get rid of the Esmeralda as well. They want to force Ren QT to play something a little bit more playmaking. Lapu Lapu, Yuzong. I feel like Yuzong might be the pick here, or arguably Edith as well, but Yuzong feels like the way to go.
Yeah, I feel like Yuzong is pretty good. But at the same time, what is Zaka's going to play? If you think about it here, Zaka's hero is pretty much getting taken out. The Cho is out. His Matilda is out of the picture as well. Is he going to go for Rafaela?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Raph.
Like, if you're talking about Yu Zhong, right? Like, RSG, they can go for this Yu Zhong and pair it up with the Flying Duck. Go for the Angela, which I think RSG has once upon a time brought it to the table.
I mean, true, but I also think it's not exactly the most effective strategy these days, especially since that it's like so gold lane eccentric. But instead, they're going to take Diggy, which I think not too bad. 100% win rate, one ban, one pick. Not bad.
If you guys were live here in the audience here, you can literally hear RSG going crew with the Diggy, but it's kind of cute. I'm sorry, I'm not a good Diggy whisperer, man.
Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You can stop it at this point. It's just embarrassing. Red Esports this time now. Gonna finish off their final picks here and finish off their composition. They still need a mage. Lilia is up on the table. I think Lilia is probably the way to go. It's really free, and you have a lot of ways to escape Hayabusa. And at the very least, you can start laying down some damage despite the fact that Diggy can run through it all.
Now, I'm not gonna lie. Let's talk a little bit more here as well. Why does RSG's route feel a little bit similar to game number 1? Because they don't have a strong frontliner. Lilia, Grok, okay, I like the Lilia. I like the Grok as well. You can kind of bulldoze through the the Diggy's second skill, as long as you're immune out of it. But at the same time, RSG, they need a very solid frontliner right now. Like Diggy support. Is this a Diggy mage, which I'm not gonna lie, scales extremely long, requires a minimum of 30 stacks if this is gonna be Izanami mage Diggy. So I know it hurts, but the zoning potential is just flawless.
Edith
tank? Edith actually looks good.
I think Edith is going to be the play here for RSG.
Is it tanky enough to open space?
I think they just need something that just clears the mid wave really, really fast, right? Nope, they're going to go for Sicilion this time. Okay, I think that's totally fine. They're not going to put all the eggs in one basket. They want to kind of, you know, have some scaling on their side. TikTok is expected to not exactly get too far in his lane, but with the help of Zakas, maybe that's going to clear things up. But Mama on this Grok. We haven't seen Grok for an extremely long time, and I can't seem to piece together why exactly they want to play Grok at this point.
Okay, that's the thing, right? It's just get out of the Diggy second skill. But for a second, I thought this was going to be a mage Diggy, but I was hoping that someone is going to be able to benefit of it for the stacks for the time bombs. But all right, the drafts has been set. A very interesting approach. We did talk about the Diggy potentially being picked up from RSG. This time, they've shown their cards. Is it going to be the win factor? Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into the tunnel of Land of Dawn. The draft set is bet, the decider match. Who's going to take this series in the final game of this week? Red Esports bringing in the Brock, coming in from Mom, against the Diggy coming in from RSG. The amount of stacks coming from RSG looks very, very formidable. But if they start losing out, things are going to get terrible. But ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3 between Red Esports and RSG MY.
Red Esports on the blue side with RSG on the red side. Let's see how this plays out for both of these teams. Both have a very good idea of how each other play, but it's important to note that this is going to be mainly revolved around the support and also the EXP laners, who both are making big effects for either side. Mom going to instantly invade the orange side jungle to get that important information before they start contesting for Lethal Wanderer.
Yeah, Zakas is going to preemptively set up bombs to try and zone them out. So Mom doesn't exactly want to take the risk in this regards. He's got Pull Yourself Together. He does have the regeneration a little bit from the hybrid ones during the emblems, but at the same time, he's going to be farming his way through. Meanwhile, Zakas, however, is going to get dived on. That's going to be him down for the count, so he's not going to be able to build his stacks. Meanwhile, Zai is going to be out of position as he pays the price, so that's a big, big trade-off coming from RSG MY.
Excuse me,
wait, he's going to get
now?
more?
Excuse me, what now?
A big trade-off in the hands of RSG MY.
How did Zayed die there? Zayed should not have died there.
I know, right?
Okay, that's fair enough. It looks like both sides are getting a little sluggish in terms of their in terms of the way they're playing so far. But that's going to be a purple buff going over to Kuza for now, as Mom is going to attack. It's first blood bounty for for Red Esports.
Oh my goodness, this is huge for RSG. That taking out a jungler right from the get-go, sacrificing Diggy stacks. I think that's a big W. However, Zakas continues to pick his stacks a little bit more down the bottom side, but this time Ash on the middle side. Is that dive bomb? Is the bleed enough? Yes, it is just going to be the right amount of sauce as RSG feeling pumped up, getting a second as well. Red QT going for the follow-up, but he doesn't have to wait for Dragon. He just got can't seem to follow up, but eventually will be secured by Zai. That is huge. Red QT needs to run for his life. Mortal Lala is going to get kited out as well.
He's going to kill Zai.
He's going to die a second time. Oh my goodness.
Kuza, what a sidestep that was. Oh my goodness. He just... we need a replay of that. That's like some TikTok stuff right there. Holy cow. TikTok left it to his own accord down on bot side as Zakas goes and helps mid. And you can see that Mal is hyper oppressive in this lane. He sees Zakas, he's going to kill Zakas.
Yeah, he's going to try as well, but look at the amount of damage he's doing as well. But here comes the setup and as well, but Mal, he survives it with the flicker, but the setup looks good. However, down to the middle, Mortal Lala gets caught up with Dead and QT, but where's the follow-up? Zai tries to go for the kill, but Mortal Lala will be able to escape this all. Kuza tries to go in for the up press, but the turtle is going to be up for grabs.
You know, I'm not going to lie, I didn't think that would be such a cool combo coming in from Diggy and as well as Beatrix. The time reversal into Bennett's Rage and then Nibiru's Passion. Okay, I got to remember that. I got to remember that for sure. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's kind of scary too as well to walk into it. Like, whoever gets into it is pretty much going to be a done deal, but that's the thing, it's only early stages of the game. As the game drags on by, that is going to hurt even more. However, Red Esports is starting with a turtle. They have to be a little bit careful about this, but here comes time reversal. Zai needs to make a run for it. Can he secure the turtle? Yes, he will. So Red Esports looks like they're taking a little bit too much damage, but RSG is in no position to contest at all. They are going to try and back off. Mortal Lala tries to make a little bit more. but doesn't want to take the risk as Kuza is in no position to fight this.
Well, I mean, it's not going to mean too much for him. Zakas, once again, just being annoying to Mal as TikTok is going to casually push out that lane as fast as possible. And more importantly so, Zakas, as long as he is babysitting TikTok's lane, Mal can't necessarily keep oppressing him. Now, Kuza steals away the orange buff. Zayed is 3 seconds off of his retribution. That feels bad.
That is huge coming from Kuza for taking that. So RSG, they do have a little bit of oppression, but Mom tries to go for the wall charge, gets stopped in his track. Zach is just being extremely annoying, and Red now needs to back off and respect it. They just don't have the tools to fight this right now.
Yep. So far, it's looking pretty good for RSG MY with a 1K gold lead in their bank accounts. 62. Good shot, TikTok. Can he land one more? Oh, he switches over, flickers forward and secures the kill. He wins his 1v1 here. Zakis didn't even get an assist for that.
Oh, that was a big snipe down. Meanwhile, Wartalala is going to be sacrificing his life. He's got the sustain, but there's no one to save his life. However, big clutch coming from TikTok though. That was not an easy shot to hit, and he's hit them all. So well play coming from him, and he will secure himself a turret down bottom. So that is going to be a big W for RSG MY. Meanwhile, on the top side, we are going to see a little bit of rotation from Zayed, but he's only 3-2-0. Itemization-wise, he just got his War Axe, so it's not that big of a threat yet. Meanwhile, Kuza going crazy, but not going to be enough. Ash is going to be able to survive this.
Oh, the burn from the orange buff is a little significant here, but they managed to crack open the top side here, and TikTok quickly swaps over to the lane to help him out. Ren QT needs to make his way down bot side, as we can see that Red Esports is a little late on those rotations. They might be able to bully out Paquito, but it might be a little hard to ask for. Hayabusa is there for some extra backup, but just in case, Red Esports starts to mobilize.
Yeah, this next turtle is going to be a priority here for RSG. Like Kuza, he needs this turtle if he wants to transition it well. This time they're calling in TikTok to try and secure this, and Red Esports, they are going to try and force the issue. Mom taking a little bit too much damage. Zaka's going to pull him back. Kuza looking for the kill, but the war charge is going to buy him time, but eventually he's going to get dived in. Kuza saves up his okay shadow kill, but he's going to try and secure the turtle, but no! Gets steals away by Zayed, and that is going to be Red Esports needing to fall back, but they will get a couple of trades in as RSG MY. Oh, hesitated a little bit more, but they will lose Mortalala and the turtle. But look at this, it's not over yet. Zayed tries to go for a little bit more plays, but RSG, they are going to back out instead.
That was really clean coming in from Zayed there, managing to dodge some important abilities from Mortalala and even taking away the turtle right under RSG's noses. And I think in that situation, Kuza couldn't decide on what exactly he wanted to do. He's forced the flicker on out of there. Zaka is so low on HP. He will die to one auto attack. He is gone. Izanami follows suit, and Mortalala... Oh, sorry. It's
no!
Oh, the RNG! Oh, Mortalala follows up real quick. He gets one KO strike, doesn't get the second one. Ash manages to walk out for free, but most importantly, Kuza is able to get the kill.
Oh, that is scary times here coming from Red Esports as well as RSG MY. They're trading 50-50s in that situation. While that fight was actually breaking down, the top side was getting pushed out by TikTok. So secretly, RSG MY, they're benefiting in terms of objectives.
Yeah. Oh boy, 6-6. Both sides not giving each other an inch, and I feel like Red Esports and RSG MY are just kind of like turning off the discipline and really just focusing on trading back and forth, trying to continue the momentum on to power themselves for the next fight.
Yeah, I like this DD setup. It's really nice, but they need some sort of damage. TikTok, however, is trying his best to do what he can, but Mom is getting extremely annoying. Here comes the snipe coming in. Does it connect? Nope. It is going to be a complete whiff for now. As once again, RSG is going to be taking a page off Red Esports, making sure that the middle turret survives. Will it last for 15 minutes again? Whose tower is going to last 15 minutes in middle tower?
I don't know, but I think RSG has adapted their playstyle to make sure that they don't lose it. But here we go, Mom flickering forward to get on top of Izanami for now, but with Cecilion, he's able to sustain ever so slowly. The bad impact is going to chunk him down. Ooh, they even get the CC down onto Mom as well. Power of Nature not going to be able to do much. Oki Shadow Kill is popped up. They find a trade, but so far, Red Esports are going to net themselves a tier 2 down on bot side.
Oh, this time Zayed, he needs to go for the dodge, but he gets down, and Kuza gets the kill, snipes him down, and gets the heck out of there. Meanwhile, Red Esports, they have to go for the Rifu reset. Oh, great punishment coming from RSG MY to capitalize on Mom's over-aggression and also catching the glimpse that Mao was actually pushing the turret down bottom. That was a well worth it fight for RSG MY. However, the Lord is a little bit too tanky and it's still early for them to fight. They don't exactly have the items or the HP to do this. Red Esports looking to go for the contest. Zakas taking a little bit too much damage. Here comes the time journey coming in. Who's gonna get the Lord?
Oh,
no! It's gonna be secured by RSG MY. However, Red Esports, they're going to say hello to RSG bodies because Ash and as well as Mao is gonna go crazy about this fight as they look for more and they're stuck in the bush. Red! Oh, he doesn't check it, but Zakas will draw the attention away and he knows he's down for the count.
Yep, Zakas doesn't mind dying at this point in time. I nearly thought Zakas was going to kind of throw there and run into the brush and cause the other two members, both Kuza and TikTok, to die unintentionally. That would have been really bad, but Red Esports even out the score. But Lord has been achieved by RSG MY, but they have no real way to capitalize on it.
Yeah, that was extremely close. However, RSG, they've got the Lord, they've got the Turtle, even though Red Esports was able to capitalize a little bit more, but it seems like RSG MY, they're back in track. They will have the lanes control and they're looking to take this middle turret. However, Red Esports, they're full defense on middle again.
Yep, they're going to clear it out as soon as possible. They already cleared out bottom side fast, and now they're making their way top where you can see the Lord already brought down by 50% HP as Zyd is taking his time with this. Around Morta La La La. He gets locked down, instantly dies down, and this is what I'm talking about. RSG MY and as well as Red Esports, both are looking really, really sloppy in their decision making.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, they're getting a little bit too greedy out of this as RSG, they let Mortal Lala go for the greed. They've lost him on top, but bottom side Kuza, he's looking to get a tier 2. Can he get it? No, he almost got it. That's going to be the defense coming in from Red QT. While Mao, he's going to return the favor. Oh my goodness, this is a very, very cheeky play. And RSG MY did not expect that at all.
Yep, they've already lost it. And now, Izanami, he's got damage, but you can see Zakas, he's going to go down so quickly. The Guardian's Bulwark is actually working in his favor because Mom is able to catch. The Oki Shadow Kill RNG is working in his favor too. TikTok is looking to get on towards Ash. Nibiru's Passion doesn't exactly land. Black Shoes by Ash saves the day. That's going to be a 1-for-0 trade in favor of Red. Oh, Izanami walks into Zion and gets himself killed.
Good snipe there coming from Zion. RSG MY, they got the punish on towards Mao, but it's not going to be enough. But here comes the Wave of Dragon. Do they have to follow Akusa? Need to make a run for it. He's going to be A-OK. Meanwhile, Zion is going to be bait for RSG MY. He is the cannon fodder for the team, and he would be taken out. Oh, that was so close. The greed did not pay for at all as RSG MY takes him back.
You can see how exhausted these players are. They're not giving each other an inch, and they're making sure that even though they're not playing as patiently, they're just greeding out for the bigger plays.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a very, very big blow towards Zyd as in terms of economy as well as the momentum shift, because RSG MY, once again, they're making another attempt down mid. Full defense again coming from Red Esports. And I don't know how long this is going to last, but RSG, they're just not too happy about what Red Esports is doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, 8 more seconds until Lord comes up. They've got to push down on bot side. They're basically secured at tier 2. Red Esports, they're gathering together, but they're wasting a little bit of time. They have a fat wave pushing on top side, and I think they're going to utilize it against them. But this is dangerous. Conceal coming on through Zakas.
Oh no, TikTok!
He's dead. Goodbye. Zakas was not able to get the time journey in time as Kuza jumps into the back line, but they've clumped too close together, and now they have to back away from this Lord. It's a 4v5 situation, and RSG MY don't have a lot of time to make a choice, but they're going to clear up that top side and sacrifice the Lord.
Oh, that was a big conceal play. RSG MY did not expect it as well. By the time TikTok realized that was happening, it was too late to react. They do not have the mobility for that at all. Well done from Red Esports, because now they are going to push back against RSG MY. Can RSG MY do something about this? Izanami, he's 2, 3, and 6. He hasn't been able to farm his stacks. Zyd is just going out of control as well in these fights.
Yeah, they really are going out of control, and there's nothing much they can do as Red Esports continue up with this momentum here. Let's see if RSG can find some crucial picks. They need to take out Mal, and Zyd has been doing some really good job and really keeping up with Kuza.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Radiant Armor finding purchase for Mortal Lala, but I'm not exactly sure if it's going to do too much. Zyd is going to be the bigger threat as of yet. RSG MY, Here comes the blocks coming in from MAB, but here comes the Red Ultimate as well. Red Esports, they're going to be knocking in a big Sanguine Claw. Where's the follow-up? But Red Esports will back out with the Black Shoe from Ash.
Yeah, they really can't do much about that. And honestly, TikTok, his attack speed, especially when he's using Bennett, isn't exactly the highest in the world, but the AoE does a good job. Oki Shadow Kill being popped here. He goes back with the Quad Shadow. Zach is walking up very dangerously far forward, but he is confident as long as he has the Time Journey and as well as the Aegis.
Huh. This Digi tank is starting to hurt like a truck. He's doing 500 damage now for a tank, so that's kind of scary. But eventually, here comes the play. RSG, they have to be a little bit careful, but once again, full defense from Red Esports. This, I don't know what's up with them, but this middle tower is, I don't know, it feels like their hometown or something like that. They're just fighting for their country.
Yeah, I mean, Red needs to make sure that their frontline Bastion is going to stay up and running here. Zakas is naturally going to go through, but so far, I'm surprised. Oh, here's the kick onto Zakas' side, and an immediate punish onto Red QT, who gets hit by the Sanguine Claw. Well played for the side of RSG, and now they're on the offensive.
Oh, that was a big catch. However, full defense once again from Red Esports. This time, RSG, will they get the crack out of it? Unfortunately, not happening again. They're hoping to get another punish out of this, but seems like Zakas is going to be forced to back off as he goes in for the reset. So as of yet, he doesn't exactly want to die too much as he wants to build his stack. I'm not exactly sure how many stacks he has, but I know for a fact his alarm bonds are starting to hurt.
Yep. TikTok being very aggressive here. He's got plenty of damage, but Kuza, look at the damage he's putting onto Ash with just a couple of auto attacks and a shuriken.
Technically, RSG MY, they do have the damage to actually deal with this, so Red Esports, they need another play, but this time Conceal is up. RSG, they are going to make a dive on Zai. He can escape this. He's down to his half HP. He's going to be A-okay. They don't have the tools to finish him off. That's going to be RSG wasting the Conceal.
Yep, and even Mom using the Flicker as well. They've got a good amount of battle spells out of that, and they're going to continue pressuring this top tier 2 before moving over towards the Lord. 7 seconds until it spawns. The entirety of RSG MY leaving it to get full control over the area, and they're making sure they're not taking the most dangerous path through the mid lane. They are going to take the safe side.
Oh, you can see how scared Zakas is in losing his stack. He's actually opted to go for the immortality as well. He's slowly building his stacks, and Red Esports, they've got to be worried as well, but I don't know. It feels like it's not enough to be frozen as a threat yet. But let's take a look at how much he hits right now. Oh, no, I didn't see the numbers from Mom, but all things considered, RSG, they're doing pretty okay. As long as they trade 50-50s, eventually this Sicilian is going to hit really, really hard.
Yeah, but they're wasting too much time here in the jungle, right? Now, topside is going to get pushed in, and obviously Mortalala has to go and respond to that. But with the Luminous Lord at stake here, it really is about having the waves at the right place at the right time. Red is going to start this early, knowing that they're going to get first rotation. So now RSG MY has to push them off somehow.
Oh, the Lord is just taken out so quickly. They could not get the snipe. Lancelot gets the job. RSG MY, they have to back out. Red QT taking a little bit too much damage. Here comes the Redder, scaring Red away, but Mao is going to be there as well. Looks like there is not going to be a follow-up coming in as they are going to back out. The I'm Angry is there, but Akuza getting a little bit crispy, but no! Here comes the burst, the snipe from TikTok. It's going to be enough to take down Mao. However, Red Esports, they still have the Lord in their favor.
Akuza sees this. Oh! Zai did not want to take him on that 1v1, and most importantly, he still didn't have his perfect execution up in time, and I think maybe then it could have been a different story, but so far with the Luminous Lord, you don't want to risk it. It's about the big picture here from either side. 16 minutes into the game, 12-13, it's dead even between RSG and Red.
Wow, Zai tries to play, but Zai, he turns the tide, he snipes down Izanami. He did not expect that at all. Some insane reactions. Here comes the Redders coming from TikTok, but the Lord is knocking it. Do they have the damage to do with them? Yes, they do. It's all up to TikTok, but they have to do this without Izanami. Rank QT looking for the place. He has the way of the dragon. He's waiting for the right moment. He's trying to make a attempt, but he's going to get caught out. The tier 3 is going to get taken out. Meanwhile, RSG MY, they've got to use everything to defend against this here. Kuza is there, but Red Esports, how are they going to do? The wall's going to saturate that fight as well. Mortalala and Zakas, they are stranded. Time journey is there, but a big random once again pushes Red Esports back. They have to run. Big plays coming from TikTok is going to push them all back. Red Esports, they are dying 1, 2, and 3 potentially.
Oh no, Izanami just came back up. So that means it's going to be a 4v3 situation. You see the Malefic Roars come out instantaneously for the side of RSG, knowing that they're going to have to clap back to look for some kind of retribution against Red Esports. They can't keep giving up these structures, and now Red Esports just focusing on wave clear until their whole they mobilize the rest of their forces and come back to full full strength.
Ay. TikTok just pulling some big numbers in this team fights. Red Esports, they've got to figure out how to deal with him as of yet. They finally got an immortality on Ash, but is it going to be enough? Because somehow, RSG MY, they managed to defend 50 seconds left for the Lord, and guess what? The waves are pushing into his Red Esports. So can they sync up the lanes again?
It's a little tough to say whether they can or not, but RSG MY are going to try. Kuza is going in pretty aggressively with his quad shadows, which is a little concerning here. He needs to hold that up until absolutely necessary, or if he can kind of create an opportunity. But as you mentioned before, both teams like to bait out responses.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And so far, all these walls coming from Mom has been a big nuisance for RSG MY, and they do kind of struggle a lot in setting up these fights. And I like how Mom is making sure that the wall charge kind of separates TikTok in order to prevent the Renners from getting a wombo combo on his teammates. So that was a very small micro play, but at the same time, it also forces TikTok to use up some of his utilities in these fights.
Yeah, let's see how they play this out as they want to catch out somebody from the brush. Mom can take all the damage in the world here as RSG finally have first position on this Lord. Top side is gathering a lot of forces. They have to do this quick. And you can see Zayed.
No way, Zayed, where are you looking? Can he snipe it as well? He's down to so low as well. They are going to force the fight. Zayed's gonna come in. He steals the Lord from right under the noses here. The team distracts the direction, but RSG, they're going to try and get more out of it. They're going to go kill them all. Mega kill for RSG, and Red Esports, they're on full retreat. They've lost only Mom. And somehow, they prevail. What a clutch coming from Red Esports.
RSG, they just need to time their bursts together. That's all they need. They keep thinking they can turn this around on Red Esports, but Red Esports see it coming. They've learned from the past 2 games how RSG likes to play around this Lord, and they're not going to make the same mistake twice.
Oh, what a play coming in from Zai. What a play. Red Esports, they sent up bodies just to distract Kuza, and Kuza was caught out. Such an unfortunate event for RSG MY. However, big item purchase coming from Izanami. He's got the Divine Glaive. Does he have the damage though? TikTok's going to try and stall things in his track. Here comes the rockets coming in. Red Esports, they're not letting RSG off the hook, but the damage is just so strong from RSG MY. Red Esports, looks like they're not going to be able to push. They are going to settle with an inhibitor instead with down bottom.
It's really going to come down to one big fight here as this game progresses into its 20th minute. A single death could mean almost a minute worth of a death timer. At this point, I think it's about 40 to 50 seconds. As we get closer towards 22, that's when we should be seeing the minute death timers. And that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, that's going to be very scary as well. 90 seconds before the next Lord. Red is looking for reactions coming from RSG MY. Meanwhile, they are going to push out late. Nothing on the crazy yet. So before the calm, before the storm, let's take a quick look at items.
Yep, looking at the items, nothing too out of the ordinary. I think immortalities are going to get quickly switched out for winter truncheons, and as well as getting gold reserves to switch out these items to buy that extra bit of time.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried as well. Izanami doesn't exactly have the immortality available. He's going to be one of the crucial components for RSG MY to win all these fights as long as he's building stacks. In this case, Red Esports, they're not too worried about him considering that they doesn't have a lot of glorious radiant armor. However, here comes the catch. Zaka's going to get caught up. He's got the time journey. He's going to be A-okay for now. Meanwhile, he's going to try and pull out a fight. Kuza gets bleeded out, and he's going to get taken out. That's a huge blunder for RSG MY as they lose Kuza, both the immortality and his life.
Yeah, he cannot get through. They've clumped up, and Red Esports just cannot... RSG MY just cannot get away with this. Kuza getting so desperate. He is finally breaking here against Red Esports. He's running out of patience to try and break him open, and the Blade of Despair being purchased by Zayed, knowing that this could be the end.
Oh, they're looking for TikTok. Ren QT getting a little bit desperate to fight this fight, but as long as TikTok is alive, RSG MY, they are going to be able to defend alongside with Izanami. So losing Kuza, not that much of a deal, but it's still a victory. But all things considered, the traps coming from Popo and Koopa has been really annoying in just shutting down and slowing down the movements of Kuza.
Absolutely, and I think that's the idea. They have to keep on doing that. Follow up upon their CC, and the only
my goodness, the Lord!
Diggy.
What is that damage coming from Lord? Oh my goodness. Red Esports, they will take him down very quickly. RSG a little bit late to the party. And there's nothing they can do about it as Red Esports is looking for another attempt at the base of RSG MY.
Now, Red Esports, again, the gold lead doesn't matter. It's really coming down to 1 or 2 important fights. The mechanics is going to set the pace and set the tone of battle. TikTok now with a win talker. Hopefully the extra damage for his auto attacks and the crit might actually help him.
Yeah, I think he sold his shoes for the final item on Windtalker. So full glass cannon coming from TikTok to make sure that he gets the job done. And it kind of makes sense considering that this is a 23-minute Lord coming in to be knocking into the base of RSG MY. So they need all the raw damage they can get. They've got immortalities. Our Mortalala. Is Red Esports going to go full head onto the base? The Lord taking a significant amount of damage. Here they go. Here comes Swap on Mob. It goes in for the wall shot. The time journey is going to try and buy them enough time. Kuza doing his best to do as much as he can, but he's going to get taken out by Red Esports. And Red Esports now going to slowly chip away at the defenses of RSG MY. This might be it. The Lord still survives and the Crystal will be taken down. And Red Esports finally takes the final game against RSG MY.
The Lord was just way too strong at the 20th minute of this match. Zion proving that he's going to be the better jungler this time round in this best of 3. 2-1 in favor of Red Esports. Congratulations and GG. Well played for Red Esports.
Oh, what a game. What a game. GG, well played. However, for RSG MY, I am sorry to say you have tried your best. It is only the second week, but for now, Red Esports is going to take it. And we're looking to take a look at what they have to say from Red Esports in their mic checks.
Tak, kalau kita ambil tahu kan, kena ada Zaid sekali tu.
Yeah, mid tu clear je. Betul gerak bawah terus.
Alright. Mantap je.
Nice.
Dia dah free TikTok Dah free TikTok
Oh, lambat inform dia cik tahu kau masuk dia.
Oh ya.
Deep, bawah tu.
Korang tati aku kat atas tau.
Jom bawa nak. Semua bawa.
Tak ada aku tau.
Tak apa. Sini, on dua. Datang nanti depan base. Tahu Mas?
Dia nak ancaman ya guys.
Game.
Cok TikTok.
Ayalah set.
Wow, nice. Tengok aku kan.
Okay, santai.
Ni tak ada ulti ni.
Fika.
Nice.
Guys. Habis skill 2 habis guys.
Ayah dah ulti.
Okay.
Motor kena masuk.
Ayah dah ulti.
Ayah sakit. Ayah lu tu.
Nice. Kejar lagi ke?
Ada bini.
Aku bina. Tengah air.
Nice. Aku gas lagi.
Tadi situ.
Boleh.
Mati.
Nice. Bla atas.
Belah.
Backup terus.
Ada ulti Azid.
Aku dah.
Mantap.
Nice.
Adalah.
Bagi lock ketuk. Aku hidup.
Batai bagi tu. Batai sampai depan.
Jangan lock sikit lagi.
Tengok.
Nice. Bla.
Ini
Bla. Dah nak kosing aku.
Bagi je dia buka ulti. Kaiting.
Dah,
Kaiting.
Ayah.
Aku block.
MPL Malaysia kini berwarna merah. Red Esports berjaya menewaskan RSG 2 berbalas 1 untuk sesi tembal. Anda bersama saya Adin dan ditemani oleh kapten untuk pasukan Red Esports iaitu Aaron ataupun Ren QT. First of all, Aaron, apakah perasaan awak di mana dapat kemenangan 2 berbalas 1 dan secara overall happy ataupun macam mana prestasi sekarang ini?
Perasaan saya happy lah walaupun agak sebenarnya kalau boleh nak 2-0. Tapi kami bersyukurlah dengan 1 dengan line up baru. So saya happy.
Okay, untuk kita pergi tengok di game yang tertewas tadi, di manakah silapnya Aaron rasa? Adakah daripada communication ataupun komitmen yang telah dilakukan oleh pasukan Red Esports?
Silap dia saya rasa yang last tu patutnya kita orang tak perlu paksa pun. Tapi sebab benda ni dah jadi, so kita orang dapat belajar lah. So akan datang kita orang akan jadi lebih sabar.
Okay, bagus. Tadi Aaron sendiri ada cakap line up baru. Nak sembang sedikit pasal Zaid sekarang ini. Apakah pendapat sebagai kapten sendiri? Prestasi Zaid sekarang ini daripada minggu pertama, minggu yang kedua mula nampak cekik kot. Tapi sekarang ni macam mana pendapat Aaron?
Pendapat saya Zaid ni dia masih banyak room untuk grow. Sebab dia ni muda lagi. Lepas tu dia ni seorang player yang saya akui yang mekanik dia tinggi.
Okey, daripada seorang kapten sendiri. Tapi sekarang ini pasukan Red Esports mula dengan sangat baik. Mampu ke tidak Red Esports teruskan prestasi dan terus layak upper bracket ke playoff nanti?
Jawapan dia mestilah boleh.
Penuh dengan keyakinan. Saya suka. Okey, last kali, ada tak apa-apa pesanan ataupun ingin yang diucapkan kepada peminat area sendiri ataupun peminat Red Esports?
Okey, kepada peminat Red Esports, saya nak cakap terima kasih walaupun kita orang slow-slow nak grow tapi korang still support kita orang. So, terima kasih banyak.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Aaron, tahniah kepada Red Esports dan itulah dia perlawanan terakhir kita pada hari ini. Red Esports berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Untuk pergi kepada post match, apa kata kita beralih kepada segmen seterusnya.
Terima kasih Adin. Apa yang boleh saya katakan sebentar tadi, pertarungan yang agak sengit. Anda bersama dengan saya Jas Suzuran dan juga Lafel dan kita juga ada Abang Lord.
Ya, saya punya statement dekat sini, saya rasa Abang Lord juga setuju. Mana game ketiga tadi, boleh katakan disebabkan mekanik mal, Red Esports boleh menang dengan penuh keyakinan. Sebab nampak sebenarnya banyak kali pasukan RSG cuba kejar. Tapi mal kat belakang, nampak macam dia boleh jaga diri sendiri, bang.
Betul.
Jadi kalau kita tengok tadi kan, Lafel, dia macam suspend kejap, lepas tu dia macam berdebat, dia balance balik. Boleh dikatakan match tadi tu boleh dikatakan banyak peluang untuk cuba comeback tapi banyak mistake yang dilakukan. Tapi sekarang jom sama-sama kita tengok itemization untuk match kita sebentar tadi.
Ya, kita tengok itemization di mana Popol dan Kupah dekat sini. Dia yang okey, Mal saja yang saya rasa betul-betul confident boleh lakukan apa yang dia lakukan dekat dalam game ni, di mana dia punya itemization kecuali immortality, fokus full kepada damage, di mana dia ada Blade of Despair, Berserker Fury untuk tambah lagi dia punya critical damage, kemudian Wind Talker dapat critical dan juga movement speed. Dan dalam game ni, kenapa saya cakap Mal, dia punya mekanik betul-betul menonjol disebabkan banyak kali kita boleh nampak Kuza yang menggunakan Hayabusa, Mortalala yang menggunakan Pakito cuba untuk kejar dia kat belakang, di mana semua pasukan Red Esports semua ke depan, dia seorang kat belakang. Dia boleh jaga diri sendiri dengan timing panggil Kupah balik untuk dapatkan knock up, dapatkan stun. Jadi kat sini saya sebagai analis memang sangat kagum dengan prestasi Mal.
Dan kalau kita tengok Mal tadi pun, dia punya position tu memang dia betul-betul jaga dan fokus dekat apa yang dia punya objektif dan jaga position, rotasi dan sebagainya. Dan saya rasakan ini membuatkan Mal ni macam susah sikit lah nak sentuh.
Ya, memang kalau kita tengok dari segi mekanik memang sangat gila. Untuk RSG MY, kalau kita tengok mereka punya draft, mereka punya setup tak ada. Yang boleh setup sebenarnya adalah Mortalala yang menggunakan Pakito, di mana dia ada dua damage item. Dia ada Bloodless Axe dan juga yang pistol yang penetration. Dia boleh keluarkan damage, dia boleh tahan sedikit damage, tetapi bila dia pergi ke depan, Popol Kupah akan stun. Kemudian kita boleh tengok rank QT yang menggunakan Cho juga boleh knock up dengan dia punya Jeet Kundo. Jadi untuk RSG MY ada sedikit salah daripada segi draft. Draft mereka bagus, bukan cakap tak bagus, tetapi mereka kena menang early game. Mereka kena asak pasukan Red Esports supaya mereka tak boleh ke depan. Tapi kita tengok benda tu terjadi, Red Esports berjaya untuk menang game ni.
Nah, sekarang kita tengok sama-sama kita tengok post game stats kita. Wah.
Ya, kalau kita tengok daripada segi stats, ini antara sebab kenapa Lilia sering kali di-ban walaupun tak ada kill dekat dalam game tadi. Tapi 89,000 damage yang berjaya dikeluarkan oleh Ash. Untuk RSG MY, Izanami dah 87,000 damage. Damage dah ada. Tapi setiap kali pasukan Red Esports memilih untuk pergi ke depan, RSG MY tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa untuk selamatkan diri sendiri. Digi boleh buka dia punya ulti, boleh dapatkan shield, boleh dapatkan anti-crowd control dekat situ. Tapi bila Ma masuk ke depan, bila Ren QT masuk ke depan, bila Zaid nak dapatkan kill, dia akan dapatkan kill. Tapi kalau kita tengok perbezaan, ada banyak, tapi saya nak tengok persamaan. Zaid dan juga Kuza, dua-dua juggler ni perform dengan sangat bagus. Damage mereka hampir identical. 70,231 damage daripada Zaid, 70,203 damage daripada Kuza. Dua-dua jungler ni yang kita cuba bandingkan, dua-dua perform sama-sama baik untuk ketiga game.
Tapi walau macam mana pun hanya satu saja yang layak untuk menjadi juara, dan ini kita boleh rungkakan mungkin banyak mistake-mistake. Lagi pun kalau nak cerita pasal mistake, Red Esports sendiri pun ada mistake. Cuma tengok siapa yang lebih bernasib baik. Apa pendapat abang sendiri bang untuk game tadi bang?
Untuk game tadi sebenarnya nampak macam Red tahu how to finish the game. So dah sampai ke late game, Zaid. Again Zaid.
Zaid perform dengan sangat bagus. Macam mana Abang Jasin cakap, walaupun ada mistake, tapi macam mana nak cover balik mistake tu, itu yang penting.
Jadi sekarang ini jom kita sama-sama lihat kita punya MVP Idris Zaid dengan KDA 755, kill participation 67%, gol per minit 785 minit.
Ya, walaupun pada bahagian awal-awal game, tak apa. Walaupun pada bahagian awal-awal game, dia ada buat beberapa kesilapan. Tapi Zaid nampak seperti dia tak hilang dia punya fokus, dia tak hilang dia punya keganasan. Walaupun mati awal, it's okay. Dapat balik farm sedikit, dapat balik dia punya level. Bila dia dah ada dia punya war axe, dia terus mengganas, dia terus masuk ke depan and cuba untuk dapatkan segala-galanya untuk dia punya team. Dan yang paling penting, dia berjaya untuk mencuri lot. Kalau dia tak dapat curi lot, mungkin game ni berbeza. Dan kat sini Beja, saya juga nak tanya, bang, setiap kali macam hari ni tengok game cast, bila caster cakap satu pasukan berbunuh lot, abang terasa ke?
Dia macam lot has been slain. Abang ada terasa tak?
Tak.
Alhamdulillah.
Sebab dia tak sebut abang lot.
Selamat dia tak cakap abang lot. Tapi macam mana pun, selepas ni kita akan tengok kita punya highlight. Ada banyak kesilapan yang kita boleh highlight daripada kedua-dua pasukan, tapi ada banyak juga benda yang bagus yang mereka berjaya untuk lakukan. Dekat sini yang saya cerita, di mana decision making, okay, dia nak dapatkan first blood, dia berjaya untuk dapatkan first blood, tapi dia sendiri mati. Dia bukan saja mati, tapi dia hilang dia punya buff. Itu adalah kesilapan. Tapi selepas tu mereka tetap mengganas. Tengok dekat sini, walaupun dia letak risiko di sini, mungkin akan mati, dia tetap maju, dia tetap berjaya untuk dapatkan kill.
Dan itu kita boleh melihat macam mana perform kat sini. Kita tengok tadi macam mana Lancelot tadi menggunakan ataupun performa yang cukup baik, dan kita lihat macam mana dia counter balik daripada pasukan RSG. Dan ini rasanya mistake by mistake dibuat, tapi belajar daripada kesilapan. Kalau kita tengok sekarang ni hampir-hampir dan cepet.
Betul.
Barulah kan.
Cepet tu barulah dapat kematian. Dekat dalam team fight ni ada beberapa benda yang mungkin fans tak nampak. Dua benda daripada pasukan Red, di mana Liliah ada dekat situ memberi slow yang banyak kepada pasukan RSG MY, membuat senang untuk rank QT masuk ke depan untuk dapatkan dia punya knock up. Kemudian kita tengok position Mal, dia dekat bahagian belakang akan jaga diri sendiri. Tapi yang paling banyak yang berlaku dekat dalam game ni adalah di mana mereka dah ada conceal, mereka akan conceal, invisible, diorang akan terus kejar kepada bahagian side lane. Sebab tu untuk game ini, dua-dua pasukan cuba untuk split push, tapi dua-dua gagal.
Ya, walaupun banyak cubaan cuba untuk dilakukan, tapi pertahanan yang cukup bagus daripada kedua-dua pasukan. Dan apa lagi yang saya boleh katakan, seperti sekarang kita tengok Lafel, inilah penentu segala-galanya.
Dekat dua highlight yang terakhir ni, yang paling last sekali kita nampak Mortala cuba untuk membunuh Mal berjaya untuk jaga diri sendiri. Sebelum tu kita boleh nampak di mana Hayabusa cuba untuk membunuh, tapi juga tidak berjaya.
Sekarang kita tengok kedudukan kumpulan untuk grup B, di mana Red Esports masih lagi dekat atas, tim Karakal, RSG, Todak dan juga Geekfam.
Ya, dekat sini kita boleh tengok di mana pasukan Red Esports mereka di atas sekali, disebabkan mereka ada poin kelebihan atas pasukan Karakal. Walaupun pasukan Karakal belum kalah lagi, mereka masih 100% match win rate, tapi Red Esports masa sekarang ni berada di tangga teratas. Manakala untuk pasukan Geekfam masih tak ada kemenangan, kekal di nombor 5. Todak dan RSG MY, mereka punya match win lose rate sama, tapi RSG MY 5 poin berbandingan Todak, disebabkan mereka ada lagi satu menang, mereka ada menang 2-1 lebih banyak daripada Todak.
Dan kalau kita tengok tim Karakal pun masih lagi lebih kurang macam HomeBois, masih lagi belum dikalahkan. Dan seperti pakar-pakar mengatakan, Geekfam kata-katanya hujung-hujung baru perform.
Ya, Geekfam dia suka bermain dengan emosi mereka punya fans. Mula-mula macam, alamak, kita dalam kesusahan, tiba-tiba okey balik.
Abang rasa macam mana pula, Abang Lot?
Macam Lafel cakap,
Abang Lot memang suka setuju dengan saya. Tapi Abang Lot
mainkan perasaan orang.
Dekat sini, saya nak cakap dulu kat Abang Lot, kalau Geekfam kata-katalah mereka dapat comeback balik, siapa dekat dalam grup B yang akan tersingkir rasanya?
Wah, ni memang kumpulan maut.
Ini memang keluar. Tapi abang agak-agak lah.
Saya tak boleh nak agak yang ni.
Agak sikit je bang.
Agak sikit je.
Abang sebut depan je, yang belakang tak payah sebut. Contoh macam kalau Geekfam macam Geek je.
Ya, macam mana pun saya tengok dekat sini, sebab mungkin sebelum season mula orang mungkin cakap mungkin Red, mungkin ramai orang mungkin akan sakakan Red, tapi Red sekarang nombor 1. Jadi kalau Geekfam perform pun, siapa yang tak pergi play off?
Okey, kalau kita recap balik, ramai di antara kita ataupun ramai orang tak menjangkakan pasukan Red Esports boleh membuat ataupun memberikan perlawanan yang cukup sengit di antara kedua-dua pasukan. Dan kita boleh melihat Red Esports ini dah membuktikan bahawanya okey, kita orang dah ready, kita orang nak tunjukkan siapa Red Esports, dan itulah membuktikan match kita pada hari ini.
Ya, saya juga nak tanya Abang Lot, rasanya apa perubahan yang menyebabkan Red Esports ni tiba-tiba melonjak sangat kuat?
Maybe the new jungler Zaid makes a huge difference kan. Dan Mal ke goal lane. So the role switch mungkin mereka lebih sesuai dengan role yang mereka ada sekarang.
Hanya dengan tambah satu player saja, satu pasukan boleh berubah dengan sangat-sangat besar.
Baik, sekarang ini jom kita tengok balik, kita recap balik kita punya key to success untuk pasukan Red Esports.
Ya, dekat sini kalau kita tengok yang paling mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan sukses adalah nombor 3. Disrupt Izakusmi. Siapalah pergi buat nama ni tak. Izakusmi dekat situ, di mana kita nampak dekat dalam game memang Izanami dan juga Zakus mereka tak berjaya untuk gerak sesama untuk lakukan apa-apa initiation ataupun gang yang efektif kepada kedua-dua lane. Dan babysit Mal adalah mereka punya key to success. Tapi Mal cakap, saya lah baby, saya yang duduk, saya boleh jaga diri sendiri.
Saya dah besar, saya dah matang. Tolong bagi saya berdikari. Dan itu yang ditunjukkan oleh Mal sendiri sebentar tadi, Lafel.
Ya betul. Mal dah berdikari cakap, it's okay, I big strong boy. You guys pergi ke depan, I boleh jaga diri kat belakang.
Baik, dan itulah dia key to success. Tapi kalau kita tengok kedua-dua key to success masing-masing ada yang capai, masing-masing ada yang tak boleh buat. Itu semua boleh orang cakap apa, banyak benda-benda yang berlaku di match sebentar tadi kan. So nak tak nak, seperti yang Lafel cakap, walaupun kita tak ada key to success, kalau diorang ada plan diorang sendiri.
Tapi untuk pasukan Red, kita boleh cakap di mana keempat-empat key to success mereka semua berjaya. Zaid berjaya untuk dapatkan kill, diorang ada banyak damage pada bahagian awal game. Memang sangat-sangat bagus.
Baik, sekarang ni Abalot, kita nak tanya Abalot dah tengok MPL daripada week 1, week kedua. Apa pendapat Abalot tentang MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 ya Abalot?
MPL kali ni of course sebelum startnya MPL dah seru dah. Dah seru dah kan. So MPL this time around okay lah, a lot of new faces kan, young talents kita nampak. So something good for MLBB scene.
Jadi kalau macam Lafel pula, Lafel dah banyak terlibat dengan MPL daripada season lama. So bagi pendapat Lafel pula macam mana?
Saya rasa season ni memang sangat-sangat kompetitif dan saya suka meta daripada bahagian season ke-9 ini disebabkan ada banyak hero-hero baru yang kita nampak.
Dan banyak juga. Jadi dari segi perubahan meta, diorang masih lagi mengekalkan benda yang sama ataupun banyak meta-meta baru yang awak perasan perubahan?
Ada banyak yang sama tapi masih boleh nampak mereka berani mencuba. Itu yang saya suka.
Dan itu juga yang saya suka. Jadi sekarang kalau kita tengok sekarang ni hari pertama, hari kedua dah selesai, hari ketiga dah selesai. Match mana yang paling awak suka lah Abalot?
For today or untuk 2 minggu?
Untuk 3 hari ni.
Untuk 3 hari ni rasanya game tadi kot. RSG Raid.
Sebab itulah saya tersasar tadi gol per 785 minit sebab saya tengah tengok gameplay diorang berapa lama tadi kan. Jadi itulah dia, terima kasih kepada yang menonton. Seperti kita lihat sekarang jom kita tengok untuk minggu depan punya jadual perlawanan. Suhas Esports menentang Orange, manakala RSG menentang G-Fam.
Dekat sini saya rasa okey, pada pendapat Abang Lloyd, mana satu game, of course kita akan tengok ke semua game lah, tapi game mana satu yang abang sendiri nak tengok?
RSG Geek, saya nak tengok Dominus dah ready belum dengan formula kemenangan.
Ya, Geek kita nak tengok sama ada mereka line up yang mana satu yang mereka akan bawa. Tapi saya juga nak tengok Suhas Esports berlawan dengan Orange Esports sebab kedua-dua pasukan ini diorang punya performance tak bagus. Itu yang kita nak cakap belum okey. Kita nak tengok dalam seminggu ni boleh tak mereka recover.
Baik, dan tadi pun kita dah tengok Orange punya performance. Dia dah tunjuk dah sikit. Tapi tak mustahil lah Balot kalau diorang tunjukkan sesuatu yang besar semasa menentang Suhas Esports pada minggu hadapan. Jadi pendapat anda pula macam mana kan? Match mana yang paling menarik? Tapi ada benda penting yang nak bagi tahu kepada anda semua. Sekarang ni kita nak umumkan kita punya pemenang, kita punya lucky draw. Debbie H. Wong, Adam Firdaus, Muhammad Hajar, Francis, Lukman Hafiz, Wan Nur Safarizal.
Ya, tanya kepada semua pemenang, tetapi disebabkan Abang Lot minggu depan tak ada, saya nak kena tanya Abang Lot sekarang juga. Abang dah tengok Orange Esports punya performance, MAB pun baru-baru ni dah lawan dengan Suhas. Agak-agak antara dua tu siapa yang akan menang?
Antara Orange dengan Suhas?
Suhas, ya betul.
Saya tak pasti sebab
berdasarkan hari ni.
Berdasarkan hari ni. Actually I want to see Orange can do lagi better daripada apa yang mereka buat minggu ni dan juga minggu lepas. And sebab kami sama-sama dekat semi-pro sebelum ni, and we know they can do much better than this.
Saya pun rasa macam tu juga. Mungkin ada banyak benda yang kita boleh tengok pada minggu hadapan. First of all, Abang Lot, terima kasih kerana sudi bersama-sama dengan kita kat sini. Makna kata kalau tak ada Abang Lot mungkin tak cukup seri itu. Dan juga kepada penonton-penonton, terima kasih kerana bersama dengan kami semua kat sini. Banyak prediction yang kita telah lakukan, banyak match yang kita tengok, semua match-match yang menarik. Bagi anda boleh bagi pendapat kat bawah. Dan Abang nak ucapkan terima kasih kerana menonton di MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 yang dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, dikuasai oleh Munton bersama dengan telefon pintar rasmi Samsung dan juga diraikan bersama dengan Nescafe. Kita jumpa minggu hadapan.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang.